And folks, welcome to Call of Duty Varsity. We're back for another season, Jesse. And I mean, I'm super excited. Folks, if you're just tuning in, you may not have watched last season. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruisin'. We're here to run you through a whole nother year. Isn't that exciting?
I mean, it's fantastic. We have a brand new package. Everything looks great for the new season here for Call of Duty Varsity. And I mean, we've got some fantastic matches coming up here for our games today.
Oh, we have plenty of matches to go through today. Whole 4, but before we get to that, Jesse, let's talk about the formatting in general, because a lot of people might be tuning in for the first time. They might not have seen last season and how it ended up. So why don't you run us through what are we in for this year?
So same formatting as last season. It's going to be 6 different conferences inside each conference. I believe it's 10 teams at the moment. Might be a little bit more or less depending on the conference. And basically top 3 teams from every single conference. That's what you're aiming for right now. If you make it into that top 3, you basically make it into the conference play-ins, where the 3rd seed will play the 2 seed, and the winner of that will then make the conference playoffs, which will then you will play against the number 1 seed for seeding going into your playoffs. So top 12 teams will end up making playoffs in total. And you know what? We saw some very big upsets last year once we made those conference plans. So they are definitely a very, very important step within the Call of Duty Varsity playoffs. And to make those to make that playoffs is a very hard step to do with all the talented teams we have here.
Hopefully we get some upsets this year as well, but let's take a look at the schedule that we do have for the day. It is your Call of Duty Varsity that we are watching, but NACE has plenty to look through. Rocket League Overwatch on Monday, League of Legends on Tuesday, Call of Duty on Wednesdays, and CSGO on Fridays. And for everybody tuning in for the Call of Duty section today, it's not just anything. It's not just any Call of Duty that we're watching right now. We get a live look in at all, or it's 4 different divisions throughout this whole night. So we're starting off with ICC versus Drury. ICC, your returning champions. We head over to the UNC Wilmington Seahawks versus Simon Fraser University. And then in Game 3, Fanshawe College versus Carleton University. We do have a fourth match as well, I'm pretty sure, which is going to be Texas A&M San Antonio going up against the University of Oregon. So plenty of action, Jesse, to be looking forward to.
Yeah, a lot of good matches today. We get to start off with the defending champions in Independence Community College. And, I mean, these guys looked unreal last season. We can see the head-to-head here between ICC going up against Drury. ICC sitting at 0-0 right now. I believe they're 1-0 with how bye division or how bye games work within the Call of Duty Varsity League. But you know what? Right now, we'll just leave them at 0-0. And Drury last week, they end up coming into this match at 0-1. Brand new team to the Call of Duty Varsity League this season.
Brand new indeed. And just to introduce the players that we're going to be watching throughout it, your defending champions not looking all four. Is 3 out of the 4 of the returning players. Big Head, Jay Zirk, and Alessio returning for another season. But we got Careless coming into it, and it's a big upgrade that you're looking for ICC as well. So that's even more scary. And across the board, Drury Esports, EJ, AJM Roberts, Meathead, and Taco Mac. So we'll have another 4 to look out for in the series. Like you said, might be 0-4 or 0-1 to start off this year, but they're looking to turn it around against the defending champs. That would be one way to make a big statement.
Yeah, it absolutely. I mean, you can imagine you come out and you are able to take down the defending champs in your first match. It would be a very, very high feat to be able to do so. Whether or not we see it or not, that will be another story. Because like you kind of alluded to, Careless coming into this ICC team, I mean, that is just an upgrade, not just an upgrade and a half from the already winning championship roster from last year's season. They are so good. Careless has been running amateur tournaments for years, and now he finally gets to show it off at the collegiate level. He's already been proving it through a ton of different tournaments outside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. He's a very, very good, strong player for this roster. But then when you look up against Drury, this team, they're not too shabby in themselves. They played St. Mary's in their first week action. They lost 3-2 to that team, but all the maps were very close. And we know St. Mary's from last year. They were a team that made the conference play-ins. They were a very good team from last season. So you know what? Maybe this Drury squad, they might not be a team to be batting your eyes at right now.
Well, maybe. We're going to have to see. I mean, it is definitely going to be a step up the board facing your defending champions when you're going up against them. But let's talk about maps right now, because on this best of 5, we're starting off with Tuscan, Berlin's map number 2, Gavatu map 3, then a double dose of Bocage if it does go all the way to the game number 5. And it might look like we got a whole bunch of raids.
Well, we got a whole bunch of raid there, but,
but look at the names underneath that, and that's what we're going to see. So Tuscan, Berlin, Gavatu, Bocage, Jesse. Anything kind of sticking out to you with the series?
Yeah, the double dose of Bocage at the end. You know that if we end up getting down towards that, it's going to be fast, super quick-paced games if we go all the way to the end. But you know what? The thing is for Drury is they got to get to the end of the series for us to see those maps. So I think the big thing to really be looking at is the fact we start with Tuscan, and then we go straight to Berlin, S&D, and those are 2 very good maps for both of this. You start off on that Tuscan hardpoint. It's going to be able to tell you a lot of stories about this Drury University roster. It will kind of tell you how this team is, if they're good at rotating, because when you look at Tuscan hardpoint, you really need to make sure rotations always are on point. There's so many hills. I think you can count probably hills 2, 3, and 4 as hills where you can gain a good amount of time. Hills 1 and 5 are really kind of hills where it's a little bit harder to gain a lot of time, but you know it's going to be scrap heavy. And if you, on that P1 hill, in all honesty, if you do get a good lockdown, you can still gain a lot of time. So lots of situations on that map where you can get a good solid chunk of time. So we'll see how Drury ends up playing it up against our defending champions. It's going to be a very, very tough series for them, though.
I mean, you use a really good word whenever we're talking about this map, and it's systematic, just like Berlin. Inside Vanguard, you don't really get a lot of maps that play kind of situational to strictly rotation. So that's going to be exciting to see when we do have it. And you look across the board, a Bocage hardpoint, and that's the complete opposite of systematic. It is throw the objective out, you just get the kills, try to get some time, come out on top.
That's spawn up, run die. That is Bocage hardpoint in a nutshell for you. So if we do end up going there, just to be expecting to see a very, very big amount of engagements for every single player if we go the full distance.
And I think that brings us to a really key important fact for this week, because for a lot of people who are tuning in who might pay attention to the Call of Duty or the College COD League and maybe even the COD League and Challengers, Control is very new to a lot of these teams for Vanguard. And a lot of teams might not have been scrimming it prior to this week or the year before, the week before. And the fact that it's going to be coming in here, it's going to be a big map 3 to pay attention to now. But let's hop over to Tuscan. Let's get into this. Let's start off the NACE Starleague and hop on board with Careless for first blood. ICC gets a quick 3 to open things up, and they're going to get control of this one still.
And I mean, a full 5 dead there right off the rip for Independence Community College. So exactly what you want to see these guys doing straight off the start of this game. And I mean, you can already see it, the scoreboard is starting to light up into their favor. And I think our names might be backwards at the moment on the screen, so we'll just have to go with what we got. But ICC is the team currently in the blue, and inside of the red, it will be our
Paying attention to the mini map. Big rotation battle coming out from player number 2. Big head in the back. He is going to find EJ. This map on its head. ICC once again in control of the rotations. And Drury, they know this. They know they got to go through the toe now. Up top, Alessio is going to get overwhelmed by AJM Roberts. So is this a good start from Drury to try to break into this? But good time right now for ICC. 53 uncontested points. Jazer comes swinging out the door, not expecting a player to be right around there. Jazer gets that glide bomb as well, 5 in a row. Roberts is going to fall in. Drury, they're just getting smoked right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Not only do you give up all the time on P1, but you let them get a full rotation and a setup over here at P2. It's going to be very tough to break. And you know what? I don't think we expect anything less from our defending champions coming out against a brand new team here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. They've done so well already off the start of this game. And spawns are kind of flipped in a way where you don't even want them at the moment. If you're Drury, you're spawning up in that back right-hand side. And that's perfect for ICC, because now all they need to do is worry about, hey, let's leave 1 or 2 players here. Let's get a hike across the map, get a full setup for this new hill. You can see Drury's trying to get over there, but they should be contested by ICC.
100-0, Jesse. Off the first 2 hills.
Start.
Meathead's going to be here on the rotation. There is somebody from ICC looking to play spoiler. Big Head's there, but Meathead has some play to take down too. Shriek's coming through. Careless dedicating the glide bomb into this to keep this flawless so far. But Drury, they get a point on the board, and now they're soaking up this 3rd hill. ICC set up for the break around the corner. Jaser spearheading this, is going to find the first one. Popping up from the hill is going to be Roberts, but a double kill from Jaser. They get a triple kill. Last player in the back, Careless shuts him down. ICC, what a break.
Yeah, ICC allowed 10 points, and they say, hey, you know what, that's enough points for you, Drury. We're going to come back. We're going to break right into this hill. Easy peasy for themselves. Get it done. But you know what? They fight their way right back into it for now if you're Drury, but still got so many players in and around the hill here for ICC. Big and Careless still popping off in the kill feed right now, and that's another wipe for them. They should be able to get these back 13 seconds, and you can see the rotation coming in this bottom side of the map, but Jzerk's down there. Jzerk's ready for it. He gets 2 on the rotation, and that's going to slow down any reinforcements Drury has going towards our new hill.
Gets here. He's got a lot of kills to find. He is going to hunt down EJ, locking down Church. Where's team? Where are Drury going to spawn? Still in the back. Still on that Godheady. Max got a big fight to win here. Is going to find the better of Alessio. Another pinch forming. Roberts on one end is good for 1, but that's about it. 3 down for Drury. Making a full 4 down, and they are going to be flipped all the way back to P1.
Oh, this is not looking good right now. Drury, they lose the spawns on rotation. It goes straight back into ICC's favor. And yeah, ICC are just running away with this game right now. Definitely not something that you want to see right off the rip here, but we'll see if we can see some scores off the player feeds at the moment. I mean, you can see 13 and 5 with Big Head. A couple of these other players on the likes of ICC, they're just all going off. Everybody right now on Drury sitting at negative, and I mean, you should expect that though with this scoreline.
Headed over to command center. Folks, you better get your Drury, get their names ready, their utilities ready, because this is definitely going to be a tough one. ICC here first. After the break, Penches is back though. Nobody's ready for it. Meathead's going to drop. 3 down again. Now ICC, they can turn their sights to the rooftops because Drury setting for another break. Down below. Meathead's getting flanked. TAMUSA to find him. Into the hill now. Can't find a second. ICC still coming out on top of the kills, and they're still dominating this. He flips 200 points. Still 34 seconds. They can get super close, Jesse, to putting this map one away.
I mean, yeah, they might even be able to, or they can't close it up, but they're going to get super close to being able to close this out in just 1 rotation here. Careless is going to fly out towards the rooftops and continue just to lock things down right now. And nobody on Drury can get inside of this hill. Every angle at the moment watched from ICC. As soon as a player tries, they get dropped, they get knocked down. You can see Drew's going to cross across the middle of this map, try to get back over to P1, maybe get a little bit more time here, make this look a little bit more respectable. But let's be honest, this game is very much so over at the moment. ICC, they only need 19 seconds to close this out. I'd be surprised if they don't do it here on no one.
Strafing run, finds nobody, knocks back, doing the job for ICC, but he is going to find Big Head as well. Still a good time for Jury, but amount of time for ICC to break this. 19 points. That puts us away. Another strafing run's going to be called in. This time Careless going to be dropping it. The guns are going to turn up. Careless finds two with the strafing run. The break's going to be in now. ICC, they're set up for victory. They can take this one home. You see Jury gets flipped out all the way back to the fountain side. Only 10 seconds left. This game is going to be all but over. Meathead trying to scramble into the hill. Big Head's going to cut him down. Tackle Mac now off the count, but now down for the count. Another 4 down for Jury. 3 seconds left, and ICC, they are going to open up the NACE Starleague with such a convincing map 1.
Well, starting things off exactly how you expect for our defending champions here in the Call of Duty Varsity League and in Independence Community College. They come out with a hot 250 to 37 victory on Tuscan Hardpoint. Not something you ever really expect to see come through on a Tuscan Hardpoint. But when we talk about systematic maps in Call of Duty, if you are the better team going in and you know how to play this map, you will be punished if you are the other team. And we just saw it there in map number 1. ICC won every single rotation. They won all the gunfights through middle of the map. It looked like every player at the end of that game was double positive on the side of ICC. Drury, everybody was sitting, double, maybe even triple negative by the end of that game. It was definitely not a scoreline you want to see, and definitely one to forget here for Drury University. And you know what? If you're Drury, you just need to throw that map in the background, and you need to look forward towards this S&D and try to come out with a better game here.
You need a big mental reset after that one. That is not the way you wanted to show up against your defending champions. I mean, ICC, they had a bye week last week, so they didn't really get to showcase themselves in NACE Starleague until now. Jury goes toe-to-toe with them, and they just can't step up to the Kings just yet. Berlin, Search and Destroy coming up next, and this is only where things get harder, because when you talk about maps and how fundamental they are, how systematic they are, and how much they can play to the better team, Berlin is definitely going to be one of those. Inside Search and Destroy, you can get like early control of bomb sites pretty simply, and when it comes to the opposing bomb site, it is going to be the bloodbath. It is going to be the team who can dominate in the kills and who can take control by force.
Yeah, especially that A-bomb site, the one that's inside of Office, inside of the Berlin map. If you can get inside and you can bully the opponents inside of that map, it's also where the P1 hill is inside of Hardpoint. And if you can get inside of that area, I mean, it is lights out for the opposing team. And I mean, I feel like Independence Community College, I feel like we'll see them try to hit towards B a few times, not just go over straight towards that A site, but more and more so recently, we're seeing teams kind of fade away from just hitting B, hitting more towards A, because you're learning how to hit the angles out. You're learning like the right spots to punch holes into the wall so you can get good angles on the players sitting in upper courtyard. And ICC, I don't doubt that they've got a ton of strats ready to go here for this Berlin Search and Destroy.
Now let's talk about something we didn't get last year, Jesse. Snipers. Snipers, we missed it last year in the NACE Starleague, but they are definitely going to be coming forward into this one. And like he's alluded to, the B site, it is open. Smokes will be your friend when you're on the attack, because if those smokes aren't there, you got to be aware of the defenders to pull out a sniper down Boulevard, down towards the dock side, and it could be hunting for some heads, for some opening first bloods. You don't want to give that up early, especially on a map like Berlin, which is so big. You don't want to go down a player so early, so you have to watch out for those snipers, and that's where counterplay comes in.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not too sure if we'll actually even see smokes, because I do believe it got added to the GA list recently. But you know what? We are playing at the collegiate level, so
guys.
I mean, yeah, you never know. We might end up seeing smokes come in, but I know a lot of players were complaining about the smokes being kind of one way still, so they kind of GA'd them out once again. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we might get some sniper counters from those smokes coming in. You hope to see it. But I know that some players, they do like to try to abuse the way that the smokes work, and some players don't like it. So we'll see what happens coming into this. But snipers, though, we get the snipers back. Yeah. We get and this is a great map to use snipers. If you want to use the sniper over the middle of the map, it's a great spot to use it. And if you want to use the snipers kind of on the B side, on the dock side of the map, either on offense or on defense, that's where you will really see the sniper shine. But the issue when you pull out the sniper is when you hit the later round, hit towards the later halves of the rounds, and you're stuck with either a pistol in your hand or you need to make a play with that sniper. Once you get caught out by yourself in like 1v3, 1v2 situations, that's when the sniper can really become a hindrance. So we'll have to see how these players bounce off of each other, choosing whether or not they even want to use a sniper here in this.
And you got to be careful. It's like a gamble, Jesse, because if you bring out that sniper and a team goes to A, you're not really going to be able to put that sniper to use. Very rarely you will see people get that sniper actually put to use towards the A site. You know, so maybe somebody gets a little bit over aggressive. The sniper can find a headshot inside the offices, but it's hard. It's hard to find it, especially if you're tucked away in a 1v3. We're taking a bomb site indeed. So you might want to see it. You might not want to see it. I know the automaton is going to be just as friendly as that sniper when it comes to those long-range battles. So let's see what we got. Drury gets smoked in the hard point. They need to look to bring it back here once more. It does look like our names are going to be flipped around. So still, blue side is going to be the ICC, and the red side is going to be Drury. ICC on the attack.
ICC want to head over towards this A site, exactly where we thought they were going to bring this bomb right off the bat. Big head will end up falling to meathead, so we'll have the battle of the heads going throughout onto that A site. But it does look like ICC has been able to come away with the majority of the kills over on this A site. Bomb should go down in a 1v3 situation now for EJ. He's going to have 45 seconds to find all 3 kills and get this bomb to be a very tough task.
Through the window. I don't know if he even spotted EJ. A couple shots, now he knows. EJ is going to be there. Here comes the comms for ICC to collapse. EJ just playing his life back here, trying to help somebody. Gives it up. There it is. EJ, this STG is good for Alessio.
He's got an STG.
He does have an STG. We don't get to see this very often either, so we're seeing if Jury can make this work here. 17 seconds for EJ to get onto this. 7.5 for the retake, but Big Head says no can do. You're not coming into this office. ICC open up with round 1.
And I would imagine with EJ running that STG, it's more of a longer range gun than what you would get from the automaton. So it's a little bit harder to win gunfights up close with that STG against things to the like of the MP40, which has an extremely fast fire rate. That's why you see a lot of players choosing the automaton over the STG. But EJ, he wants to go against the grain. He's going to run that STG. It looks like he's going to keep it out here as well. So we'll see how that works for him. I expect him to be taking a lot of longer range engagements, trying to really kind of battle against those automatons in hopes that through the Windows gunfights with just having that out. And the bomb heading over towards the safe side. There is a player here in Careless, and if he gets into the right corner here, he can absolutely shut this whole push down here from the likes of Drury.
I don't think EJ saw him. So Careless is in there undetected. Look at Alessio flying in the back line, making so much noise. Meathead knows.
Alessio
can't
felt
slip
no
guys
ways.
like that. Big Head now trying to get aggressive. EJ for the trade. They know Careless is on the inside as well. Shot there from the SDG. Careless, you better be careful. 65 HP. Looks like Nate's getting cooked. Back. Careless still alive. Sun's getting through. No follow-up whatsoever. Careless just finessing his lines right now. Jacer above. Answers back with a sniper. Even 2v2 now. Bomb still is yet to make a move.
All the sniper difference. And now I feel like if you're Drury and you know that bomb is there or that sniper's there, you don't try to make that cross again. But unfortunately, Careless gets aggressive, gets that bomb down. Gonna leave Taco Mac by himself, and Careless will pick up the final 2, close the round out, and ICC take a 2-0 lead here.
I mean, that was such a head split. Careless on the inside. EJ spotted him. I would have loved to see EJ notice that sniper's down range. You can see the glare, put some shots in there, have a player take the gunfight to Careless, just flood on in there, take them down, get that bomb planted, and then you're going to force ICC on the retake. But instead, they just allow Jazer to just sit there pretty, find that kill onto EJ, and puts ICC in such a good spot.
Yeah, they really do. ICC has looked fantastic through these first 2 rounds. I mean, it got a little shaky towards the back half of that round, but the sniper difference came out with Jazer when he was able to find that. And you can see a big adjustment, though, coming in from Drury here. They're actually going to stack 3 players inside of offices, but it just does not work. Taco Mac all by himself here inside the office now. And once again, you're going to leave EJ all by himself, STG in hand, needing to go into a 1v4.
Oh, hit marker. Pistols out.
Oh,
EJ,
no!
And he's gone.
Oh, no. EJ, you can't let that happen, man. You got the better gun.
You said that you can bully the A side, and the champs, they are bullying right now. You just get in there, they find the kills, they get the bomb down, and Jay Cirque in the middle of the map lands the snipe. Pistol's gonna be out. EJ gets finesse. So 3 quick rounds from ICC. Drury still have not really shown themselves in this series against the previous champs, and I mean, it is a tough feat to go up against. ICC have not let them in.
And I think right now, if you're Drury and you're on defense, I think you don't go and stack all your players inside A. I think you play for a retake next time on A. But it looks like they want to get aggressive themselves towards this A site. Big win for AJ outside the site, so they can now have the numbers. They can try to bully their way into their site by themselves. But Alessio is still inside that site, and you've got Careless on the flank.
Careless is here. Nobody knows. Peekaboo. Speedhead's gone. Opening first blood as well. You see Dead Silence gets popped by Takumak, trying to finesse his way in behind Careless, and he does. Out the doors! Roberts is ready for it. Bomb's still alive. Now Evans is up. Pulls the numbers to Drury. As the early blood did come from them as well. Alessio inside this office, surrounded right now by Sharks from Drury University. And Jzerk in a sniper. You do not want to be in a 1v3, so Alessio needs to go big.
He might just catch a timing here onto AJ if AJ crosses out at the wrong times. And Alessio breaking that door, you would expect that Taco Mac heard that inside of the site. But they are so scared right now of these ICC players. They don't even want to try to get this bomb down. Alessio just got so much information as well. He saw two players. He can break this glass window, takes the one-on-one, wins the gunfight, gets out with his life as well. That's huge. Leaves us in a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2 with no time. Alessio just needs to set live right now because Drury can't plant. Finesses his life. Takumac's gonna drop an ICC. They stay flawless so far. And Jzerk just waiting as pretty as ever. He's gonna find the snipe in behind just to put the last nail in the coffin for the round. 4 rounds in a row. Man, these champs, they just don't want to give anything up.
No, and Jzerk is feeling so good with the sniper right now. Even in the last round, he hit a quick scope, then changed to the pistol to close it out, even when he got that hit marker. And now this is where I need to see an adjustment, though, coming in from Drury. I mean, like, yes, you're kind of getting it handed to you right now from ICC. You know, they're the defending champs. That's no excuse, though. You need to be making those mid-game adjustments. And when you see how often ICC has hit towards this A site and how badly you've been bullied inside the site, at some point you need to just say, hey, you know what? Instead of hitting towards the site, let's just make a different play here. Try to cross it. He's going to get set-nated right off the rip, down to 20 HP, just completely back up. And this should give a complete open bomb site now for Careless to be able to get this bomb down at B.
Look at where Drury are. All the way deep back at the A site. The EJ is giving them the info, but they have not moved. Alessio now going to run right into the SCG.
Alessio's feeling a little confident.
Yeah, Alessio wanted it. He wanted a little bit too much. Big Head, up top third, has a lot of information throughout this map. There is a flank coming through. Player number 8, AJM Roberts. You have to keep him on your mind because he could be the difference maker for this round. Time against them. 30 seconds to make this play right now for Drury. Roberts is going to be the one to open this one up, and the rest of the team, they need to follow through in time. Burst through the doors. Careless doesn't hear it. Roberts shuts him down now. Big Head, 1v3. To make it happen, EJ's going to hop on the defuse and has the teammates to watch over him. Can he get there in time? Through the window, we can't see him in the defuse from EJ. It's going to come through, and Drury's going to get there first.
Yeah, just not enough time to get all the way across the map and be able to shut that down inside of the little shed, stop that bomb going and being diffused inside of the B site. Unfortunate situations there for the former champs, but you know what? I think they'll understand from that round what they did wrong, and you know what? They definitely could have held that bomb a little bit easier if Alessio doesn't push out right off the start of that round. It opens so much up on the dock side of the map. So you know, a little bit of a misplay from our former champs, but it's all good as they look to continue on here. Back onto offense now for Drury. And it looks like, again, they want to target this B site, but Careless has gotten, again, into a very peculiar situation, into a very good spot here to be able to shut any push down, and you've got Alessio coming behind on the flank.
I didn't get spotted as well. I thought he was sneaky enough to make something happen, but ICC, they are too clever. They're too clever, Jesse. 5-1. They're on map point, looking to go 2-0 now in the series. And it's just been fantastic out of them. Yeah, they have a little bit of a hiccup last round, but I think they were just going to really hurt themselves. I think it was just a little bit of a stumble, and they're immediately back on their feet. So 5-1, ICC. They're looking to put away Berlin. They're looking to go up 2-0 in the series. And Drury now, they have to pull up perfect search and destroy to pull this one back.
It's going to be 5 straight rounds from Drury, but they just got to start one round at a time. Go back to their strat from the round from a couple rounds previous. They're going to stack 3 players inside the A, inside and around the A site. A big one-on-one to the outside. And of course,
Oh.
it's ICC once again coming away with the first and second blood, and it's going to leave Taco Mac and EJ all by themselves once again here.
Oh!
And that's just the round. ICC is just too good.
What was that? Drury didn't have a chance. They got smoked around the pillars. I mean, Careless finessing himself just left, right, and center, dancing with the team, with Drury. And then Big at that, I mean, gets slid on, and he airs it from the top ropes, spins on him, turns on him, and burns on him. Two players, 9 kills in that game for ICC. Wasn't a one-man show. I mean, there's a reason these are the champs. There's a reason these are the kings, because they sit on top right now of the Starleague. They sit on top for Call of Duty Varsity inside this section, and I mean, they're looking to stay there. They don't want to move.
Yeah, it's looking very possibly like this team is going to come out and get a nice hot 3-0 off the start. And I mean, after a 250-37 win to start us off, then a 6-1 on the Search and Destroy, we had to Control, which was a mode where they finished 10-1 last season as well. This team, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with all season long. Drury's finding it out the hard way off the start of this game here.
Yeah.
And the worst part is for Drury, I think, is the fact that we're heading towards Control, which on offense, if they're the team that ends up getting 2 offenses off the start here, it is going to be very, very rough for this team, because offense is so tough to win in Vanguard on in the mode Control, because you can get to the A site, and it's a little bit easier to get the A site done because you spawn closer to it, especially on Tuscan like we're going to. But that B site, man, that B site is such a pain to be able to break into.
Well, I mean, you talk about in the past, like for teams through Vanguard and the way that they break the site, it's through slaying. You know, can you find that simple 4 down, perfect 4 down to get into that hill uncontested? And right now for ICC, what we saw in that hard point, I mean, I think that's a big yes. And Gavatu, it's a little bit harder than Tuscan to attack. I mean, Tuscan B site is hard to attack, but Gavatu, both sites are hard to attack. So you're going to need to watch out for these teams to get a flawless 4 down, just to step up to one of those hills. Not even cap that. They're going to need to take down a whole lot more just to cap that. But when you're looking at ICC, they just might be the team that takes these attacking rounds. I mean, the way they look around Drury, the way that they're slaying out, they look so comfortable on the map.
And the way to take it on offense is to be very good at slaying, to be able to drop not one set of kills, but you basically need a set of kills to break into the hill, and then you need a set of kills to set up the spawn trap to get the defense into a very rough spot. You need to set a player up on the back tanks inside of the defensive spawn. What that does is will force the rest of the opposing team and the defense to spawn up at the top of church, and it is so hard once you're spawning up there to be able to find any hole to get inside of it, because of all the head glitches that you can play on, all the different spots that you can play as the offense. And realistically, as the offense, once you get inside of that spawn trap, you set one player up inside of the hill, you set the rest 3 just in and around. A player falls, you set up and you rotate off, and it is very tough to get into that spawn trap, but it's also, once you get it, it is so hard to break it.
Oh, 100%. And I know we're kind of like talking about ICC here like they've already won, but I mean, you look at the past in this one, and Drury, if they were going to walk away with this, it's got to be a reverse sweep against the Kings, and it has to be a level that we just haven't seen them hit into the series just yet, just to find one map, let alone 3 maps in a row. So it's going to be hard for Drury University. It's doable. It's possible. I've seen crazier things happen. But with the way ICC is playing right now, there's a lot of doubt in our mind that it is going to happen today. Now, for the better part, that this is going to be good experience going up against the #1 team for you to look back and improve on for most weeks. It's only week 1, or well, week 2 of this series, of this league. So you have a lot of room to improve, and you have a lot of room to evolve, and this is going to be a really good team to watch if you want to be the best.
And not only is it going to be kind of like a good learning experience, like you're saying, but it's also a great chance for Drury to go back, because they can go back and they can watch all these games back on the broadcast and kind of go through, just kind of VOD review where things went wrong, what ICC was doing right on the maps as well. You are a brand new team this season to the Call of Duty Varsity League. So, you know what, if they can make their way back into it this season, that's when you're going to start to see this team really turn things around. EJ will find a first blood right off the rip, but it's an instant push from ICC over towards this east site. And for some reason, I don't know why, I thought we were going to Tuscan for game 3. It was very clearly Gabutu written inside of our sheets here. So we'll see them going straight towards the harder site right off the rip.
You're just trying to wish it into existence. I know you are. But anyways, as ICC off to this strong attack towards B. They get a tick underway, half of the second one as well. Careless looking to find his way on in as well. Steps onto the point, stops the clock at 3. There's a player from ICC as well lurking towards the A side, so they're looking to get both under control right off the rip. And ICC, they're slaying out, they're finding the time, they're doing everything that they need to right now. And Drury having trouble just going toe-to-toe with Careless on the inside on the corner row. He gets that glide bomb. Shots are going to ring out. Is going to test on the inside. MP40 in the back pocket, and there it is. He's going to get the glide bomb just like that. And he's going to lock down the B side. So add another minute onto the clock. They got 2 minutes and 3 seconds to take this B site and a whole lot of lives.
ICC's making us look like liars right now. We see the B site is harder to get, and they get it done so easily right off the rip. Already a 5-life lead here for Independence Community College. They're trying to fight their way back in right now. It's just not looking too hot off the start.
Three down again.
Everybody's spawning so far away for Drury right now, too.
They're spawning all the way deep back past office. Taco Max on the inside. Where this one pushed up for Drury, a 7-life disadvantage. Make it 8-life disadvantage. Nobody on ICC collecting time right now. They want to slay out once more. They know they have to take down another player before they hop into this, and they know they got to make it look good. So there it is. They take a couple more down. Time still going the way. No, it's going to be stopped right now. Minute 28. A-site getting captured as well. Careless on full streaks, looking to cut off these rotations, spawn these players deep past this building, so they have to funnel in one by one just to step onto the point. And ICC, it is a field day right now on Gabba 2.
It really is. It looks like right now they're just kind of stat padding as well. They're not even worried about finishing off this hill. They will finish it off, but only 2 lives left for Drury throughout that round. It kind of felt like a team deathmatch towards the end of that one because ICC wasn't even fully playing the point. They were just pushing off, trying to kill all the players coming off spawn. And you know what? That can really, really work well for you inside of offense on this game if you can get your teams in the right spawn traps. And now, I think the thing we need to watch for here, Drury clearly in this series, they've had a rough time slaying the potential of ICC. I think it's fair to say that. And when you're looking at this on this side of the map, Drury needs to make sure they don't get put back into the back spawn trap because it's a very similar spawn trap to what we see in Gabutu and Hardstone on that top kind of radar station hill. The situation is when you die, you lose all your players off spawn here. If you let ICC push forward, and it's exactly what we're seeing right now, is there's only one player left. If ICC is able to push forward now and get you into this back spawn trap, they're just going to have a field day with you.
Fearless is on 12 in a row. 12 in a row, guys. Oh, I just cast a curse. He dropped. Anyways, good. That's a good set of kills though for Drury. They're going to get onto this A side, stop the clock in a minute. One, Alessio up top is going to burn out one of those players. It's Robert. Still no time for the squad. Alessio making quick work of the deck. The LST ship is going to get all 3 players that were on there back to spawn. Trying to fight their way into one of these hills. 45 seconds to make something happen here if you're Drury. They aren't finding a flurry of kills. They are finding some semblance of control into the round. They just need to get onto the side. Big Ed says no. Shuts the door. Got the road now. Up to the EJ. Got the A side. Good shots on the 2, but Alessio's here to clean things up once more. 32 seconds, Jesse.
Oh, and here it is. This is when things can get really, really rough. Alessio sitting up in the top of the boat. And this spot is just so annoying. You need to get him cleared out of here as quickly as possible because there's so much cover up here for him to just continuously fall around. Now on 8 in a row for himself here. And the spree, it should continue as long as these Drury players keep coming off spawn and keep having to push towards this way. And it actually looks like AJ is going to make the full wrap over towards this B site, try to stop the clock on 9.3 and get as much time as he can. But streaks should rein in. I'd be surprised if we don't see either the streaks or ICC fighting by the end of this round.
Clock is stopped at 9. Jason's to find Roberts. Last chance for Drury to find something here.
He's still in the
A-side's getting
nest.
captured. Meathead on the side. Here comes to the top rope. Alessio has some help. Big Head for the swing. The trade's going to be out. Roberts on the inside. Stops the clock once more. Keeping this thing going here in another round. Roberts is going to drop 5 lives left for Drury. Big Head shutting down those respawns, cutting off the rotations as well. EJ on the inside has the SAG, but can't win out onto that fight for Careless. ICC, they take round 2, and now they are on series point.
Yeah, 1 round away from an extremely dominant first series here for our defending champions in Independence Community College. 250 to 37 on the first hard point, 6-1 on the search and destroy, looking flawless here so far in the Gabutu control. So many streaks to work with. I mean, this, I'd be very, very surprised here, Colin, if we don't see them put this one away with all the streaks in pocket and all the control that they have to be able to start to close this one out. Careless not able to find the first blood, but he's got Jzerk right beside him, able to finish off the player down in West Beach. And it looks like once again we're going to see this ICC team try to hit over towards this B site right off the rip once again.
Gonna hold on to artillery, pulling some eyes from Jury out. Roberts looking to make the heads up over extension for Jury to cut off some rotations, but it's not happening. His players are falling. His players are falling as well. Gets up to the hill. He's gonna fall as well. It's a full 4 down. Get 5 down in a row. Now 6. Still counting up those numbers. ICC have only lost 1 into the round. Jzerk spotting them and shutting things down early. Still has plenty of streaks for ICC, so things are looking to get out of hand now to shut us down in a 3-0 fashion. Close to this A site right now. ICC are looking to push another minute onto the clock. They're looking to end this.
One of the biggest issues for Jury right now is they just keep letting players get up into the top of LST ship and getting players into that Eagle's Nest spot where you can watch over absolutely everything on the map. And when you have Careless and you have the players like him and Alessio, even Big Head at times when he runs an AR, when you get them up in that spot, man, it is so impossible to get you out of that spot. Automaton is going to reign supreme. They get the A site finished off. Extra minute on the clock now. They've got the 10 life lead and now heading over towards this B site. They get a full wipe as well. And with where Jzerk's position, you're going to see Drury start to spawn out towards the bottom of docks. And this is going to put them in a terrible spot trying to retake this map.
Yeah, Drury's in the barrel right now. Minute 46. Plenty of time to work with, and they're just trying to fight outside of their spawn. Big Cat around the back, covering all angles through the beach. Forming out here, but they just cannot take out Big Head on the inside. Finally, Meathead is going to find this. This is where the streaks come on in. Hunting things down, flushing these players out. Jzerk's got one as well. Don't forget, I know you guys can hide, I know you can run, but ICC, they're going to find you. Oh, Big Head. Come on. Come on, man.
Poor Meathead, though, man. He dodges one streak, gets the second one called in on him. Now a third one coming down, and then it finds Meathead again. Oh my god, he's getting hunted by Glide Bomb after Glide Bomb. He's going to fall asleep tonight thinking of Glide Bombs dropping on his head. It is going to be the absolute worst nightmares of his life because he's going to have to revision this series where they are just being absolutely smoked by Independence Community College. 22 to 2 in lives left remaining here. Jzerk's trying to call in a shooty pilot. It just does not matter. ICC, they should close this out. Only 2 lives left. And oh man, Colin, the champs have come back to the Call of Duty Varsity League one more time for this season, and they're reminding us once again why they are the defending champions. A 3-0 here, a 3-0 in the series, domination from start to finish.
Yeah, they're sitting up top, and they are floating right now with that one. I mean, you saw Jason in there. He's trying to drop that strafing run right on his teammate. Just to have a couple laughs at the end of it. So, a big shout out to ICC. I mean, I see you guys just got better over the break, and now coming into the 2022 year, you guys looking to go back to back. I mean, so far it looks like you guys have found nothing but improvements and adjustments to just become an even more dominant squad. And Careless coming into the roster, I mean, I knew he was going to be good. I mean, we talked about it in the green room that you've seen him in past leagues, you've seen him outside of collegiate level, and he's a good player. Well, forming into this ICC roster, it looks like he fits like a glove.
Yeah, him and Jzerk, they have been running together through amateur brackets, through amateur tournaments for a long, long time. And it's just so great to get to see them both now playing together at the highest level in collegiate Call of Duty. And I mean, yeah, you go up against a brand new team like Drury. Well, welcome to the league, first and foremost, from Independence Community College. This is what you're going to get when you go up against the top level competitions within collegiate Call of Duty. And it is a very, very tough situation to be in here for Drury. And you know what? There were definitely flashes of brilliance. I thought EJ played very well for this team, but they're going to need to go back to the drawing board. You need to start to figure some things out here. Probably scrim a little bit more. It is still just the start of the season, so lots of room and lots of time for improvement for this Drury University roster.
And you know, you just got your scariest match out of the way, so you can look back at it and you can improve off of it. I mean, there's plenty of learning experience to be had when you're going up against the #1 team. If there's anybody you want to watch and everybody you want to improve off of, it is the #1 team. So why not? If you want to chase greatness, you got to beat greatness. So that's the story for these teams. If they can take down ICC, And they're going to be looking pretty good for the rest of this Call of Duty Varsity League, Jesse. But, I mean, that was not a lot to talk about for ICC in terms of close, but in terms of trying to make a statement, returning to the league, they made a big statement.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did. And I think a big thing that we can actually kind of bring up and talk about here as well for Independence Community College is the division that they're in right now for this Central Conference, because it's not going to be the easiest conference for them in terms of who they need to go up against, because it's not going to be the toughest competition, I should say, in the world. Looking at the overall league and the overall kind of conference that they're in, they have Ole Miss. I'm not too sure how they look coming into it, but they're sitting at 1-0 right now. You've got UT Call of Duty coming in also at 1-0, the Longhorns. And I mean, both teams have looked decent so far throughout the collegiate year. But I mean, you've got the NSU Demons starting at 0-1, UAH starting at 0-1, UNT Dallas 0-1, and now Drury also starting now at 0-2. It's a scary sight to think that ICC might not face a super tough amount of competition until they really get towards the playoffs. So this league right now for ICC, it's their world, and we're just living in it at the moment. And the Central Conference, I would be very, very surprised if we don't see ICC come out and dominate. Maybe St. Mary might be able to have something to say about it. We've seen them last year. They look stronger and stronger as the season went along. But, Seeker's got some tricks up his sleeve. He's got those notes going down on the board.
He's got the board, the whiteboard behind him.
Yeah, and he's going to be training those players to come for this ICC's team. So, we'll just have to wait and see as the year goes along.
We are going to have to wait and see as the years go on. I think I'm interested to see how this whole, division kind of wraps out into the end thing as these teams evolve. I know towards the end of last year, Alabama Huntsville, they did have a high record, but they didn't make the flashiest move into the conference play. And same with St. Mary's University, Seeker. They've had a little bit of a issue as well in the start of this collegiate year. So that's going to be hard to overcome. They are going to have to, once again, start from the beginning and improve once more. So you're going to have to see how that all comes up, Jesse, and how everything forms into this one. But, a big thing that I'm excited for today is that we're not just seeing the Central Division. We're going to be seeing multiple divisions throughout this day. So we get a little bit of a taste of everything and a little bit of taste how all these teams are forming across the board, and gives us a little bit of a grasp on what we're going to get for the rest of the year.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. We do get to see 4 different divisions today. Obviously, we just started off with Central. We go to Southeast next for 2 teams that we saw from last season as well, in the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, going up against Midway University once we get there. And then I'm excited to see the Fansaw versus Carleton match as well as our match 3. That one should be a really good one coming out of the Northeast Conference. And then the very final match of the day, I'm very excited to see. I love that University of Oregon roster. I think they're going to be a fun one to watch. And they're going up against University of San Antonio, who we also saw last season quite a bit on stream here, so it'd be fun to see how they have improved going into the Vanguard season.
I think that one thing I'm looking forward to about that Fanshawe Carleton match is that it's Canadian. They're 2 Canadian.
It is true, so. and you got 2 Canadian.
You got casters. 2 Canadian casters right here.
We know people love to do that to us, where they just give us the double Canadian teams. They're like, hey, you know what? You guys are Canadian. You guys get this match. You guys go handle that one. But obviously, me and you do most of the matches here in the Collegiate Call of Duty League, but. So it's been
it's one of those things that I don't think either of us have seen Fanshawe Carleton yet. And Carleton, they had a good year in Cold War with 47,
but he's not there anymore.
I don't think 47's there anymore. So I'm interested to see what these rosters do look like, folks, and I'm interested to see what they do have. We are trying to get this interview into it. Jay-Zerk's going to be joining us onto the desk. We're just trying to get things situated in the back end. And once he is going to join us. The Kings, they can earn their leisurely time and take their time to get in.
We love a good Jay-Zerk interview.
Yeah, we do. So, in turn, we are going to introduce them as for the interview. But we're looking at LLS to start this one off, because LLS making an impact once more in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. When Tobin was 3.5, his nagging arm and leg pain and regular fevers were not chalked up as blood cancer symptoms. It wasn't until his 4-year checkup that Tobin's doctor referred the family to a specialist. Tobin and his family would soon walk into a cancer center and have everything in their lives change. Many tests later, it was confirmed that Tobin had leukemia and began their new reality. New medications, new side effects, new schedules, in and out of hospitals and clinics, rearranging the family home and work schedules. Every day was a marathon. For Tobin, his parents, and 2 brothers, this was an intense and scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with their blood cancer community and witness survival stories helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark in December. He is now 9 years old, loves the game with Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite being his favorites, and aspires to be a YouTuber when he grows up. Alongside alongside hero Tobin, we recognize the LLS hero of the game who represents the player that made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's hero of the game is Jzerk. So we're going to welcome Jzerk onto the desk. I mean, you guys just came off quite the year last year, and it looks like you're back into form. Congrats.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I'm going to ask right away because you do have Careless into the roster and you're making changes for your team. How are things feeling, into this one with that change? I mean, it looks okay on our end, but how are you guys feeling for the year?
Yeah, we're feeling really excited and we're just feeling great. We've been playing really well as a team, especially Careless. I used to team with him like all last year for challengers, so it's pretty exciting to add him to our roster that we did really well with last year too. So.
Yeah, I was super excited when I saw Careless come into this roster playing with you because I remember casting you guys a few times through a couple different amateur leagues last year that you guys were in playing together. And I was just like, oh man, because I just know that you and Careless were going to come through and just start running it up through the college collegiate levels. And it's honestly great to see you guys back in a duo, back playing again. And you guys obviously have Big Head on the roster as well. And honestly, you guys have just been tearing it up so far this season. Is there any teams that within the Call of Duty Varsity League or any other leagues in general that you guys are kind of like looking forward to playing up against, or that you guys think are actually going to give you guys like a really tough time this season?
Well, so far we played that UGC tournament last weekend, and we lost to Northwood 3-0. We had a really close hard point, but the other two maps we were frustrated, and they're going to be a really good opponent the rest of the year. And Bay State will be interesting as well too because we haven't played them at all. So, and Ottawa will always be a close one. We won that 3-1 when we played them in the UGC tournament, but we're always going to have close games with them, I assume, whichever way the apple falls off the tree.
Right. And honestly, from where I'm sitting, you guys are just going to get better as this year goes along. So I expect to see by the end of the season, I better see it come along. You guys versus Northwood. I want to see you guys come and take a couple maps off them by the time we get there.
Yeah, I would love to come in and win that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of jumped the gun on that one, but it kind of brings up like a story of growth for you guys as well. I mean, like you guys want to play Northwood, looking to beat them next time around, and along with those games. Other than going back to back, I mean, are there any goals for your team this year that you guys are trying to acquire?
Honestly, going back to back would be great. Just improving week in and week out. Just getting one step closer to being the best team in the CCL. That's really what it's all about.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get better than that.
It really doesn't.
at all. You just want to be the best, and it honestly props for striving for that one as well. But I mean, Jzerk, you guys looked good today. I don't have many questions to ask other than like you guys just more of a statement. You guys just look like the king still.
I appreciate that so much, and thank you guys for doing an amazing job casting over us.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. I'm gonna let you go though. Celebrate the win for the night. Talk to your team. Talk about maybe anything you guys want to improve on. But thank you for coming in for the interview. Thanks for hashing it out, and I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
Jesse, I mean, they come in and he's all smiles. He's all smiles.
I mean, I would be too. You just you 50-point club the team, you beat them 6-1, and then you beat them 3-0. I would be walking away all smiles, saying maybe some goals for the future. Maybe you try to 25-point club them the next time through. But you know what? We'll get there when we get there. I honestly don't doubt that they could do it with this ICC team. They're absolutely ridiculous.
No. And he makes a good point. Like there's plenty of teams to look out for. I mean, Bay State beginning. I mean, the number one team right now in CCL. They're looking to be the team to beat in general. But you got Ottawa Braves. You got Northwood. I mean,
is disgusting too.
St.
Clair's still as well.
Big rosters.
Yep, so many good teams, and like St. Clair, who they beat last year, is still here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. They beat them in the finals last season, and you never know, they might just make their way back through, and they might want some revenge on ICC as well. It's not going to be the easiest run once we get to the playoffs, but I honestly think that this Central Division, this should be their division to run for now.
Well, folks, while we get ready for a match number 2 between UNCW and Midway, we're going to cut to a break. And when we return, we got more Call of Duty Varsity League just for your entertainment. So we'll see you in a bit. Folks, welcome back to your Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz and Jesse. We are in for our second match of the day. Before we highlight them, though, let's talk about that recap for match number 1 because, I mean, the Kings, they return, and they return with a triumphant victory, a 3-0 stomp. You heard it from Jay Zirk. I mean, it's all vibes over there. He was all smiles after that one. They looked good. They looked cool. And honestly, I'm excited to see that team evolve over the rest of the semester.
Yeah, me as well. You can call them the Kings, you can call them the Pirates, you can call them Independence Community College, whatever you want to call them. Just call them the champions, the former champs, because they were absolutely disgusting. They came out and they showed us exactly why. Just a quick recap from that series, though, was a Tuscan hardpoint. They won 250-37. Berlin Search and Destroy 6-1, and then obviously a Gavutu control to close it out, a hot 3-0 in all 3 games, and they looked like they were going to be a force to be reckoned with this season come inside of that Central Division.
They definitely look like it. But that brings us to our match number 2 now. University of North Carolina, Wilmington, the Seahawks going up against Midway University. Let's take a look at this head-to-head, but because both of these teams returning from last year, and honestly, they are returning and looking for vengeance. They fell a little bit short, so hopefully looking to pull things back this time around.
And actually, UNC Wilmington coming back with the exact same roster from last season: Alpha, D-Tatty, Percy, and Fatality. And actually, sorry, Fatality might not be the exact same. I'm a liar. I think Sweets was in their roster last year, but Fatality now joining the roster for UNC Wilmington. So much of the same. And then when you're looking across the screen and you're looking at E-Man, D-Nazi, Audit, and I mean, this Midway University team is very, very good. And Iceman, obviously, as their 4th. And I mean, they had a rough season last season for themselves, and honestly, this is very much so a similar roster as well. I believe the only change is Krebs is out now for E-Man, who is their new 4th coming in for this Midway University roster. But both teams starting off last week with good wins. UNCW took on Barton. It was a 3-0 for themselves. And then obviously Midway University started off 1-0. It was a 3-1 victory over Full Sail Armada, who historically has been a very good team within collegiate Call of Duty. So this Midway roster, I mean, maybe this roster change has upped them to that next level we've been waiting to see.
Hopefully it does as well. But Jesse, I mean, that brings us now to the map set for this one, because we talked about things that need to improve for Midway University. It's the search and destroys. Honestly, and you're looking at that 4th player coming in to maybe change that up. But let's take a look at those maps. Let's take a look at what we have for this series. So why don't you run us through what do we have here?
Yeah, and so the maps are going to have Bacage, triple dose of Tuscan for maps 2, 3, and 4. And then for map 5, we have Desert Siege. And I'm really excited if we end up getting towards that map 5. I haven't gotten the opportunity to cast over a Desert Siege yet. Watched a lot of it in terms of CDL action over the last couple of weeks, but I haven't gotten to cast that match yet. So I'm hoping we get that Desert Siege Search and Destroy. We hopefully get that full game 5, because that last series was so quick. We deserve a long one here for ourselves. And I mean, you're not wrong at all. When you look at these two teams and you're really looking at where you think some of these teams need to improve upon, Midway University last season 2-7 in Search and Destroy through their 9 games, and absolutely that needs to be their focal point. You need to improve on S&D. You can't be walking around going 2-7 in that mode, because S&D is what wins you championships. You hear it all the time. It's more prevalent now than ever. You saw it last year in so many different leagues. ICC just in that last tournament, they look so good in Search and Destroy. That's why that team constantly is doing so well. Now on the flip side, though, not only do you want to win those Search and Destroys, but Hardpoint is going to be such a hard thing to take off University of North Carolina Wilmington. They went 12-1 in Hardpoint last season throughout the regular season for NACE.
That's wild.
And so for them to come into this one, they need to absolutely, if you're Midway, Search and Destroy needs to be what you go for here, because Hardpoint is going to be so tough to win.
And with Control coming in, that might be where you're able to sneak away a respawn from this Wilmington squad, because, yeah, I mean, their Hardpoint's nasty. Honestly, it looks next level sometimes for North Carolina Wilmington, but I think the Seahawks are going to be an interesting factor as well, because, I mean, we're highlighting from their point of view that they are back for vengeance. They barely miss out on playoffs last year. They barely lose out, again, losing to Tennessee Knoxville, a team that they lost to in the regular season. So keeping up with that pattern last year, but now coming in with a brand new 4th, maybe this is what they were looking for to push themselves over the edge.
Yeah, it might just be that one player that they needed to really kind of elevate them, like you were saying. And I love the point that you brought up where they're looking for vengeance, because they absolutely are. They finished 3rd last season within this Southeast division, and the issue was for them was the only 2 teams that they lost to were the top 2 teams in the division: University of Central Florida, who finished 9-0, and University of Tennessee Knoxville, who finished 8-1. And I think that Tennessee Knoxville is in this division again this season. I'm not 100% on that. Let me go take a look really quickly. It is the Southeast Division. And no, but they still do have a very, very tough division, though. You've got Midway, who is looking good so far off the start. You've got Chattanooga, who has Red Chase on that roster now, so you know that they're looking very good. And Click, so you know that roster is looking really good. UCF Knights again, who went 9-0 last season. They're actually 1-1 though. They fell today earlier on, and then you've got the Barry Bucks, who are also sitting at 1-1. I wonder who they lost to, because that is another team who inside other leagues has been looking very strong off the start of the season. So you know what, a very tough division here in the Southeast. This might be the hardest division to get out of this season.
I mean, it looks like one of the hardest divisions as well. We've seen them for a lot. We've seen them a lot over in the CCL. We see them in collegiate for the past, and the present's just looking like the competition is even higher. But let's hop into it. We're going Balkosh map number 1. Let's head to the cage and see a bit of rage here. Fatality. Duke get on the block on screen for North Carolina. Look to hunt somebody down top. Karn knows what's on his mind. Nazi trying to stay alive, but a lot of players are falling, and this is a good time early from University of North Carolina.
Yeah, get ready to see a whole lot of engagements here, and probably 3, maybe even 4 submachine guns out for some of these gunfights. But this is a dominating start here for UNCW. I mean, they've got the perfect spawn trap locked in right now against Midway. You've got them exactly where you want them. Midway, they'll be able to win a few gunfights now. Actually, that's 4 down in a row, so they can start to push out and try to make their way over towards the top left-hand side of the map. They want to try to break these spawns for the new hill, for this Tanks Hill. But UNCW, they are not going away without a fight. They do not want to give up those spawns either.
Nazi, awkward. Alpha on the cross, lines up 2. Midway into the break over the side. Fatality from above, good for 1 more. Last player far is going to be on it, but he falls from Percy. So rotation right now good for Wilmington. We're even after 1 hill. Still a lot of time to be gained throughout this, and a lot of matches to be had. And honestly, it's not really going to be the rotations that are on my mind. It's going to be what we get out of the break. So looking at Midway to see how their break is. On it finds 2, looking for a 3rd in the back, and he does it all himself.
He does, but UNCW, they're still in favor of those close spawns, so the reinforcements, they should be able to come in very, very quickly. Taddy checking the best spot. Does not find anybody there, so that gives Midway another big advantage, because they were just not expecting it if you're UNCW here. And with the remaining time on this clock and only 20 seconds left, if you're UNCW, you maybe send 1 or 2 more players here, but you don't want to attack this too hard, because you don't want these spawns to flip out, so you can hold on to the right-hand spawns as we head over to Grandma's house for the next hill.
Hope the cookies are ready and you can smell them. Midway on the chase. Alpha's going to shut him down on it for the break in the back. Again, another 2 to open things up for Midway. Percy's still alive back here. Might be able to draw some spawns for Wilmington if they have it. Good set of kills right now from Audit. Now 4 in a row. Playing for that shriek through the wall. Fatality going to walk into E-Man. Tagged up. The break from Wilmington still comes. Alpha finds E-Man on the inside. Midway still surrounding this. We're going to get back into this hill. Alpha shut him down. Fatality took down Audit before those shrieks can come through. So no shrieks from Midway just yet. And Wilmington are about to flip the lead once more.
Yeah, and this is perfect for Wilmington right now, because you can just keep these players off the hill, keep checking where they are. Audit tries to make a big play, but that's 4 down for Midway. The spawns do flip out, and that's actually perfect timing once again for UNCW, doing a great job of flipping spawns when they want them to be flipped, because now as we head towards our next hill, we're going right back towards that last hill, kind of where the hill was outside on the tanks by that barn. Now we're going inside the barn for the next hill, and you can see UNCW, they don't want to give up those left-hand spawns because they want to be the first team inside the barn.
This is a lot closer than the last hard point we got to see. So.
I mean, it was over by this point of our last hard point, so.
Oh. E-Man's going to find Deeds heading through the middle. 4 go down once more, but there's some pressure from Midway on the inside. Alpha wins out the crucial gunfight. Some presence from Midway around it. Audit has been a terror right now for the team. 14-9, now 14-10. The break is back from Wilmington. The Seahawks control Barnes. Maybe a little bit out of control if you're not careful for it, but still the kills coming through. Midway, they find the break in. Jersey back to the battle inside the barn. The collapse comes through. D-Tatty takes down Iceman. They flip out the spawns, but Wilmington, I mean, they are getting a lot of time inside this barn, and most importantly, they're just denying Midway the control.
I think actually, most importantly, if we're being completely honest here and we're looking at everything, Percy has found that glide bomb earlier on in the game. I don't even know when he did that. I didn't see it come through when he found that first 5 spree, but that's going to be so big because our next hill is the biggest hill and the most important hill to maybe even use streaks on in almost all of Vanguard, because if you one of the most open hills, you have a player set up inside of the hill right now, but I'd be very surprised if we don't see Percy invest the streak to try to break the back here, because there's a great hold coming in from Midway at the moment.
Oh, Percy drops Audit. Again, crucial kill. Finally keeping this team alive in some of these hills. E-Man looking to get that break. Good time here from Midway. Shriek hasn't come in just yet. Fatality up on the high ground.
Yeah, maybe choosing not to invest it here.
Percy doesn't look like he wants to. You know, Iceman should be in this close corner. Slow peek around. Comes the break. Percy in and out. Just like that. 20 seconds in the game here. We're still getting the collapse out of the Seahawks, and it's still kills coming through. Alpha around the backside. He's going to find one on it inside the tunnel. Alpha's going to take him down, so break comes back for Wilmington. It's a 10-point lead right now, but the Seahawks are looking to keep it just at that.
Yeah, you get the scrap time there for UNCW, but you came into this hill with a 30-second lead, and you're going to be leaving it with a 5-second differential where you're down now. So I honestly don't like that play at all from UNCW. I feel like you got the streak so early on. You're on another 4 spree now. Why not just invest the glide bomb into that hill there so you can try to stop them from gaining so much time? You had players in and around the hill multiple times to follow the streak up, but just choose not to invest it inside. And you know what? That could just be Midway's opportunity to come back into it. Look, Percy just found another 6 spree that wanted another free glide bomb. No reason not to use it there.
Seahawks boxing up Midway. Get a lead change, 121 to 119. Percy on full streaks. You look at the minimap, you see player number 7, E-Man, looking for the overextension in the back. It does look like there's a hunt on from the Seahawks, and it is going to be D-Tatty to shut that down. So heads up play from Midway to get that rotation on lock, and you're looking right now at the side of the Seahawks just to hold things in check. Look how far they're pushed up. Look how much map control they have.
Yeah, they did the same thing in the last set of rotations too. They got so much map control away from Midway. And Midway, they're still spawning up on that top right-hand side of the map, so this is perfect for UNCW because all the players are going to be coming from practically right around the same area. But a few kills do go in Midway's direction, so they can try to reinforce this. But look at the pinch developing now from UNCW.
Look at it, indeed. It amounts to nothing. The pinch was there, but the execution.
What do you mean? They
flat.
found all 4. They found all 4 in and around the hill. That was a perfect pinch from UNCW.
Midway back into this one. 130 to 136. Wilmington still with the kills on the outside. D-Tatty for the wide swing is going to take down Nazi. So another break back in the last 20 seconds. And Midway here, they might just want to scrap this. Yeah, you can throw some bodies out here, but right now you can look to get these power positions on and just box UNCW out of grandmas.
Yeah, it's what they need to do right now if they want to start breaking their way back into this game. Unless, you know, UNCW doesn't want to throw glide bombs or people at P5 again and gives them an open chance to bring themselves back into this one. But it's all good though. UNCW, you can see they just want to try to make this play through the back, and they're setting up another pinch into this one. Can it be as successful as the last? And it looks like it will be. Not a 4-man wipe like it was the last time, but you know what? Still able to get inside grandmas.
They are looking for the spawns now in the back. D-Tatty watching the foot. Oh, how does Nazi win that? It doesn't matter anything because Midway, as soon as they get in, they are dropped on the floor. We're on the outside. Audit taking the wide way around. Spot player on the outside. Audit in for 1, in for 2. Lines up all 3. Fatality gets the better of him. The trades come through. Midway still find the break. There's a couple more kills he needs before he's comfortable. Percy on the inside goes for 2 and allows for a fight back from the Seahawks. Alpha gets in off this respawn.
And this is the issue, right? Like you're so excited because it's like, oh yeah, the break came through, but 2 seconds later, UNCW, they come off spawn, everybody gets right back inside of the new hill. And honestly, UNCW in this second set of rotations, Seymour, they have been dominant so far here. It was a tie game coming into the second set, and already, what is this, a 60-point lead now going into the favor of UNCW. Midway, they do get a break in towards the barn hill, but Percy's here. He's got something else to say about it. He finds 1, and the rest of the players now should be coming off respawn from UNCW. They should be able to reinforce this hill.
Pull back in. Trying to reinforcement, but it's hard when there's so much pressure from these Seahawks. Looking to eclipse 200, all 4 down. E-Man around the outside, off this respawn. Alpha dancing with them. Oh, E-Man, I don't know how he found that. Isn't going to be able to lock down a second. Still players hunting down these respawns from Midway. It's 203 for the Seahawks. Percy's going to find another one on the inside. It is a contention. Right now, the contention is going to shut down. D-Tatty making sure that happens. Into the side, Nazi forward, not going to check his corner. Shot in the back. D-Tatty lines up 2. Fatality closes the door. 1 last player on the inside. Audit trying to hold some semblance with 6 seconds left, and we're going to hill number 5. Once again, Midway are here. but you're looking at Percy to spoil the fun because he does have those streaks.
Yeah, we'll see if he chooses to invest them this time through. I'd be very, very surprised if we don't see streaks invested this time. I know I said it last time, but this time I really mean it. And you know what? Here we go. D-Tatty actually going to be the one to drop the glide bomb and start it off. Opens things up now. UNCW can fight this from the front. Issue is you still got Midway spawning up on the right-hand side of the map, so they can reinforce quickly here, but you need to be looking at player number 3 right now. He's got a big job in D-Tatty to stop everybody from being able to contest and push to this hill from the right-hand side, and he falls, and that's just going to be the whole setup. Falling at the seams, a beautiful break from Midway.
Beautiful indeed. Percy, last one around, finds Audit, or finds Nazi. Audit's there for the trade. Little streaks in the hand might come out more. Fatality inside the granny. Nice position from D-Nazi to shut down some more players. In this position, Midway is doing a great job at boxing out this team, and they've got a lot of time up in this hill. They're up to 188, and with the rest of this time, they should be around 190.
And that's exactly where they're going to finish at, 195. So they're still not out of this one yet. But UNCW, where they've looked their strongest in this game, has been on these first 3 hills. Hills 1, Hills 2, and Hills 3 inside of Grandma's house at the very end there. So doesn't look like we're going to get to see this game go to game clock either, as it's only still got 2 minutes left. So completely out of the question. And that is obviously very strange for this map as well to see that come through. But a 4-man wipe now for UNCW means that they're only 20 seconds away from putting this away. They read the spawns. They know they're coming from Barn, but it's Midway who's able to break back in already.
D-Nazi lines up a couple kills to just keep him alive. Audit a streak of his own. The glide bomb's going to be invested into this hill. It looks like we are headed to another rotation.
Oh my god.
D-Tatty into the contention. Audit finds 3 in a row. Once more, we're headed over to the hill number 2. Fatality's going to burn the streak. They want these rotations.
Yeah, they want. I think it's a combination of wanting the rotations, but also not wanting Midway to get any more time here on this P1 hill, because they've been broken. If you're UNCW, you've been broken twice here on this P2 hill from Midway. Only a 10-point game here, but Midway, with where they're spawning at the moment, you've got 10 seconds. You need to hit this as a 4-man unit. You got 1 shot to break the hill.
7 seconds. E-Tatty in the barn finds 2. Percy, a team kill, but it's not going to matter. 4 seconds left. E-Man, you got to touch. He's going to get onto this hill, but he's shut down by Alpha. UNCW, they take Bocage, and they take it in the last little effort. 250 to 227. Game clock wasn't coming into play. It was all down to the objective, and they did a damn good job at making sure that Midway could not get back to that second hill. Just look at the way that they were playing this. Look at the way that they were set up, and they were just making sure Midway, they couldn't get close to that tank hill.
I think it's because usually you end up seeing a lot of game clock kind of getting contested in hills 1 and 5, and there was not a lot of whole contestation going on here. Every single time we saw a break come in, it was a 4-man down, and the whole other team had to come off spawn, and they would attack, and they would get their own 4-man down, or leaving just 1 or 2 players left. But usually it just ended up being the fact that you would end up finding 3 or 4 kills. You may trade a few players of your own, but at the end of it, there was just never those one-on-one fights where everybody's just kind of sitting in and around the hill and fighting and contesting time. So a rare Bocage hardpoint where it was a kind of more suitable or more subtle than what we normally end up seeing on this map mode combination. It's normally a lot of chaoticness, a lot of engagements, but a good job by both these teams to lock down rotations when they could. And I think the Midway, where they really kind of shined on this game was that Hill 5. We saw them get a ton of time there in both sets of rotations. And you know what? If we ended up going all the way back there, I think Midway could have closed it out.
You know, there's a potential that was there, and that streak from Audit, if it was saved a little bit later, I know that they wanted to use it just to make sure that they had a way back into that hill number 1. But if that streak came in for that second hill, if they had that in their arsenal, who knows what that rotation could have done. It's Fatality, making sure that you use that glide bomb a little bit later to box out Midway, and they were able to set up on such a heavy power position for that. And, you know, losing out on that, we got Search and Destroy up next. Where are we headed?
Yeah, we're heading to Tuscan for S&D next, and Tuscan is a really, really good search and destroy map. When you're looking at these two teams as well, I mean, with the way that we saw breaks coming through on Bocage, how clean they were, I would expect that bomb retakes should be very well executed by both of these teams. So I think we're going to be in for a really, really tight series here if that map 1 has anything to say about it, Seymour.
Well, we saw Berlin and how the snipers could have affected it. Jazerk pulling that one out back for ICC. I'm curious at who's going to bring up the sniper for these teams on Tuscan, because over at the A site, you know, on the outskirts, it is going to be the sniper to look for that first bloods. And if you get a first blood on Tuscan, it makes it even harder to take that, because the attackers, if they want to take control of a site, usually it's going to be the A site. Usually it's going to be a quick plan.
And especially on defense, I expect to see the sniper coming out, playing over by that A side of the map, like you're saying, because the defense does not get there as fast as the offense does. So the sniper ultimately can be the best way to defend that. So you just kind of stick a player out there, hope that he can find a kill or two. And we saw Clayster doing it to a very good effect in the CDL. So we'll see if anybody here can do it and kind of match that level of play here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. It's going to be really, really tough, though, to see. And honestly, I think a big thing will be on this map who decides to go and try to hit towards that B site first, because we know how tough it is to get the bomb down over there.
And usually you don't see that. You don't normally see that. If you do see the B site come into control or come into a hit, it's usually to draw out the mental game that Search and Destroy could be. Like, this allows for the thought that the defenders are like, hey, okay, we now need to put somebody over to B because there's a potential that can happen. But no, I agree with you. I don't think B is going to be the main focus of these teams. It's just, a late game. Maybe they want to throw a wrench in the opportunity. They were neck and neck in that hard point, so I expect Search and Destroy to be the same way.
All I can say is, if you don't think that, like, if you are UNCW, say, for example, when you come out here and you're coming into this one and you're just dominating the S&D, Midway needs to make the adjustments, because last season we saw 2-7 in Search and Destroy. You need to be better than that. And I think the best way to do that is to throw weird strategies at your opponents. Give them something that they're not used to seeing. And UNCW, I guarantee you, they're not used to seeing a first round push all four of us over towards the B side. If you do something like that as Midway, you could really throw this UNCW team off guard. And it might just be the way to be able to take that map from them.
We saw it in Texas Nation from the NA Challengers yesterday. Well, I saw it on stream when Texas Nation, right off the bat, round number 1, B hit. They just flew at it. And that, I can't remember where their opponents are. It throws them off early game. And right away, you have to wonder, next time you're on defense, that is that going to happen again? Because usually off the bat, on a defending team, you're like, okay, we're going to throw some players to A. We're going to watch for that quick plant through the middle of the map, and we're going to shut it down early. But when you kind of throw something right away into the game, a lot of times you will catch that team off by surprise. So I'm curious to see what we get right off the bat. Let's hop into Tuscan for this map number 2. Midway going to be on the attack, and Iceman, the bomb carrier, looks like he's going to take this all the way on the outskirts. And yeah, it looks like we're getting a B hit right off the rip.
Oh, I love this. This is exactly what I want to see off the start of the game. But I mean, it looks like UNCW was ready for it. Percy not going to get the timing, though. So it's just going to be D-Taddy by himself here now, trying to shut this down. And actually, Percy does get dropped up and inside of that area. So D-Taddy will shut it down, the original player, and he finds 2. This is so big. Oh my God, I thought he was going to get all 3 off the start there.
You got to check the steps. Hey, D-Taddy just got away with that. And now that allows the recovery, the resurgence for the Seahawks into this round. They have an idea. The bomb is down. Midway now flipping out the spawns. You can see the high ground in control of the Seahawks. A lot of information going to be there, waiting for that bomb to be recovered. And Alpha now giving up space on this high ground. So Audit has a chance to slip through the lines. Going to get the better on Fatality. Now 2v1. Where is this last player? He's just sitting in the center. Indeed, Ozzy. He's going to find that out the hard way. Bomb isn't down. 24 seconds. Audit for the chase.
Oh,
should have got that bomb planted.
Oh no, Audit goes to chase the kill, and unfortunately doesn't even get the trade, and he's not reading this right at all. He thought the player might be over there. The stun comes in. Audit is completely lost right now. He has no idea where to go. He's going to try to get this bomb down over towards the B side. He doesn't even have enough time. I don't think this bomb is going to go down.
It's not going to go down because Alpha's here to shut it down. Seahawks, what a way to pull things back. D-Taddy, unchecked, spoils the fun for Midway's B hit right off the rip. We talked about our team's going to be ready for that. Seahawks, they are.
They were sort of ready for it. I think the
execution
execution wasn't there. If we're being frank right now, I don't think that UNCW had the full setup for it. And you saw Alpha give that site up quite quickly as well to look back towards middle of the map. It was Percy who gave it up quickly, and he was the first player to get dropped. Luckily, though, for UNCW, you had D-Taddy there to find the 2-piece off the start of the round to really kind of bring things back into their favor, give them that man advantage. And now on offense, UNCW, they're going to take full control of this A side of the map, shut down anything you can, and actually a stun kill will come through. The stun does not do nearly as much damage as it used to, so that player must have been extremely weak to die to the stun rate at the end of that.
41 seconds, 3v3. Retake's going to have to come out from midway. They are going to have to find a few in the middle of the map. Is going to find Nazi, lessening this retake from midway. Audit on the chase. Box player up top. Not going to check well. D-Taddy again gets away with a double kill. And he's going to find all three to close this one out. Wilmington, 2 rounds in a row. And it's D-Taddy once again to make it happen.
Yeah, D-Taddy in Search and Destroy is that guy right now for this team. Starting off 6-1 and unfortunately fell in that first round. But I think that's an ace for him there, Colin. I think he got all 4 in that round because he was 2-1 after round number 1. So a very, very quiet ace there for D-Taddy as he walks away with all 4 kills. And now 1 kill off of finding that glide bomb for himself here. You love to see it here. Love to see individual players start to pop off, make a name for themselves here in the Varsity Call of Duty League. And it's a great start here once again for UNCW. Alpha finds the first blood over the middle of the map, quickly traded out. But again, the trade's just not going in the favor of Midway University off the start of this. And now UNCW putting themselves in a great position. They've got so much map control. You know where E-Man is. And I'd be very, very surprised here if we don't see D-Taddy trying to go on a flank here.
I don't know if D-Nazi spotted him. Oh, he did. Oh, the shots aren't there. I don't know how he's still alive, but he is. And that's going to spell trouble now for the Seahawks to get this bomb under control. D-Taddy for the chase. He finds the kill on a Nazi. Now E-Man last alive in a 1v3. Does find Percy, making it a 1v2, but now they know exactly where this last player is. And you can see those arrows rotating accordingly. They're playing hand in hand. They're looking to play for this trade. E-Man exits up top, hops down into the pit. Wrapping around to recover this bomb. 34 seconds. You see the Seahawks. They are on the chase. They have no idea where this player went, and they are reading this wrong. No, they're not. They doubled right back. They're taking this right on back to where this bomb is, and there might be just seconds away from spotting it. Bomb's getting planted. E-Man's going to get spotted, and that is going to be Wilmington up by 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of like how they play that round, though. Like, yes, it didn't really look like they fully knew where the player was, but they were playing together, and that's what's important, because at that point, you can just kind of make, even if one of you ends up falling, you make the right decision, you make a 2v1 retake if that bomb goes down anyways. It's an easy situation for UNCW, and I love the way that they play it. They play it together, they get the job done, and D-Taddy finds full streaks. 3 rounds into this game, he's 8-1 and has full streaks. Unreal stuff so far off the rip here. And you know what, one thing we haven't seen yet on this map is any sniper play come out, Colin.
Not once. I mean, it's unnoticed.
Oh, you just can't let this happen.
Haven't needed to. D-Taddy's going to find E-Man. First blood and bombs going down.
Look at Audit, though. Audit could have a play here to really kind of disrupt the setup, but he gets spotted out by player 8. It's off screen, and Audit's going to end up falling. D-Taddy's there for the cleanup on 8 in a row now. And, I mean, D-Taddy might just be having the best search and destroy of his life right now.
Nazi again, last squad. He's going to be found. D-Taddy actually getting worked in that gunfight. So
that's the one he loses?
Making it a 1v3, and I don't know how he walks away with that, but he's not getting past the next one. Percy set up on the heady. And it's going to be 4 rounds in a row now for the Seahawks. Midway, one thing we highlighted, they needed to update their search and destroys, and it just seems like they're falling back into the same rhythm we saw in the 2021 year.
It really does. I just feel so bad for D-Taddy there. My caster curse powers, they're too strong. They come through. And I was hyping him up. He went on an 8 spree, and I'm hyping him up, and then he loses that gunfight. That's a very, very unfortunate situation for D-Taddy. I just want to openly apologize to the man. You deserve better than my caster curse there. Continue running up the scoreboard, young man. You absolutely deserve it. But again, Midway, we're going to try to do this big hit over towards this B site. And we do have 2 players once again over in this area that can shut this down here. Percy's looking over middle map, but he's a few steps away from being able to reinforce.
All there. Mission a barrel right now for him to shoot at. He is going to find one. On it for the trade around the outside, so there is an opening right now for Midway to adjust. Are they going to give this up and rotate? It does look like that's going to be the case in Audit. It's going to be the make or break right now of this whole round. Midway, if they get this bomb down at A, Audit has to turn big for a couple more kills.
D-Taddy not pushing through Church may have just been the best decision he's made all day so far here, because Audit was sitting in a corner. He absolutely had him dead to rights if he tried to get it down, but not going to be the case. And I love that play from Midway, though. They throw the bomb over towards B. They find a few kills, but instant rapid back over towards A. UNCW does not expect it, don't really know what to do, and Audit catches the perfect timing on D-Taddy, leaving us in a 1 versus 3 now. Percy all by himself. 27 seconds left to find 3 kills, and a bomb defuse is not a lot of time to work with.
Audit is so slippery. The fact that he just finessed his way in the back line unchecked. and finding D-Tatty in the back. Percy, no time to make this happen. To find all 3 kills and the defuse would be such a feat that not a lot of people can do. Enazi's going to spot him. He's going to shut this down. Midway, they get their first round on the board.
Well, it's 1 round to Midway, and I mean, for them to be able to come back in this game, they're going to need to do a lot of the same from what we've seen in that round. It was good teamwork. It was good execution of not only just pushing towards one site, but making the call mid-round like, hey, we know there's going to be a lot of players coming over towards this site because we've made a lot of noise. Let's wrap it back over towards the A site. It's the easier site for us to watch as well. They absolutely get it done, and you can't go unnoticed, but Audit finding 3 kills in that round, absolutely starting to put Midway on his back, trying to bring themselves back into this. It's what they need to do for themselves to find some success here in this round. Nades are going to go down back and forth throughout this courtyard. But again, it should be an easy bomb plant now for UNCW, and you've got D-Tatty pushed up once again into church.
Again, finding first blood for the team, and it's Audit, of all people, the heavy hitter for Midway.
Well.
Shrieks on board. You gotta be worried. You have to think this might be a Seahawks round. On 5, they can't bring D-Tatty again into the church. E-Man gets the better of him at such a big kill. Breaks up the board. Flare off the board. Here comes the collapse. Nazi is second on the fatality. Still on the heady. Alpha firing down range to take down the most. Percy doesn't check the player through mid. E-Man has slipped the line. 14 seconds to make this happen. You need 7.5 to get that defuse. Iceman looks like he wants to hawk this, but there's a player up top to watch that bomb. It's Percy. He finds 1. He finds 2. UNCW on 5.
UNCW are too hot right now inside of the search and destroy, and you know what, honestly, their offenses look so good because Midway is putting no pressure on them on that A site whatsoever. There's been nobody there to really stop that bomb from going down. The quick plant goes down and Midway just has no answer to retaking that site. It does not help that you have Iceman sitting on a donut still at 0-5. I mean, actually UNCW still got Fatality sitting on double donut watch right now himself, so we need to be keeping our eyes out for those 2 players, looking for either one of them to step it up here, but Fatality doesn't carry his own. The team is popping off for themselves right now. D-Nazi will find first blood over the middle of the map, and it looks like Midway want to move this bomb over towards the A site, and you can see how spread out the rest of the UNCW players are, and that's because they have to leave some respect now for the fact that Midway has hit towards that B site twice.
Fatality snickers out. Natty to back him up. Bomb has yet to go down here for Midway, even though they have the numbers. Nazi's going to find D-Tatty as well. He's going to lessen the players here for the Seahawks. Once through the middle, D-Tatty just drops the strafing run.
Oh my
God. Does it all.
God.
Who needs numbers when you got streaks? D-Tatty makes it happen. Percy is going to find Iceman, so it's a full 3 down in a row. And Seahawks, they bust open this round, and they close the door on Tuscan.
D-Tatty was the sacrificial lamb in that round. He pushes out, he throws down the shooty pilot to come on across the map and drop all 3 players. It works out perfectly. I mean, I think he found his own teammate with that as well, but he did not care. That strafing run was coming through. It was killing absolutely everybody. And I mean, UNCW, what a great way to start this off. We thought that might have been a lot closer of a map from how that first map looked for these 2 teams, but they said, no, we're going to come out here. And Midway, man, search and destroy was your struggle last year. We need to be working on our S&D here, guys, if we want to be able to come back into these series, because if you lose map 1 to really good respawn teams, you can't rely on mediocre S&D to be able to win. They did look like they had a few decent looks. It just kind of comes down to a little bit better execution for this team, and then I think they'll be right there in terms of search and destroy.
I'm not going to let the Seahawks go unchecked, though, for this one. Fatality, 0-4, maybe 0-5 to close that one out. I didn't see the last little bit of score, but I mean, against a team that's good in search and destroy, that isn't going to cut it for this. I know it's only week 1. Yes, they got a 6-1 victory, but I mean, against a team that's a little bit higher caliber for search and destroy, that is going to be a mistake. So, I mean, it wasn't as clear cut on both ends either, Jesse. There were some mistakes coming out of the Seahawks that would have been punished by possibly another team, but Midway University, they haven't patched those. So really, Wilmington were able to exploit the fact that this game mode is a little bit weaker for them.
Yeah, they really were able to exploit that, and you're not wrong in saying that. He kind of was struggling there throughout that round. But I think that if you're looking at UNCW and you're looking at the reason why he was struggling, I'm not sure if he had the sniper out for every round, but if he did, I can see why he wasn't finding a lot of kind of action through the early portions of the round over towards that A site, because Midway was hitting towards B quite a bit often there. And so if he was getting stuck with the sniper in his hands towards the later halves of those rounds, so we talked about it in our first series, but it's a lot harder to get the job done with a pistol than it is to get it done, especially going up against MP40s and going up against the automaton, which are super fast firing submachine gun and assault rifle option. So you know what, he could have had an excuse there, but at that point when you're going 0-4, you might want to at some point just say, hey, you know what, I might be more useful on the map if I pull out a submachine gun or an AR to kind of just push the aggression and try to help my teammates out.
And you can even play devil's advocate to the fact that maybe they didn't need it. They didn't really need it at that time, and he didn't find the action too much through that. So you can play devil's advocate to it in a couple different ways other than, you know, it's just the sniper in his hand. It's just the fact that you didn't really need to do a whole lot on the map if you're fatality. So you can kind of ease up on it. I know it puts some pressure on that, but it's definitely a situation where you can ease up on that. I would just, you know, I want to see these teams evolve over the year, and it's just some certain things that you would need to patch, and you're right. You just in the future, maybe just look to put away that sniper to help out your team a little bit. But for this big 2022 year, this is only the beginning. We got so much Call of Duty to check out for the future. And coming up next, gonna be Tuscan Control. We head back into the exact same map we just saw, and we saw Gava 2 Control earlier and how much of a success it was for ICC to attack, but now we got two teams on Respawn that looked like they were neck and neck, and Midway, this could be their chance to answer back.
Yeah, and this could be a really, really interesting kind of fight between these two teams, because both these teams last season almost identical control records as well. University of North Carolina, Wilmington 5-4, Midway University 4-5, so only one less loss. And this year, Control, we talked about it last season. Every map now feels like Moscow Control, because it is so hard to win defense, or it's so hard to win offenses. And I know I went on the spiel of it before we saw Gavutu, but now we can go into Tuscan and we can actually kind of break down the map, talk about how you need to break into these sites. The A site very, very close towards the offense. It's a little bit easier to break into, but that B site, the defense spawns so close towards it. It's basically where you just saw P2 at from the Tuscan hardpoint that we saw. Actually, we haven't seen a Tuscan hardpoint yet, but it's where the P2 hardpoint would normally be for a Tuscan hardpoint. And it is it's where we just saw the B site for the search and destroy. And if you want to be able to break into it, the thing is with the players coming off Respawn, they're either going to spawn up in the back tanks or they're going to spawn up in the top of the church. And how to kind of get the better setup is you need to not only win one set of gunfights, but also set a player on the back tank, so then you force that spawn out. You don't let them get the closest possible spawn, and then it makes it a little bit harder for them to be able to get the break back in for the defense. So it's possible, but very, very tough and much easier said than done.
Tough indeed. So we're going to have to see them find some new levels here if they want to push a map number 4 for this one. So let's head to Tuscan. Let's head to the Control. Let's see if this is Midway's way back into the series. I guess we're at the midway of the series, so I mean,
it's got to be. It's their time.
It's got to be their
like
time.
Sensor, it's their year, and now it's their time for Midway to come back into this series here.
Fatality inside the hill. Cuts off with the help of Percy on it. Nice nade from E-Man. Lines up D-Tatty, and that is going to be their way back over to A. A tick of progress does get secured, but not allowing that second to happen.
4-man kill feed coming in from Midway. They get onto the A site. A beautiful stop right off the rip. And this is actually something that defenses, if you get better and better as defense as the year goes along, this is where you can really take a chance and be the aggressor here. You need to find as many kills as possible while you have UNCW spawning up in this back spawn trap.
Another one bites the dust. E-Man.
Fatality snuck through.
Oh, but E-Man on the respawn. He knows. He is going to get the trade. Another 3 down for the Seahawks. Is 49 seconds left. A 5-life advantage here for Midway. They've made the adjustments, Jesse. They're actually looking pretty solid on Tuscan Control.
They are looking very solid so far right off the rip. They already have a 4-man life advantage, but you know UNCW is not going to go away without a fight here. And Fatality, once again, is trying to sneak through. He finds one, but instant reads come out. You've got players all in position for Midway to make these trades, but it doesn't stop the fact that that player has disrupted the setup. UNCW now gets on the hill. 2 ticks of progress are through, and it's going to get very, very tough now for Midway to be able to break in, because every angle looks like it's watched the moon from UNCW. This should be the B site, or the A site, and it absolutely is. But now comes the hard part. You need to make the rotation over towards B, and you're already down 6 lives.
Oh, Percy can't find either of them. E-Man team kill, but he gets the job done. And look at that kill feed. It's 4 down once more on it. Looking for the respawns. Fatality heads up to shut him down before that could get a little bit out of hand. But And this is the hard part. 7 life disadvantage. So Wilmington, they have a minute and they don't have the lives in their control. This needs to be 1 by 1. A flawless take to the B site, and then even more after that. When you did see E-Man, he got the shriek. Still a split kill feed 1 by 1. Pinstripes from the Seahawks taking down 3, but they haven't stepped foot anywhere close to the site. And 47 seconds left. This is the trouble part.
This is the very, very hard part about winning offenses inside of Vanguard. Trying to hit towards any B hill, or sorry, any B zone, it really does feel like has been so tough so far throughout the season. But you can see players 1 and 3 trying to make their way forward from UNCW, and they actually find 3 kills in a row. But the back tank spawn, it still should be good here, but that just opens up enough from the front for everybody else on UNCW to try to move up, try to get closer, get inside of this hill. But with only a 4 life difference, this one really could end up going down to the clock unless UNCW hops onto it.
On the outside. Audit's there for 1, Audit's there for 2, shuts them down again. No more respawns for the Seahawks. They have no progression at B, and now they have no extra lives in the back pocket. Trying for 1 last hit, 10 seconds. Step onto this one. Nazi's getting worked. Tatty might have found the opening. E-Man lines them up, though, from the platform, and this is where you just gotta scramble to get to the point, but there's just no time. Midway, welcome back to the series. They're gonna find round 1.
They do find round 1, and I mean, honestly, a very good defensive round for themselves. It felt like they were never fully out of control. Every time they got a 4-man wipe, they did a great job of not only getting that wipe and staying complacent, but getting that wipe and pushing further up on the map, finding the positions to sit in, to pick a couple UNCW players off spawn, finding some good jobs for themselves. I did like the way Fatality was playing that round, though, for UNCW. Did a great job of really kind of finding off angles, pushing behind the midway players, being that route man, even though you don't really need to run full routes here in control. It was still great to see him finding a few kills, getting in behind these players, and a great break off. Talking about great for UNCW here, is they'll find 2 of the 4, make it 3 of the 4 now, and leaving Iceman all by himself here over at this ace site. We'll find 1, but it has not been the cleanest start here for Midway off the start of this round.
Oh, but those are some good shots. So Midway starting to gain some progression at A from the hands of Iceman. He comes the contention. E-Man's going to shut down Fatality. Still trying to work themselves into a pinch here. You got player number 3 around the outside. D-Tatty takes down Nazi. Rest going to be collapsing on in. D-Tatty's good for 2. Swaps the sidearm, but E-Man for the trade. The damage has been done, and UNCW are back in it.
Only a minute left now on the clock. 30 seconds have been burnt. UNCW with a 3-life lead. And now if you're Midway, this is when you need to make a decision. Do we want to push over towards this A site where we know they have players set up, or do we want to take a chance, go towards B a little bit early on here, and maybe try to make a play in the top? D-Nazi, the only player trying to make a flank, trying to make something different happen, and he ends up falling as well. So UNCW looking to be in a great spot here. Only 40 seconds left here in this round. Midway, they need to hop onto this point. They need to stop this clock from ticking.
It's a big way to answer back, and you can't find the A site. And Seahawks are going to have that advantage. In case this goes to round 5. Audit on the inside. Nice disengage out of D-Tatty. Gets back in there. Shuts him down. 3 players again. Off to the board. A little bit of a dance. D-Tatty around the outside. E-Man finds 2. The opening at the A site that you're looking for. 30 seconds onto the clock. Round for the flank. It's Percy. Is able to take him down, but back into a little bit. So Fatality on the flank again. Another one. Bites some dust from Midway. Midway's going to get the A site. They push a minute onto it now. 6 life disadvantage. B site's on the mind.
You can see UNCW, the way they're trying to set up for this is they just trying to make sure nobody sneaks through, and they do a great job of that. They find 2 kills through the middle and the top side of the map. Only 1 player is really close right now. It's E-Man, who's kind of been the standout player right now for Midway, but he will drop over towards the side of the map. Only 1 player left. Audit falls as well, so this is complete map control now to UNCW. They can start to make their way up. They just got to make sure D-Nazi doesn't sneak through, and they absolutely sniff him out.
Yeah, Midway, I mean, you saw how much Wilmington struggled at getting this B site. Now with Fatality pushing the aggression like Audit did last time around, it's going to prove even harder on the inside. 2 kills go their way. Still on the hunt for Fatality are some of these Midway players, but snuck behind the lines. You have a glide bomb in the hand of 1. Audit's around the about to get this one, but Fatality cutting them down off of respawn. Finds 2 onto D-Nazi as well. Now less time, no respawn. Seahawks looking to answer back in a very, very heavy manner. D-Tatty now on the chase. Last player on the inside. Trying to finesse his life. But look at the communication. Look at the teamwork that's coming through. They know they don't even have to take these kills. They just need their teammates to find them. And Iceman with the last one up. 11 seconds to make something happen. Going up against 14 Seahawks. It's just not going to happen. What a way to answer back.
Yeah, it would have had to have been a 1v16 for him to close that round out, because he did
With, like,
find
2
two with like a few seconds. So not only would he have had to do it, but he would have had to find a way to finesse his life on that statue for the remaining period of time. And like you said, that's just never going to happen. The players in Call of Duty, they're too good to be able to fall for things like that. Now we got to be on streak watch once again here for Alpha and D-Tatty, though, both sitting on 3 in a row. If they find a wipe off the start and Alpha doesn't find those streaks right away, you might even see him invest that glide bomb to maybe open things up over towards that B site and then look to find the kills with his gun once again to maybe try to double up on those streaks. We'll see what happens, but Fatality also has a streak. So you know it's going to be tough. Midway also, it looks like they have a streak on their side. I believe it's E-Man who had one as well. So they can answer back with a streak of their own to stop them from being able to break in a B. But all the utility on UNCW right now, it's going to help so much.
A lot cleaner off the break for the Seahawks. Into this hill and looking to put another minute onto it. Setting up the break midway. In front. T-Tatty looks the wrong way. In for the connection. Alpha on the head. He is good for 1. Good for 3. Percy to help him out. That's a full 4 down. It's all Percy and Alpha in the feed. They get the job done. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That's what's going to be on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of time and a lot of potential hits here. You've got a 5-man life lead. And now if you're UNCW, the thing is, you want to group up together, make this break towards the top side of the map. This has been the best way to break this hill. They will drop a streak as well. So D-Tatty finds the first. They should be able to maybe find a second or a third here with Alpha in the back, but no, Alpha and Fatality both get spotted out. And now UNCW, they need to take a few seconds, group back up, try to make another re-hit out of this.
Setting up for push to church. Audit needs to be ready for this. Looks like the worst time ever. Shots onto Alpha, but it's time to strike for the rest of them. Into this Audit, looking to finesse his life up top. 2 players from the Seahawks to be there. Here comes the reinforcements. Iceman to the rescue. Percy's going to drop. Fatality's still here. Goes in the corner. Audit sitting pretty, sitting quietly. He's going to shut him down as well.
6 life lead that was once so prevalent here in this round. Midway has brought it all the way back, only down 2 now. It was just 1 before Alpha found that kill in the back, but you can see they've got their full setup. They know exactly where they need to watch, and we saw how tough it was for UNCW to make this break in the first set of rotation, or sorry, in the first round of this control. But this ZB zone, it is a tough hill and a tough zone to be able to break inside of. D-Tatty gets stunned up in the back. He was the only player who was trying to make something a little bit different happen, and he just was not able to get it done. And yeah, I mean, Midway are just doing such a great job of shutting down anything going towards this site right now.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a streak come through. And they have so many. Why not?
Yeah, I think it's because they used the first one and they didn't really find anything from it. And right now, the issue is they just keep individually pushing the hill. So nobody to follow up streaks if they use them. So I'm not terribly unhappy that they're not using them. But you've got 4 on the side of UNCW. I think you just need to group up here and try to push behind some streaks at this point.
Wouldn't be hard to try. D-Tatty finds an opening. 27 seconds left. The clock is going to stop. Audit does find the traded behind now. Eyes turned around for these Midway players to hit this collapse. E-Man from the front. Here comes into the hill. D-Tatty, Percy. They turn up. Iceman, last one alive. Can he make this happen? He does. He finds the kill on the D-Tatty. He finds the opening back. Time against them. Lives going away for the Seahawks, but still putting pressure onto these players. Off the respawn here, Midway. They gotta go big right now to shut down this attack. Setting up for the pinch once more. Iceman takes it to the high ground. D-Nazi in behind. They get the job done, Jesse. They shut down this attack.
And nobody very close at all for UNCW. And I don't know if they're going to be able to touch into this. They do touch with 0.4 seconds left on the clock. They get 2 players inside and around the hill. But D-Nazi, he's so close. He's able to make the cutoffs. It leaves D-Tatty all by himself in the hill. He falls, and that's enough for Midway to close the round out. Once again, defense still holding strong here on Tuscan Control.
I mean, Jesse, you talk about advantages that you need in case this is going back-to-back-to-back defenses. And it is that one tick of progression that the Seahawks just gotta be. Now, you're hoping that that is going to carry off into that round number 5 for Seahawks. But Midway now, if they want that defense, they're going to at least have to find 2 ticks at B and the A site.
I'm not sure if it's ticks of progression or if it's kills right now inside of Vanguard to get the final defense. So either way, if you're right and it's ticks, it's going to have to take 2 ticks like you said. But if it's kills, they need to not only do well in this round, but I mean, if you get a life lead, you might want to just back up and try to get that final defense, because right now you are being pretty badly outslayed by UNCW, and UNCW now being on defense with streaks, they absolutely could take this one to the next level in terms of being able to outslay you.
Mark. He's heading in. He's gonna find finisher on that attack. Take progression to 8th. Being neutralized now for the second. Still streaks to come through. A set nade from D-Tatty. Shriek here. E-Man could have earned his glide bomb. We're slowly going to get onto this A site right now, and they find a flurry of kills. 3 going to go down, so into the hill is on it. Stopping the clock at 58 seconds. E-Man trying to play that front line. Good shots on the D-Tatty, but he's going to hit the ground. Gun's going to be out. Not going to finish off that kill either. Still trying to just play his life, but D-Naz is going to be there. Able to push that lead now, take down D-Tatty, but not giving this up are the Seahawks. A nice nade. He's going to take down one. A-site gets captured. Life lead right now for the Seahawks.
Big life lead. Like you said, and now this is where it gets like really scary though for Midway, because not only are you already down in lives, but you need to find a way to break into this B site, and you've got players just sitting in corners being so annoying for UNCW. Alpha the only player to fall, because D-Nazi pushing through the middle of the map is the only player anywhere near this hill at the moment. He does have that glide bomb though, and if you're Midway, I feel like you need to get the job done here, because you do have another offense after this. I don't think you're going to be able to take out this UNCW team in terms of slaying at this point of the game.
Gonna have to dig deep right now. Big opening from E-Man onto Alpha in the back. Look at the kills coming through. It's 3 down for the Seahawks. Percy, he has to get away from here. Fatality up top. Able to pull together a few kills, and they deal with that in-turn fatality now on 5 in a row. Is going to get another glide bomb underneath them, and that looked like a good start from Midway. Just they didn't have control of radio, and that is what punished them.
And 5 lives. The lead now to UNCW. It's getting tougher and tougher as the lives diminish here for Midway University, but they actually get 4 players to be able to make their way through the front line from UNCW, and D-Nazi's in the back. He can start to shut this down. He's in the perfect spot to spawn out these UNCW players.
Down into the hill. 1 tick is gained from the C. Midway, only down by a few lives as well. D-Tiny looks like he's going to make the heads-up play in the backline. Fatality and Alpha, they're going to line up 3. Here comes the strafing run. Audit still on the inside, and he find these kills he can. Contention again around the outside. Audit lines them up, doing the Lord's work right now for Midway. As they're working on the 3rd tick, D-Nazi's going to drop a glide bomb, and Midway, they're going to take the control 3-1 and secure themselves an offense.
Oh my goodness. They don't even need to go to a game 5. They get it done in round number 4. They were down in lives going into that. And basically all they do at the end of that one there, Seymour, is they say, hey, you know what? Screw the point. Let's just try to kill these players off spawn over and over again. They got outslayed through the first 3 rounds, but they do the outslaying in that final round there of control. And Midway University, they come out, they get the control done. And the best map that they've looked at, because I don't even think that was the best map they've looked in so far, was that map number 1, was that hard point, and they get to see another one now as we head towards the back half of this series.
As it does, and that is going to be a 4th map for the first time here as well. We didn't get to see that against ICC. They ended up super quickly, but I mean, Teskin Hardpoint, you're talking about earlier how we haven't seen it on the board. We do get to now, and it's a big one now for Midway that they found their way back into it, because saw a glimpse of the stats at the end there, and they weren't doing that bad in the slaying category. We saw it on Bocage, but Bocage is chaotic. It is not consistent, and Midway, I wasn't too sure what we were going to get out of them when we do move over to a map like Tuscan, or even if it was a Berlin. But now over to the Tuscan Hardpoint, it kind of takes a little bit of a weight off my shoulders of what we're going to get out of this team. It seems like on Tuscan, they're A-okay.
And the thing is that Bocage, you're not wrong. It's usually a very chaotic and crazy map, but I felt like it wasn't as crazy as we normally see it. It felt like we saw more solid holds and more solid breaks coming in than what we normally see when you've got just teams consistently just hitting the hill one after another, like a big conga line on both sides of players just trying to run head first straight into the hill. It felt a little bit more controlled and stabilized than that through that map number 1. And so if we can get something very similar to that in this map number 4, when you go to a more normal hardpoint map where you need to make sure you're locking down rotations, you're not wrong. It could end up being a bad thing for Midway here, because UNCW did look very strong on their rotations through that Bocage. But if Midway is able to break the same way, we could end up seeing some very solid time going in their way, and a very good map number 4 coming our way.
Well, folks, map number 4, Tuscan Hardpoint, is going to be on the menu, and it is definitely going to be a big one. So I'm excited what we do get after that. We are going to head to a little bit of a break while we get these players into the lobby and ready to go. And when we come back, we'll head to Tuscan. We'll see you there. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour, and this is Cruisin'. We're here to bring you the University of North Carolina Wilmington versus Midway University, map number 4 up to come. But Jesse, let's talk about the series so far, because it started off all Seahawks, but Midway, they just kind of turned the tides.
Yeah, they really did there. I mean, they won an offense on Tuscan control, so not something you generally tend to see, but they take that control 3-1. Obviously, before that, we saw UNCW take the first 2 maps. And honestly, map 1, it was really close. It was a 250-227 on the Bacage hardpoint, followed by, what was it, a 6-1 victory on Tuscan Search and Destroy. So we've seen both teams find some success in hardpoint. We've seen both teams find some success on Tuscan hardpoint. Let's put them both to the test. Let's head towards our Tuscan hardpoint. And this map for hardpoint is probably one of the better maps in the game. It's very, very fun. You need to make sure you're locking down hills 2, 3, and 4. Those are going to be your hills where you're going to find the most amount of success. Maybe even hill 1 sometimes on the second set of rotations. If you get a good lockdown, you can absolutely find a good amount of time on it. You just need to find the perfect setup to do so. And you know what? I think the only hill that you're really going to get a ton of contention on, or a ton of kind of nades being thrown back and forth, is that hill number 5 inside the command center. It's a tight choke point with 2 doors on both sides where you're just going to have both teams throwing caution to the wind and running straight heads first.
It is going to be hard to lock down that 5th side. We see it again and again throughout this. So it's going to be big. I mean, Midway, one thing they need to do is they need to make sure that they are the first ones rotating, because when we talk about this map compared to Bocage, it's the fundamentals that come down to it and who's going to get there first. Now, Midway, they've proven that they can slay toe-to-toe with the Seahawks, but it's going to be the rotations in my mind that really swings this their way. Bocage, it could have gone to either team. I think the last little bit just needed one break and it could have gone either way. And Seahawks, they're the ones who found that break. So when you look at Tuscan, it's really both teams that I need to look at it. Rotations, they're going to be important. Who's going to lock them down?
We just need a closer Tuscan hardpoint than what we've seen earlier on in the day, because that was not Tuscan hardpoint at its finest. It's time to see Tuscan hardpoint at its finest, and that's what we'll see here. I'm sure between these two very talented teams, very evenly matched, it seems so far throughout this as well. Midway, though, I think the scary part for them, though, is not only do they have to take this hardpoint, but after this hardpoint, we need to go back to their worst game mode again and search and destroy after this, and that will be a very tough sign to be told, but we need to get there first. Heading towards the hardpoint, here we go. Tuscan will be the place for it to go down. And Midway, they're starting off on the right hand side. They hold on to those good side spawns. UNCW should be that first team able to get inside the hill, though.
It is Percy on screen. Let's talk about a good start. As you see, they got one full 100 points off the first 2 hills. Midway looking to not let that happen this time. As you look at player number 6, D-Nazi, on the late flank all the way around. Audit's going to find him to fall on the inside. Iceman to fall as well. D-Nazi's still on that flank, but it's all this is happening. It's just Seahawks collecting this time. By the time D-Nazi gets here, it's too late, and they flipped the spawns as well, so it was more harm than good.
Yeah, that does not work out well, and we could honestly be seeing a very similar start from what we saw in our last series on this same map mode combo, because you've let UNCW not only get a ton of time off this hill number 1, but like you said, flip those spawns out, and they are in perfect hold for the new hill coming up. Look at where all the players on the likes of Midway spawn all the way across the map. There should be around 15 seconds here for free for UNCW before Midway can even get close to touching this hill.
Big win from D-Nazi. On it to double down in Church.
Nobody's
Here comes the collapse of the last 3 players, and nobody's collecting this time as it happens. Fatalities on 5. Alpha in behind is going to shut down 2, but on the inside of the hill is Iceman collecting this time for Midway. Well, all this happens, but the kills come through. Blue and Seahawks, no matter what, they still find the breaks. So you see the spawns from Midway. They're going to be happening through the front of Church, so still have to collect this, traverse through the map to get into the hill. Notably, they have to take down these players surrounding it. Percy's on 5 in a row as well. Up top is going to find a 6 now, and a 7th to take down D-Nazi, just like that, single-handedly holding down the hill.
And you can see the strat now from UNCW. All their players, after they find those 3 kills in a row from Percy inside the hill, they just push straight forward. They want to flip the spawns out once again, and they absolutely do so. So we're starting to see it. We say it all the time. Systematic hardpoint maps, Colin, and this is absolutely one of those maps. And you're seeing why UNCW were such a good hardpoint team last year. Again, finished 12-1 in the regular season in terms of hardpoint stats last year inside of the Call of Duty League. And now for this, I mean, they are absolutely starting to turn this score up here.
Yes, they are. 86-6. Percy set up on the god, heading in the back. These players, as soon as they push out here, they're going to get fast on these gunfights. On it crosses. Percy, early shots, shuts him down. Second one's going to be there. Iceman for the trade. Alpha up top is trying to dance with his player. Inside the hill, the kill's going to the way of the Seahawks. E-Man still alive. Last one forward is going to recover an MP40. Nobody inside the hill. E-Man just surrounded. It's spotted out, but in behind, fatality. But while that all happens, the kills come through from Midway. D-tatting a big one-on-one. Iceman went huge there.
Yeah, but they get a break with only 15 seconds left again. It's perfect for UNCW. Yeah, you get your scrap time, but UNCW will take that every day of the week. They'll take up the first 40 seconds, let you get the back 10. Hey, guess what? We get the full rotation back over towards the new hill. Try to make that break happen one more time now.
Tough. That's a good start. 3 on down. E-Man's finesses in.
It's a great
Still
start.
in the back for the Seahawks, and Midway looking to box him out. Around the outside, it's going to be neat. Aussie Alpha reads it like a book. Now Iceman, last one into this hill. Players around the outside trying to help him out. Audit's only able to find one. Iceman takes the front to the fight. The fight to the front line is going to find one onto Alpha, but the break still comes through, and Seahawks back in control.
Oh, it was looking so good. Midway, they were able to break in from the front, but the reinforcements and the spawns, they were just too much for Midway to handle UNCW. They were just spawning up so close. They're able to reinforce back into this hill, and that's why you're starting to see this now really get locked down. This is the spawn they were looking for off the rip, and this should be the back 20 seconds going to the likes of UNCW. I like this call from Midway. They say, hey, you know what? We need to respect this. We need to go and get a full setup, and this should be the first hill that we actually see Midway set up for. Unfortunately for them, this is one of the most contest-heavy hills in the game.
Well, 100-point lead. Or is he just waiting for the right time against the strike? On the outside, the flank potential of fatality is going to get caught out on the rotation in the front line. They're just lining them up. 3 down for Wilmington. Good time right now from Midway, surprisingly, on a hill like this. But you see another hit is forming, and this time around, that fatality flank is going to be there. This time around, doesn't check the corner. Blair doesn't see him. D-Nazi might have looked away at his monitor at the worst time.
He was definitely just tunnel visioning something else. Doesn't see that player push on through, and that's a great break coming in from UNCW once again. 150 to 54. Nice 100-point lead here already in this game as we look to close off our first set of rotations, and that's Percy finding streaks once again. He doesn't even use the streaks, and he's finding more and more of them so often here in this game, Colin. That's 6 in a row. He's got the glide bomb. He's got the strafe feed run as we look to head over back towards P1. It will be Midway trying to make their way over there as we have a 2v2 for initial time.
Big kill from Alpha. Still has full shrieks, but he doesn't need them right now. The automaton is good enough. One more kill around the outside. On it. The troublemaker of Midway. So coming out with the kills, which is not enough because the teammates are dropping. Percy's on 10 in a row, Jesse.
Yeah,
10 in a row right now. He's going to be seeing Alpha drop this streak as well.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, come on!
Oh, Alpha,
Oh,
you
did it
naughty
cancel
man. No, it does. Let's be honest. I mean, it might not show it on there, but that was naughty. Come on, Alpha. You can't be taking out your teammate when he's on 10 in a row. Might just be a visual glitch there. I've seen 11 in a row. Or maybe it doesn't count because it was a team kill, but nonetheless, still working on that, and it was just quite rude of find a kill there. Percy maybe gets a little revenge. No, he doesn't go for his teammate with it.
Why would you? It's okay. It's all fun and games until you start team killing. Alpha is going to find now the opening through the middle of the map. Rotations, first ones there are going to be Midway, but you see the kills all blue in the feed. It is a flawless rotation here to the next hill. Iceman surrounded by sharks is going to find Alpha. Lines up Percy as well. Still alive in this hill, and honestly giving Midway a way back into this.
I will say it would have been absolutely hilarious if he did go and try to find Alpha with the streak there. I would have laughed very loud out loud, but you know what? They don't. They decide, hey, you know what? There's no time for games while we're up in this game by 130 points. They want to get this done as quickly as possible in this P2 hill. They haven't really found a ton of time off it so far. Midway's doing a great job of reinforcing from the front, but the close spawns come in once again, and this is UNCW back on the pinch. They should be able to break right back into this hill unless Iceman is able to hold on by himself, and no, he's not. So 20 seconds left here on this hill, and Midway, they can't even afford to give up this time at this point.
They can't. This race, though, to the next, and actually, no, D-Tatty's going to slip the lines undetected. Midway get the break, but again, you talked about this earlier, it's just 15 seconds, and there's a lot of comfortable space right now for the Seahawks to work with. You see 214 to what's looking like a whole 100 points for Midway at the end of that first set, or at the end of that second hill. Now you're headed to Fountain. Seahawks here first. Alpha. Oh, he loses the fight. E-Man. That was a huge one to get. It is going to deny them, but Seahawks get in there no matter what. Iceman's trying to break on in for his team, and look how far out Midway's spawning.
And yeah, they are all inside of this hill now. This is where you might be able to close this game out if you're UNCW. Looking for 20 seconds. That's all they need here, and they've got all players watching all these different angles. I think the only player that might be able to make something happen is E-Man coming around the back.
Break. Is it going to happen? No. Fatality lines up 3. Last one alive is going to be E-Man. He's going to fall as well. D-Daddy is going to get the better of Dinos. He's here trying to make a heroic play, but around the corner, the sidearm's not good enough. Back into the hills. Alpha wipes the floor with Audit. 6 seconds left. Iceman in now grasping for Strauss is midway, trying to keep this one alive. Fatality's going to drop a Shrink. Finds nothing. The teammates coming up big for the Seahawks. There's not enough time. Oh my God, they pushed another hill.
Yeah, but midway from this point on, I mean, you need the best hard point you have ever played in your entire life. You need only 1 second left for UNCW to close this game out.
1 second left. Has to be flawless. Break the back is Alpha. B-Man shuts him out. Spawning up towards that hill number 2. It's going to be close reinforcements from Seahawks. Fatality might have just found the way in from above. Nobody's checking it. Fatality in the skies is going to drop on in. Oh, nice kill from E-Man. Staying alive for the team. Alpha now up to the chopping block. Percy's throwing himself out there. There's the break, and Seahawks are going to take the series 3-1. Got a little bit scary there inside Church, but I mean, you only need 1 point. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, if Midway played that Church, or the rest of the game like how they just played that Churchill, we may have seen a very different scoreline coming through. But unfortunately, the early rotations were just not there through the first set of rotations, and it just did not work out well in their favor at all for themselves. And a nice 3-1 victory comes through for UNC Wilmington, who once again start this season off with a nice hot, what is it now, 3-0 for themselves in hardpoint after starting the season off 3-0 last week against Barton. So doing a great job in their hardpoints like we have come to expect from this University of North Carolina Wilmington team. Very, very good start to their season here.
I mean, it's what you want to see from them. I mean, what were they, 12-1 last year?
Yeah, 12-1, only lost to Knoxville.
So that's just, it's what's expected from a team like this. From a team that's just this strong in Search and Destroy. They're coming, they're doing the exact same thing. And even the score lines, I mean, that Bocage was a little bit one-sided, but you saw the way that the Tuscan was when you are in a more fundamental rotation-heavy game. I mean, you can see that Seahawks are just one step ahead.
It's kind of what you expect to see too, right? Like once you see that Bocage come down to, you see University of North Carolina, they come out, they won it just by the smallest little strand there, but that's because that map is just so chaotic. And maybe I just didn't read it right through the first time that we saw it. Maybe it was a lot more chaotic than we saw, even with having 2 minutes left on the game clock there for that map number 1. But like you said, it was a good closeout for UNCW because once they got to a map where they were able to just lock down spawn after spawn. What did they start off that game? It was like they had to have been up like 100-15 through the first 3 hills at the very least.
It was 80-8 at one point, so that says a lot. So you got to be thinking that it might not have been as clear cut as the ICC victory on Tuscan Hardpoint earlier, but I mean it's tippable still. You know, Midway University, they did good on Bocage, but it's just when you get down and dirty with a team like the Seahawks in Hardpoint, you can see that there's still some room to improve.
Yeah, there absolutely is still room to improve for UNCW. And Midway, you know what? We've seen some improvements now from last season. Again, they went, 6-6 last season, or sorry, 4-5 last season through the regular season. And they already get a win under their belt in week number 1. Unfortunately, they do fall here to UNC Wilmington. But you know what? This team, they're not out of this season yet. And I would be very, very surprised if we don't see them start to make their way back and just get stronger and stronger, the better and better competition they go up against. As long as they're learning from their losses, I can see this team going places. But it starts with their Search and Destroy. That has been the weak focal point for this Midway team for last season, for this season, and for if you want to be one of the top teams in the Call of Duty Varsity League, you absolutely need to get that Search and Destroy in check.
And folks, we are getting ready for this interview with the Seahawks. Alpha is going to be who's joining us into the desk. In the meantime, though, let's talk about what's coming up next, Jesse, after we do end up going to that break. Up next for the matches, match number 3 of the day will be Fanshawe College versus Carleton. And then to end out the night, it will be Texas A&M San Antonio versus University of Oregon. So plenty of action still to be had here in the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. And this is This is definitely going to be a fun time closing out the night. I'm excited to see the two Canadian teams play, and I'm excited to see Oregon play again. Maybe San Antonio looking to have a little bit better of a season than they did last time around. So there's a lot of redemption to be had. There's a lot to prove. But before we get to the storylines, let's bring Alpha into the desk. Let's bring in the Victor. Oh, sorry, we're not bringing in Alpha to the desk. I heard that wrong. So no interview from Alpha. We have the story lined up for what's coming up next, folks. We're going to cut to a break, and when we return, Fanshawe versus Carleton. We're heading north. Folks, welcome back to your Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Jesse. We're down with 2 matches. We got 2 to go for the rest of it. Coming up next are going to be your Canadian teams, Fanshawe College going up against Carleton University. But before we get to that, Jesse, got a little bit of news for you because we do have a presenting sponsor for today. I'm going to let you in on a little bit of news for them. They are, in fact, Ground News. They're home to 180,000 mindful news readers who use their industry-first coverage analysis tool to adopt and balance news diet. The Ground News community is home to people from across the political spectrum, no small feat in an increasingly divided world. Here at NACE Starleague, we want you to be part of this community too. Check out Ground News online or download the app available on Google Play and the App Store. So go check out Ground News. You look like a good set of people in the community. Now it's time to get down to business for a match number 3, Jesse. We're headed north, Fanshawe College, Carleton University.
Yeah, and if we take a great look at this head-to-head, these two teams, very, very talented rosters coming in. You've got Fanshawe College going up against Carleton, like you said, but unfortunately for both these teams, a similar story in week 1, 0-1 for both rosters, but the story doesn't stop there. The reason it's so similar is both teams have dropped to top teams within their division. You've seen Fanshawe, they went into week 1 last week, they get 3-0'd by St. Clair. Pretty close matches, though. I won't lie. It was a 250 to 127, 250 to 192 in maps 1 and 3, and then they got 6-3 in map number 2. So not the best, not the worst. And then when you look over at Carleton University, they took on the University of Windsor. It has been a very surprising story coming into this collegiate season. They've looked very good off the rip. It was a 3-1 victory, though, for Windsor over Carleton. Carleton only able to take that search and destroy.
We look at these teams over the Fanshawe Fuel. You got Radix, Bonk, Mega, and Pups. Across the board from them, Carleton University, Brady, Aztec, Royalty, and Raiden. So going head-to-head now against each other. One looking to get their first win of the season. But yeah, you're right. I mean, going up last week against 2 of the top teams in the league. I mean, both of those schools out of Windsor are some tough matches to go up against. I mean, St. Clair Saints, your previous runner-ups to the NACE Star League as well. So it's not going to be easy when you go up against them week number 1. Here in week 2, time to bounce back for them. Let's take a look at our maps, though, Jesse. Run us through what we have to go up against for the 2 teams.
Yeah, we've got a... So sorry about that. We've got Gavutu, hardpoint to start us off, followed by a Tuscan search and destroy. Back to Gavutu for the control, and then we finish it off. We go the full distance here in this series to a Bocage hardpoint, followed by a Berlin SND. And look at these beautiful map graphics. I mean, those are some great shots of some fantastic maps here inside Vanguard, except for Bocage. Nobody likes you, Mr. Hardpoint. No, I'm just kidding. That map is just always so fast-paced. It's very, very hard to keep up with the action, but you know what? We love us some Bocage on stream.
We do. It's going to be hectic when we get there, if we get there all the way at the end. You're looking at the distance to be the playing field. But let's talk a little bit about Gavutu hardpoint. We haven't seen Gavutu yet tonight.
That's true.
For the hardpoint side, we saw it on control, but we haven't seen it for hardpoint. So what you're looking at exactly are your flex players to turn up to the game. And you might be thinking, why the flex players? Why would you need a 3rd SMG? You don't need a 3rd SMG. You need a 3rd assault rifle on this map because it is wide open. You need to lock down those lanes, and there's plenty of power positions to be had.
Yeah, lots of long-range engagements when you look at this map overall as a whole. I mean, even just you might run 2 subs maybe on that opening break-off just because, you know, that kind of center ring, it's very tight and contested when you're in that first hill, but anything after that, that's when you see the 3, maybe even 4 ARs sometimes when you're looking at the West Beach Hill or at the Radar Station Hill, because the long-range lanes of gunfire that you need to take, just sometimes the MP40 is not going to get it done unless you're pushing up and just trying to get into the opposing team's face constantly there. But you know what? I think that both these teams, they absolutely can get it done. We'll have to see who's going to be that player who will flex onto the 3rd AR role here. And unfortunately, because we haven't seen them yet up to this point, we don't really know who's running what roles at the moment. But you know what? It will still be a very good matchup nonetheless.
Of course it will. And a lot of implications for this map number 1 as well, because we do have the Gavutu control for our map number 3. So I have a feeling that whoever walks out with this one is definitely going to have the edge up over that control that is going to come out. I mean, it is defensive sided, so whoever gets that first defensive side definitely going to be the better situation. But I want to see what's happening on Gavutu. I mean, who's turning up? Are the ARs dominating? Are they neck and neck? what's going to happen into this map is definitely going to lead into implications for that map 3, Jesse.
It will, and yeah, I mean, even maybe that map too, because Tuscan is a similar map in terms of you're at least going to have 2 ARs on that map for the search and destroy, maybe even a sniper coming out. So this could be a very good implication point to let us know who's going to be kind of running things with the ARs at this situation. And when you look overall at this whole division, Seymour, it's going to be with both of these teams starting 0-1. If they want to be able to come in and they want to be able to go through kind of fast and heavy throughout the rest of this, St. Clair, University, and Western are 3 teams who have already gotten off to a hot start. So this is kind of a must-win match. You don't really want to be able to lose anymore.
You definitely want it to be a must-win match, especially being down 0-1. You don't want to get that one. So it does look like we are going to head to a break while we get these players into the lobby. When we return, Gavitu is going to be on the menu. Stay tuned for some more Call of Duty Varsity League. We'll see you in a bit. Folks, welcome back. We're here with the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz, and we're going in with the Canadian squads. Fanshawe Fuel and Carleton Ravens going head-to-head right now. Gabbatu Hardpoint. Let's jump into it.
You can see both teams throwing their set nades off the rip here, trying to get whatever they can, and so far, Fanshawe, the very good job off the start here. They'll go for a 2-for-0 trade right off the rip. Brady, really the only player in or around the hill to be able to do anything, but everybody else on Carleton going to be coming off spawn now, trying to hit this through the middle of the map.
They are. Pops doing it on the time. Around the corner. Big split feed right now. Raiden on in. The team follow-up. Buck does drop for Fanshawe. That is going to be a flip for Carleton now, and look at player number 5. Radix is going to be a big player here over onto the ship. He is going to be set up for that next rotation.
Mega's trying to make this hit one last time here, trying to get the scrap time, and he has some teammates coming in behind him as well. So Fanshawe, they will win the scrap time, and actually, not only the scrap time, but they do have initial numbers over towards this new hill. So you can see Carleton, they're putting a lot of focus on the bottom of the map. They want to try to take these players out, but Fanshawe still finding 3 in a row. This should be their hill for the time being.
Aztec up top, wipes the deck. Locks down 2. It's going to open things up for Carleton to get back in here. Fuel did a great job at get some time back in their hand and take their lead up. Bonk here for the break, looking to lead the charge. Down some players though. Ranks is going to follow. In comes Bonk. Break is through. So the field to get back into here. It looks like they're trying to slay out here some more. Aztec does get in and out. He's able to walk away with 1 kill, but 1 kill only. Fanshawe holding onto this ship, and they're doing a good job at slaying out Carleton Ravens right now. They're just not transferring it into time. They're just maintaining their 10-point lead.
But Carleton, they can start to build this lead up for themselves here. Fanshawe, realistically, you got one more shot at breaking this, but then you got to just start to rotate over towards West Beach. It's exactly what it looks like they're doing now. So Carleton, they'll get, what, right around a 10-point lead here at the end of this hill as we look to pop into the new one, but this hill can absolutely turn into a money hill here. Bonk can just hide inside of this tank and really start to gain a good amount of time, and they've got all the spawns in the world. They've got every single angle watch right now from Carleton.
Good kill from Aztec. This should start to break for Carleton. 3 go down for the fuel. They're going to spawn up all the way over to the artillery. I don't think Aztec is going to be ready for this, but it does look like he's going to finesse his life. Mega trying to look for Aztec while the rest of his team flood onto the hill, but Aztec is going to get right back into it. Slay out from behind. The nades are good. Carleton, they're going to hold onto this even with that flank that Fanshawe got blessed with.
Yeah, that was a big spawn out, but Carleton, they keep the spawns in their favor. They're able to get it done, and this should be the remaining time now going towards Carleton here as we look to set up for our next hill. And you can see Fanshawe, they know what they need to do. They need to set up at this radar station. Just try to get a full 60 here. Didn't work out for you the last time, but that doesn't mean it's not going to work out for you here. Just need to make sure you hold on to those back left spawns and don't let Fanshawe sneak through, or sorry, don't let Carleton sneak through, because if they get into the right position, you can real easily get put into a spot trap on this hill.
Pops has control of artillery. Carleton are going to be spawning up towards that second hill we saw. So right now looking to cut off those rotations. Heads up play from Raiden to take the sights down, to take down that player, but trying to flood into this hill so hard when you're funneling in one by one through such a tiny corridor. And it comes to the break for Carleton for the possession. Radix shuts it down. This is a good time for the fuel, and maintaining even right now in this. You got to be careful for your Carleton because you just got some good time on beach, but you're on the brink, letting all 60 points go to the fuel. Mega's going to find Brady in possession one more time, but it's another 3 down for the Ravens. And Aztec, the last one alive, just trying to stay alive, trying to make something happen, but Fuel are doing so good at owning this hill.
Yeah, they really are. This has been a full 60 here for Fanshawe, but Carleton, they notice what has happened. They're like, hey, you know what? We haven't really won either of these last 2 rotations. That's why we're starting to fall behind here in this game. So they just decide, like the LA Thieves, they want to put their full focus on this Docks Hill. This is where we've seen a lot of good time in the CDL go towards some of these better teams. But right now, Fanshawe, it looks like they might just be able to have the right number to be able to break into this hill. Pups will come in from behind. Should be able to clean up this player inside of the offices. He does find 1. But, I mean, it doesn't look like the break's going to be in just yet. Carleton's still in favor of those good spots.
Good time, Pops around the back end. 5 in a row. Glide bomb now for the Fuel to be working with. Radix with full streaks as well, as he's on 7 in a row. So Fuel now a lot in their arsenal to start snowballing this game out. Royalty trying to get in for the last little bit of time. Over the shoulder, it's going to be 3 down for the Fuel. Making, I was going to say all 4, but Pops is just unkillable. Now it's full streaks on 2 players for the Fuel, and that lead is just growing.
Carlton in the second set of rotations is going to have a lot to deal with. Not only are you going to have to deal with the fact that you're, getting outslayed pretty heavily right now from Fanshawe, and they've been doing a better job of rotating. But now Fanshawe, they've got 3 players who have full streaks in Radix, Maddox, and Pups. So it is going to be so tough to be able to stop this team, because now, I mean, even when you go back to this first, this is going to be a great example of it. You're not in early control of it, but I would expect we start to see some streaks coming in very shortly for Fanshawe.
Artillery. Royalty in here. There's a flank coming out. There's number 8. Bonk makes the play. He's going to find the opening here with the collapse from Fanshawe. They're into the hill, finding the advantage. 3 kills go down for the Ravens. Last one on the inside is going to be raided, and he's going to drop. So now Fanshawe in control. Break is good. Here for the retake. Royalty leading the way. First one down. Opening that for the Ravens to take this, but still some players going to be here. Royalty has found 2. Still in contention inside the hill, but look at that. 4 down. Nobody getting the secure on this one. Look for the last little bit. They line up for Pups to just take the end of it. Looks like nobody's going to take it. You're looking at hill 2 now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Fanshawe didn't invest any streaks into that hill. Instead, they decided, hey, you know what, let's just play for the scrap time, and then we'll try to rotate over early into this new one. But you got Aztec up in the top of the sniper tower, and he can be a real nuisance right now. He's on 4 in a row, looking for 5. Mega will shut him down. But now with Fanshawe, everybody coming off spawn, this is Carlton's chance to bring their way back into this game. They've got all the angles watched.
Ravens in control. 10-point game. Aztec wins the fight with a little bit of help from Raiden on the outside of that ship. Another 4 go down with that kill that Aztec got on Radix. Mega trying to lurk around here, trying to find an opening for the Fuel to get back in there. Pups for the break around the outside. Fuel back in, still maintaining this lead. Carlton haven't really been turning these kills into time. Now it's time to strike. 3 down again. Nobody into the hill. 20 seconds to gain here. This is time you just don't want to give up in. Carlton.
I don't understand right now what Fanshawe is doing. I mean, you've got 3 sets of full streaks. You're not in control of the hill. You're just running in and getting killed by Carlton over and over again. I don't think either team really got a ton of time there. But the fact that Fanshawe probably could have dropped a streak and followed it up with a couple players pushing from behind and got in control of the hill, not a good look for them at the moment. And you can see all 3 players still sitting here with streaks as we head towards this new hill. And Carlton gets a perfect rotation from LST ship to the West Beach. They are in control. They got the good spawns as well. Fanshawe, you need to start investing these streaks.
Here comes glide bomb number 1. Mega's going to open this one up. See all the information to the team, funneling these players on out and just into the guns that you need. Fuel are going to find an opening. 2 go down. Carlton still spawning on in. And yeah, Aztec, a pillar. He's up into the artillery end of things. He's going to fall, but allows for an opening once more for the Ravens to get in. Kills coming through. Royalty's going to go 1 for 1, and the inside is going to be Bonk and Mega to shut down Carlton's hold right there. And look at this, Fanshawe again on the heads-up rotation back to the next hill.
This is where they want to be spawning at. I like that they pushed forward, but never pushed forward enough to flip those spawns out, because it's going to leave Carlton in a rough spot now as we look to head over towards the radar station hill. And this was a spot where we saw Fanshawe get a good amount of time in our last set of rotations. Or sorry, it was Carlton who set up early and was able to get a good amount of time here on this hill. See if Fanshawe can replicate it themselves here. Already with 2 in a row. Make that 3 now. This is looking like it could be a good hold here.
Plenty of kills right now for the Fuel. This was near impossible for the Ravens to break. Last time around, a good start from Brady. Lines up 2. Aztec around for the contention. He's going to hop into this hill. Around the outside. Can he win this fight? No. Big win from Pups on the inside. Is going to get traded out. Still allowing Fuel to dominate in this lane. But look at the spawns. They flip on out. Royalty sets up a pinch. Now it's Fanshawe on the retake. An excellent job from Carlton to get into this hill this time around and keep their lead now. Let's see if they can hold it. Here comes Fanshawe to try to fight back into this. Brady's on 5 in a row. Here comes the slide around. They kill them once more, and Fanshawe will not get the same hold that they did last time.
Here comes the scary thing now for Fanshawe, too, is you've given streaks to Brady, so now they've got streaks on the side of Carlton to be able to answer your streaks that you haven't really invested too much yet here in this game, and you're down in the game now as well. You can technically win here on this dock still if you're Fanshawe, but you need practically a perfect hold here, the full 60 to be able to close this out, and already a few seconds where you haven't had anybody on the clock but full control, so I don't think they can even win it at this point now.
Again. Love those streaks. Brady gonna invest one of his. It's a good time now. You look at those red dots on the map to just flood on out of this hill, try to take the gunfights, and they do, and they win them, Jesse. So big gunfights for the Fuel. Aztec setting up the pinch with Brady and Raiden. 3 go down for the Fuel, make it a full 4. The collapse comes through, and they do get the job done. but still Fanshawe in control of these better spawns on antenna. So they're going to be able to reinforce this hill once more, but I like this call. They're going to give it up. They're going to chalk it. They know the rotation's what's more important.
Yeah, and Carlton, they'll take these back 15 seconds happily here. They do still have a strafing run if they need to try to drop it to get inside of this new hill, but Fanshawe, they also have a lot of streaks of their own. Brady, he will call in that strafing run over the top of P1 here. See if it finds anything as it comes in, and it doesn't look like it. It looks like all the Fanshawe players were able to get inside of the little hut inside of that ring, and now all the Fanshawe players are safe. They've got control of the spawns. They've got control of the hill.
217 to 226. Here comes Raiden. Shriek's gonna unfold now as Fanshawe have been holding them into the last minute. 2:30 for Carlton. Last chance for Fanshawe to make this attack happen. 2 kills go their way. Fuel find an opening, pops into the hill, but Aztek's got the cross. Still the Ren into the kill feed, keeping things open. Another Shriek to the drop. Radix gonna find it. Mega for the break, and Fanshawe are gonna be back into this hill.
15 seconds left. That's all Carlton need. Can they get it? I don't think they're going to be able to get it done here on this hill, though. A lot of contestation time should come in soon. As soon as that passes that 15-second mark, you need to know that you need to make this rotation because Fanshawe can't win on this hill. Carlton's going to late hit it, though, so they're only going to be, 3 seconds off closing this game out with this scrap time. But the more important thing right now with 5 seconds left is the rotation over to LST ship. You can see Fanshawe, they've got 3 players over here. It's going to be a 2-on-2 for the hill.
And they find the kills up top on the deck. It's going to be Raiden trying to finesse his life. No, he's going to drop. Pops up into the hill. 15 seconds for the field to find this. Carlton, they only need 2. They're going to join up to take this. Strafingers' run is going to drop. Not going to find anything. Aztek opens up this map for the team. Here comes the break. Pops in. Radix going to find 2. 2 to answer back. Aztek to split the difference. And it's a full 4 down. Carlton Ravens, they weather the storm, and they're going to be walking away with the hard point.
Oh, man, that last hit, it was looking very, very close there, but 250 to 246. Carlson get it done just in the nick of times at the very end there. And you know what? Honestly, I think that whole map, you just got a lot of misplays in for Fanshawe throughout that. The Fuel needs to do a better job of utilizing streaks picked up earlier on in that game because that could have been a snowball effect so quickly there with how fast they were able to pull away with the lead. If they go back to the second set of rotations and you start investing in your streaks, I mean, you're good. You're going to start to pick up more and more time. Instead, they save all their streaks. They don't even come into full effect towards the end because you just kept getting broken by Carlton. And Carlton, who had 1 set of streaks, used both of them to full effect, and one of them didn't even find any kills.
And it's not even about using those streaks to find the openings to take the hill. It's using the streaks to deny Carlton of finding time of their own. So it's kind of setting you up for further success down the line. And I agree with you. I don't think those streaks were used to the full potential. I think it was a huge missed opportunity with the Fuel in a 4-point game. That could have been the game.
It really could have been the game. I mean, you got to think if they find even a few kills with the glide bomb on the first set, or on the start of the second set of rotations on that P1 hill, which they barely got any time on, and Carlton scored a ton of time on. You drop a glide bomb in there, you get a little bit more time. Guess what? Bada bing, bada boom, you're back in the game. But nope, Fanshawe, they fall down a little bit from behind. They got to make that comeback. They do get the lead towards the end, but just was not enough. Carlton to make that big break, and honestly, a fantastic break at the very end. Instead of individually hitting the hill one by one, they take their time. They set up the full 4-man hit. They take it. They get the squad wipe. They push in. They get the job done. Carleton University takes map 1.
And you see that Carlton in the same sense. They got wiped right off the start of that rotation to the LST ship. They said, don't care. They didn't ask. We're coming back and we're winning it. They only need 2 points. They got it done in the end of it. So now we're looking at search and destroy for the Fuel to answer things back. Where we headed, it's going to be Tuscan, Jesse. We've seen the maps already today. Talk to me a little bit about what you need out of these 2 squads and what maybe you saw into the hardpoint that you would like to transfer over into the search.
I mean, it's hard to say just kind of off seeing one map, but it seems like Carlton's ARs are very, very strong. Fanshawe also, though, like they're slaying. I think they outslayed them in that map. If I'm being completely honest here, it did look like they had the slaying numbers throughout that map to be able to, at the very least, go toe-to-toe with Carlton. It felt like they threw that map one away. So, I mean, if it comes down to slaying on Tuscan, it should be Fanshawe's game. But Carlton, you know, if they throw a couple good strategies out there, they might just be able to take it. Another big thing with Carlton, though, is that the only map that they won in that week 1 matchup was a search and destroy. So maybe it might just be their case that maybe they're very good at S&D and not the best hardpoint team, but you know what? They stole a hardpoint already, and if it comes down to the fact that they just need to take 2 S&Ds, well, they might just be able to get that job done now.
They might be able to, and folks, I mean, if you remember the search and destroy that we saw earlier here on Tuscan, that A site, it is going to be kind of the means to a quick plan for a lot of these attacks. The B site, a little bit harder, but we still saw a lot of B attacks in our previous series earlier today. So I'm curious to see what we're going to see unfold from both of these squads. Most notably, you are going to get those A hits, but without those smoke grenades, who knows? Maybe you don't want to go to that A site as much. Maybe it's harder to work around the snipers that are coming out from the outer ends of it. And maybe you just don't want to cross to the middle of the map without a little bit of cover to help you out. So you're looking at the different varieties to shape up in Tuscan this time around. And honestly, I'm interested to see what we get off of the break from both of these squads.
Felt like on the defensive side of things for Tuscan, it felt like we were seeing less sniper play coming out as well, because I think the offense gets there faster, right? So I don't think the defense really wants to have to slow peek that with a sniper and possibly run into a sniper or already pre-aimed, ready to go, automatons ready for you. Because if you try to slow peek that with a sniper, you're probably dead before you get a chance to get the shot off, especially with the way that Flinch works here inside of Vanguard and using those snipers. Wouldn't be able to tell at the professional level, but at this level, it would definitely be a lot tougher for you to be able to find some of those kills. But you know what? You never know. Maybe there's a nasty sniper on one of those two teams, and we might get to see some fun action coming in here.
And we get to highlight again the mental game that we get out of Search and Destroy, Jesse, and the fact that that B hit definitely can come into effect later on in the series. Maybe a quick start. We saw it out of I think it was Drury right off the bat when we saw their B hit instantly get shut down. No, it wasn't Drury. It was our second matchup
Midway,
against the Seahawks.
Yeah,
midway, they tried to instantly right off the bat towards B, hit that B site, and throw the Seahawks through a loop. And they would have gotten away with it, too, if they checked where D-Tatty was on the staircase. They leave it unchecked, and it kind of spoils the victory. Now, are we going to get that in this squad, in this series against these two teams? I would love to see that happen again. I think adjustments are huge into this, and variety is huge, especially on a map that's smaller, like Tuscan.
I can tell you it always throws your opponent off when you hit a random site off the start here. Only 2 bomb sites here for Search and Destroy, but if you go towards that B site, that unfavored site, and you get that bomb down in round number 1, you're the opposing team, it's in the back of their mind for the rest of the game. They need to respect it. They need to know, like, hey, these guys might just take that ballsy chance. They might go towards that Search and Destroy site. So, hey, we need to start sending more players, more reinforcements over here, unless they make a hard read and they send all 4 players back over towards A the next round. It's very unlikely, though, because that B site, it absolutely can be detrimental if you don't have defensive players there and they get the bomb down. The way that you can set up in and around that hill can really, really affect a team. So you do need to respect the B hit. It might come in off the start. I'd even be down to see it later on in the game. If A's not working, throw your bodies at B. It might just work out for you.
And you know what? I talked about map number 3 as well for these teams and how much map 1 would have an implication on that control coming up after this. So the Ravens, I mean, if they slip away with the Search and Destroy after taking and walking away with a very, very close hard point, it could possibly be one step closer to 3-0ing this series. I mean, with how that Gavitu went, it was super close in the hard point, and I think that control is going to be a toss-up in my mind as well, but Ravens are going to be the more comfortable when they do get there.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, right, to kind of be able to come in and take this for Fanshawe. You kind of threw away that map number 1 a little bit. I mean, it was a close map, so I mean, I can't even fully say they threw it away, but I mean, a little bit better streak usage, maybe you pull map 1 off. And then if you're Carleton, it's like, we didn't really fully deserve to win that map number 1. So if we come into this map number 2 and we take it, I mean, that's all the momentum in the world. We need to just run with it at this point, especially when you look at the fact that we have Gavutu for control for that map number 3. Really, really tough to kind of get things going into Gavutu, especially on defense. So it'd be interesting to see what either one of these two teams can be able to get.
We're definitely going to be seeing what we get out of these two teams. I would like to well, we're going to have to wait a little bit for this Tuscan to unfold. We did get a game crash, so we're trying to repopulate the lobby. So as soon as we get these players back into it, we're going to hop into Tuscan as soon as possible, folks. It's been quite the day so far, you know, through ICC, the champions returning back for day 1 against Drury University, walking away in a very decisive 3-0 victory, and then following up with UNCW versus Midway and seeing in 3-1 that time out of the Seahawks. Here's to see what we get out of this time around. Carleton up 1-0 after the hard point, hopping over to Tuscan, and it's a sniper right off the bat, bonk to open up on a Brady.
Beautiful start off the rip, and that's what I was talking about on offense. You get to that side of the map so much quicker. So if you can set up with a sniper with automatons on that side of the map, it's almost a guaranteed first blood if anybody slow peeks that from the Carleton side, and they do. But Royalty snuck through the back. Royalty finds one. Royalty, he might find two. No, he gets shut down by Mega.
Whoa.
That's a huge kill coming in to just stop that player on the flank. It's going to leave us in a 2 versus 2 now. Bomb has gone down here. So this player in the back for Raiden, he needs to make a big play. He gets one. All up to Pups now in a 1 versus 2.
Raiden's flank was huge, but Pups is in such a power position right now. Nice heads up
Oh,
play,
don't
but the
check
trade
that!
from Aztec, and he's gonna ice up there in a 1v1. The trade was set up. Carleton, they are gonna walk away with the round.
Oh man, that is pain. You got the player off the bomb. Why are we over challenging? That is the small little mistakes that you see come through sometimes here at the collegiate level. You don't need to make this reach out and look for the second player. You know nobody's on the bomb with 9 seconds left. So realistically, what do you need to do? Duck down for 5, re-peek back up. He can't defuse in 5. Look at the bomb, you win the round. Unfortunately, he goes for a reach out towards the middle of the map. Well, he's already weakened. Aztec right there to clean it up. Able to get the defuse right after as well because he was, 1 step away from the bomb. Very easy round to clean up there for Aztec because of the reach out. And Carleton, they're going to steal round number 1, much like they stole that hard point.
Brady looking to go toe-to-toe with Bonk on the outside with the sniper. Set themselves. Bomb goes down. Good setup right now from the Ravens. All angles on lockdown. You can see that fan shot. They want to throw some bodies out here. Shoulder's going to be there. Brady misses the snipe now. Flying his Royalty. He's going to find Pups. So Bonk, no teammate to help him out here with the sniper, and the rotation battle, the overextension hasn't unfolded. They're just going to cut it right down the middle of the map. Radix trying to block this one off. Brady's going to find Bonk. Now numbers falling. Raiden's just going to sit here, wait for the hit to unfold. You have a flank coming out once more and a pinch from these players, but they really got nothing going on. Finally, Radix is going to find a kill. Onto one, a second onto Royalty. Maybe just open this one up. It was 7.5 seconds. They need to see this. And Raiden,
He doesn't see the stretch.
Oh, he sees it. He sees it. He's going to clean it up.
Oh, that scared me. I was about to say, no way we see 2 rounds in a row where we've got rounds being thrown away by these offenses after getting bombs down and watching time click away. That did not look like that much of a sight when we saw it in our POV just a second ago. So he must have had a much better look at that bomb than what we did. Unfortunately, from the podcast review, you know, that's not normally the case. Normally we see all the people, you know, through the walls, all that fun stuff, and we've got the better view, but it looked like that time he just had the little bit better of a read. And Aztec, I think that's one guy we need to keep our eye on right now. 3 in a row, looking to possibly find some streaks here. And so he's player number 6. He's going to be playing that spot top church, playing that middle cut. And if he can find anybody here, bomb goes down right away again for fan shot. So we'll see if they can hold a better retake.
See it indeed. 40 seconds. Carleton on the resurgence for this round. Successfully last time around. This time it's a set nade to open it up. Royalty, the double down on Pups. That's the opening they need and the numbers that they're looking to keep in their favor. Bonk to answer back with a pistol. Royalty's going to hop this right away, but Radix on the re-rotation is going to get up top to watch it. Sniper's going to miss, and things falling apart here for Carleton. They have to take these fights soon. Aztec up top is going to get the gunfight on the Radix, and Brady hopping this bomb is going to be checked. Radix is doing it all. He's finding all the kills that Fanshaw needed. He's going to put them on the board.
Fanshaw with the redemption arc from round number 1. They finally get it done exactly how they wanted to in round 1. They get the player off the defuse, twice there in that round? Great round there. Out of Fanshaw to be able to close things out. Now we'll see what Carleton can do back here on their offense. Last time it was a hit towards A. I think we've only seen, quick A hits here so far. I'd love to see something different come out from these 2 teams, but it does not look like that's what we're going to get here. These teams on offense, they know that A site is such an advantage to have. We'll see a set nade coming off the top here from Bonk, see if he can find anything. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get anything, and this bomb should be able to go down here from Royalty.
It does. Bonk finds Brady. Sniper's going to be good. Denies Royalty of this plant. A little bit aware that Fanshaw might be looking to aggress off of that opening pick, but still playing this a bit slow. Bomb's going to go down once more. Royalty is going to stick it this time around, and player number 6, Aztec, super disconnected. 42 seconds for the retake.
And they do get 1 here, so makes that retake just even that much easier here now for Fanshaw. Bonk finds another one with the sniper, so it's just going to leave Aztec all by himself there.
This is winnable.
It is, but it's just not a great spot to be in. He's got too many players around him. As winnable as it was, He would have had to have found a kill and gotten out, and it just was not looking like that was going to happen.
I mean, if you could read that right, get the player on the bomb, get back towards that truck, take down Ray. I know it's a stretch, but
it would have been a long shot. But
I
you know what?
saw
You're
it.
not wrong. It was winnable. It just didn't happen.
I saw a chance and I was like, wait a second. You know what? You could do this.
You tried
right
to
now.
speak it into existence. I respect it.
But
I
it didn't.
respect
It didn't happen. And Fanshawe now are going to find 2 rounds in a row to bring this back to even. And it's behind Bonk with that sniper.
It really has been Bonk with the sniper kind of being the difference maker in these last 2 rounds. Him and Radix, who has also now found 4 in a row, looking for that possible 5th in a row. And look at this, Carlton again, just letting this bomb go down completely for free.
No trades as well. No kills just yet. Brady's put away that sniper now. Automaton in hand. Royalty gets eyes on Mega. Shot's going to be there. We truly over-regress just yet. 29 seconds is fading. Bonk's going to miss the snipe as well, but Mega's there to pick up Brady anyways. Play's going to be coming through from Royalty. Could be the make or break for this situation. Can't finish up the kill. Has to take the gunfights, but a big mistake out of the side of the Ravens. And wow, Fuel. What a round.
I mean, if you're Carlton, you can't keep letting this bomb go down for free here. That's 3 rounds in a row. I mean, they probably shouldn't have won the first one. And then they lose the last 2 once that bomb goes down for free. You just can't allow it to happen. You're not getting to the site fast enough. I think if you're Carlton here, you need to start playing a little bit more aggressively towards middle of the map. And the way to do that is you would climb over the ladder up by church, get into the middle of the map, try to contest that bomb going down. Because, yes, you do get there a little bit quicker if you're Fanshawe, but if you can get into the right spots at the right time for Carlton, you can definitely stop that bomb from going down completely for free like we've seen.
I think it's last time. This time Aztec finds Radix. That is a big
God,
kill
so
off
aggressive.
the board. Look at Brady too. Sniper's gone. MP40's out. And look at the transition we get out of that.
And that should be bombed down now for free this time for Carlton in a 4 versus 2. This is going to be a tough round for Fanshawe to be able to find. Not only do they need to find 4 kills, but they also need to get that bomb to fuse off. And already 10 seconds taken off the clock here. And a player gone and going to be leaving it all up to Pups by himself here. And this is just a tough spot to be in.
Oh, out in the open and soon to fall. Carlton answer back. Keep us even at 3s. And a heads up play from Brady there. You talked earlier about maybe putting the sniper away and taking out something a little bit more useful to the team. Well, that MP40, that was everything.
I'm not going to lie, if I'm Fanshawe here, I would love to see them maybe hit towards the B side off the rip here, but the A side has just been so free for them, so I doubt we see it, but it would be a really good counter to Carlton if Carlton stacks more players over towards A. If they just run all 4 players towards B, now would be the perfect time to do it with how well that A hit has worked. Not going to be the case, though. We will see this bomb make its way up towards the A side again extremely quickly here, and they're just going to go for the fast plant, but 2 players from Carlton, they push in, they get the first blood. Great adjustment from Carlton.
Adjustments, people, adjustments. We make it happen, and this time bomb goes down for Carlton's favor. Still trying to keep their lives alive here. Radix has to be aware that this is going to come through. Peekaboo, and Royalty opens the door to death. When that ends, you'll have brought this one back. 3v2, numbers advantage. Still have to recover that bomb, though, Jesse.
Oh, that's a huge win for Brady. A win you should never get. Brady gets. Now it's a 2 versus 2. And look at the crossfire that Redden has set up here. He can just sit in this spot, and I doubt anybody checks right underneath it. These 2 players are going to walk side by side. Perfect angle for Reed, and he shoots him in the back. I'm sure he was in a spot where he could hear this audio cue as well. Bonk tries to get the trade, but this is where the sniper can really, really hurt you on your team.
Yeah, about to phase up right now with the sniper. Let's see if you can make these shots happen. 23 seconds to make a play. Bomb. Get recovered, and both players in a situation where you're going to hear that plant come through, but he's going to pick this one up.
That's such a good wrap. I'm not sure Redden heard it.
Raiden didn't hear it, so the bomb's going to go down. Bomb's definitely going to go down here, and I'm sure Carlton should realize this. As soon as the time crosses, they haven't heard the plant, so Raiden's going to make the heads-up play like, all right, it's a little bit too quiet over at A. Let's go back to B and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, that was a play. I mean, I like the call to make the wrap over towards that site. You just didn't. I mean, maybe a few more seconds earlier and you get it done, but you found the perfect time to get through. You can't really complain about it. But Carlton's right there. They get the job done. And now they take that 4-3 lead back, and I asked for it, and they absolutely deliver on making that adjustment over at that A site.
They do. I mean, it was a good play out of Bonk to make that rotation, but it was creative, and I was into it, but It was just a little bit too late, and Carlton, obviously,
Ooh.
not a dumb squad, but here we go to B. I've been looking for this all game long. Mega, are you ready for this? He's sitting. It looks like he's ready for this time around. You know the option is there. Brady's going to find first blood. Answer back to Pops. Mega needs to go big, but he's actually going to back up off of this. A-side, they know it's been too quiet. Here they come. Out the gates. Mega's going to find one. There's the trade, but 2v2. Now they know it's at B.
Aztec is just being so annoying right now to Radix, just sliding and flying across this. He keeps spotting him out, throwing these shoulders. So Radix, he knows he needs to kind of just respect this one. But honestly, if I'm Carlton right now, I'm going to wrap this offside. I don't think you keep this over here. And Aztec, that's so annoying. Kept checking that corner. He sees he's still there. He's like, hey, you know what? You can't just sit here and continuously think you got this for free. Pups may have read this, though, at the perfect time. He does get one, and he gets away with his life. 1 versus 1, Aztec versus Pups.
But Aztec has been so patient so far. You saw those shoulders. He's been throwing pretty cracked.
Pups is out of there.
Pups is gone. He's respecting the plan possibly, but most importantly, he's letting this round sit in Aztec's head about what to do right now. 14 seconds to make the play. A-site off the menu. Pups should know this as soon as he checks this. So bomb yet to go down. Aztec, you just got to take a gamble right there, and Pups knows that.
That was kind of Pups who had to guess, right? One side or the other. He guesses wrong, unfortunately, for himself, and it's going to leave Aztec able to get that bomb down and able to actually get into a post-plant setup as well. Kind of just checking all of these little corners. They should run into each other, though.
On the corner. Aztec's here. He hears it. Takes the shot. Oh, it's going to be shaky. Pups. Oh, he almost got the burn, but no, Aztec. He's got the ice to cool off a hot Pups. He is going to take Carlton now to a 2-round advantage. That got too scary for comfort.
Oh my god, it got scary, but Aztec feels so comfortable dancing around towards that little archway, doorway, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we saw it earlier in the round. He was so annoying there while Radix was trying to hold that angle. He just kept jumping back and forth, sliding back and forth, being as annoying as he possibly could, to the point where Radix couldn't give up the angle, because if he chose at any point to push through there, he was dead to rights until he decided, hey, you know what? I'm just going to gun you off this spot if you don't want to move. Bonk 1v1, can't find the snipe off the rip. And this time, though, the A site is wide open once again. Carlton, I don't know how I feel about this.
The
Consent
nade.
made. Wait, he got him off the bomb with that?
Radom got it off the bomb. Now Pucks has to go, and it's not going to be the case because Carlton, they have adjusted. They've gone to the side. Now they have eyes on board. Radix, let's see if you can answer back on the Aztec. That would be huge, but Royalty's actually slipped line. He's going to take down Bonk now. He's going to force the eyes of Fanshot to kind of peel on back. Radix knows it's going to come there, but Royalty's going to slide on him. Now Pops in a 1v4, and you just can't take him down. Finally going to be able to take one, so 1v3. 43 seconds left to make the magic happen for the Fuel. But time against, live against, it has to be a hard one.
Oh man, I was literally about to say the same thing too. It just, you're gonna need to make some magic happen here, because it would have to be magical to 1v4 at any level of Call of Duty here. And Aztec, I don't think Aztec spotted him on the cross here, so a 1v1. Brady will fall, making it a 1 versus 2 now, but he needs to get the bomb down still. He's only got 20 seconds left, and they have information on where he is. But this bomb, it may just go down here. Aztec should check. He should get the time in. Oh, and he gets the double beat down. Huge one-on-one there. Aztec takes him out, and that's going to be Carlton walking away with game number 3.
2-0, even more comfortable than before, and it doesn't go down to the wire. There's a few close rounds, but the Ravens make it happen. Now, Fanshot being down at the deficit they are, act against the ropes. This is exactly where you want to be as a Carlton Ravens fan, especially after taking that Gavitu hard point. Roll's coming up next, but, I mean, this was a crazy good search and destroy, even though it was 6-3. I mean, Fanshaw were finding some good openings, some good rounds, but they couldn't close out a lot of them, and that's where Ravens, they were just showing their expertise and finishing the late game.
I think Fanshaw was up 3-1 at one point, weren't they? Carlton had a big comeback throughout that game, and it's really on the back of the fact they finally started making some adjustments towards the back half of that game, and it was really once they realized, hey, you know what, we can't just keep giving up this A site for free. And what I really respect about the fact that they not only made adjustments, but they made different adjustments every single round on that defense. The first round, they sent 2 players through the A side of the map, and they just were able to drop the player that was on the bomb. That time through, they drop a set nade on the player on the bomb, and then push a player through middle of the map, get him into a spot where he can watch the bomb, make sure it doesn't go back down. Just those annoying little plays that Carlton was doing so well through middle of the map to shut down anybody on the side of Fanshaw.
Now we're headed to map number 3, Jesse. Control on Gavitu. coming up for both of these squads. You look back at that hard point, you look back at the history, and you might think that Carlton, they have the edge up in this, but I don't think that's going to be the case whatsoever. I mean, you saw how neck and neck that was. And if you let Fanshawe Fuel get those streaks once more, and they actually use them and be proactive, that might be a way for Fanshawe to bring themselves back into this.
I've got nothing. I got absolutely nothing for who I think is going to be able to take this map here. I don't think it really favors either team. These two teams seem so evenly matched all the way through. We got a 4-point hardpoint game followed by a 3-round S&D. And honestly, that 6-3 could have been a lot closer if Fanshawe started making some adjustments themselves towards the back half. You knew Carlton started going more and more heavy towards that A side. Maybe, hey, let's hit B1. So I don't know, maybe it might work for us, but they don't hit it. Doesn't end up working out for them. It comes down to those mid-game adjustments in S&D. Carlton just simply made more of them and made better ones. And then when you look at this control, it's like really, it's so new that like we don't know the full story on both of these teams. Have either of them even been practicing control that much up until this point? How much have you scrimmed? How much do you know going into this one about this map? You know it's extremely hard to get that B site. But you got to imagine which, I'm trying to think, if Fanshawe was the home team here, I feel like this was probably their pick to play Gavutu, so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable on this one than they do in that Tuscan.
Potentially, that could be the case. So, I mean, if you're looking at one way to bring this one back, it's starting on the defensive side. And, you know, if you can walk away with an offensive side on Gavutu, you did a fantastic job at finding that. First of all, like, this is one of the, well, there's only 2 control maps in Vanguard, but I think that this is definitely the hardest one that you're going to get out of the 2 for attacking. So, whoever starts out on defense, definitely going to be in a lot more of a safe situation. It's just, can you walk away with an attack? That is the big question mark, kind of like looming over this whole map, this whole mode. Can you find an offensive win?
Yeah, and if you don't find an offensive win, I think you need to just make sure you're slaying out like crazy right now, so then you can make sure you get that defense in the final round, because it is very possible that we just see 5 straight defensive wins here. We'll have to see as this game loads up and as it goes along, but you will see Carlton this time through. They'll be the first team on the offense, and you can see exactly why offense is so hard. You get that A site close to you, which should be the easier site to hit, but that B site, it is so far away from you in the West Beach, right where that where that third hard point is, and to be able to break into that one but get time onto it is going to be very, very hard.
Where Pops is on the minimap, all the way deep in enemy territory. Carlton, they get a clean kill on some Radix. Mega looking to climb on up. Some good timing to the back. There's one, a second one. All 3 players inside the hill. They are now gone, and Royalty has to make a late play now over to the B site, but he's going to be cut down as well. So far so good for the Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, Fuel, that's exactly what you want. You've only, lost 4 lives right off the bat, or sorry, only lost 3 lives. You've got a 5-life lead, 6 life now for yourself. And you just keep picking these players on Carlton up as they try to make their rotations off site and onto new sites. And I mean, another great raid here for Bonk. He not only finds 1, finds 2 on their way to the B site and completely shuts this down. And this is where things get really scary, because now Carlton is in a complete spawn trap. Every angle watch from Fanshawe.
Mega on 5 in a row. There's the shrieks that we were talking about. Not wanting to get into the hands of the Fuel. Another 4 go down. 12 seconds left. Round number 1, it's looking done and dusted.
I like this play from Carlton.
And yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you let things get out of hand a little bit. You let some shrieks over to the way of Fanshawe, but this is just going to deny the rest of it. You don't want to feed anything more.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to feed streaks. You don't want to feed more numbers as well to the likes of Carlton. And it is a big advantage to get the defense first here, because like you said, you saw streaks come in there for Fanshawe. Now they can try to use those streaks to their advantage here on this offense and try to be able to get one of these sites. I'd like to see them maybe hit towards B right off the rip here and throw Carlton off guard.
See where they go. Over to A.
Oh, not the case.
It's a split 2 for 2 for Carlton as well to get ready for this. Raiden is theirs. Toss out a player on the overextension. Not going to follow it. Just comms it out to teammates. Mega, what are you doing here? This is interesting at the fact, but it looks like he's trapped and doesn't know what to do. Finally going to get on out. Shots are going to ring through, but it's all Carlton right now.
It absolutely is all Carlton. And Fanshawe, I mean, there's not too much that they can do at the moment. Just kind of play with Mega pushing pretty far forward. He gets sniffed out as well, and now as Fanshawe, you're in the similar situation that we saw Carlton in at the end of that last round, where you're all just coming up radar station. Fanshawe, Carlton, they know it too. So this is when you need to dig deep, find a way to push out of here. They try to hit it as a 4-man unit, and all 4 members fall. And Carlton, they are slaying their way right back into this game.
They are. 28-18, a 10-life lead. 29 seconds left, and look at this, covering all bases. That is Babatou right now. Pop's trying to make a late push now to the A side. He is going to stop the clock. Here's the nade. And it's not going to land. So inside, still bonk lines. Clock is stopped at 21. In the back, Mega. Big shots at the Raiden. Couple kills go the way of Fancha now, and they're actually getting some good progress here, B. They're actually getting a good setup right now into this. You got to be careful if you're the Ravens. You don't want to get a little bit too overzealous.
Yeah, that's a really, really good setup. Royalty finds streaks for Carlton, and he can drop that glide bomb in. He does find the player inside the hill, but 2 sets of progression come through for Fanshawe here. Still a 6-life disadvantage for themselves. But, I mean, you can still close this out, give your team an extra minute. They absolutely do. B zone is secured. So now we look towards this rotation towards A. But this is where Carlton can just try to continue to pin you into the back of your spawn once again. Because now they don't even need to be worried about the top side of the map.
Yes, they can. 1 minute and 3 seconds left. Fanshawe taking the B site. Now the A site is going to be on hand. Mega's going to be the make or break right now. His backline right in some good timing. Swaps the second. Oh, wow. A little bit curious on thoughts on that gunfight, but still Fanshawe coming out with the majority. Aztec going to split this even. Be on the inside just yet. 44 seconds to make a play happen. Pops has this streak, so if you get control of the site, you might look to let them go, but no, Brady's going to shut him down and keep Carlton very much alive right now in every sense of the way.
Everybody else on Carlton now, you can see their full progress is just like, hey, let's just push forward. Mega isn't behind them, but with a 16-4 life disadvantage and only 20 seconds left, this is going to be on a monumental feat that needs to be done here for Fanshawe. It just does not seem like it's going to happen. And this is big for Carlton to be able to get this many slaying numbers back into their favor, because that does end up determining that final defense.
5 seconds. He's still giving some kills over here. That's more to the fact of Ravens. They're going to answer back in a defensive round of their own, giving up the B site, but I wouldn't say giving up, more so that Fanshawe actually looked really good on that B execution. It's just the A site is not able to get secured for them, so it is going to be 2 defensive rounds in a row on either side.
Well, they got the right setup over towards that B site, and if you get the right setup there, that's all you really need to be able to close it out, because that's what, if you get a player in from the West Beach up into the South Jungle, if you get the player in that spot, it's so easy to clean it up, because he just sits there, spawns all the players on Fanshawe out towards the docks. It would have worked out perfectly, but just doesn't end up being there for them. And now looking at Carlton, they decide, hey, you know what, we know that it didn't work out last round when we went towards B. Let's hit A right off the rip here, try to get some time, because they haven't even gotten a tick of progress at either zone yet.
No, they haven't. Brady's got this top ship locked down right now. Lead to an avenue for the squad, but look at player number 7, Pops again. So sneaky at getting into the back line. Gets spotted from Royalty, so it's a big player off the board. You still have their streaks now. A couple kills. You can get on this A site. You can start collecting time.
The ticks of progression, they're going to start to come through onto A. They do have a player, one player in there, and you can see it's very slowly but surely, because there's only one player on it, starting to make its way up. It takes 45 seconds when there's one player on the hill for it to fully stack up. It becomes less and less the more players that you have on site. But you can see 2 ticks of progress. Oh, they don't come through. The pinch from Fanshawe, it makes a full play, and they shut down the push at A.
Look at that now. Pops back in control of the ship, neutralizing the A site. Sneaky on there. On the teammate though, a little bit late to the draw on the inside. Automaton can't get up in time. Mega's gonna shut him down. 30 seconds left to make a play. 23-18. Aztec barely getting some shots on Mega there. The trade still following through from the fuel. A-site getting neutralized. They don't have both ticks here. They're the Ravens, and with 18 seconds left, this might be your last chance.
Yeah, and you can see that's why they're putting their full focus right now. They know they need to get this A site. They need that extra minute so they can attack towards B. It's just not looking very good, because you've got 3 players in the middle of the map for Fanshawe, absolutely locking it down.
Absolutely, indeed. Another defensive round, another very convincing defensive round out of the fuel. Now, if you're Carlton, this is where things get a little bit shaky from yourself. I mean, yeah, maybe you can find this defensive round, but who's going to get the next defense if this does go round 5?
Yeah, not only do they need to win this defensive round, but they need to be slaying out heavily here in this round if they want to be able to take it away. And I mean, if you're Fanshawe here, I mean, even more so than just trying to win this round, I mean, just try to not lose it by too badly, by too many numbers like you did in that round number 1. You don't want to give Carleton the chance to get that final defense here. And now, as both teams try to push over, it's going to be both teams just putting all their resources over towards this A site off the rip.
It is right in. Ooh, almost
oh my God.
Killed their bonk. Showing off that pistol play. This might be an opening here. Mega again slips the line into the back end. Aztec has to make a flurry back and kind of stagger out to kill this player, but Mega just trying to stay alive. So the rest of Fanshawe can set up. Aztec finally going to cut him down. They're inside the A site. Playing, oh, what a position. Be able to cut off those players, but instead, the rest of the team from Fanshawe are going to push down into these docks. Here comes the collapse out of Carleton. Not going to find the kills. Another 4 go down, and Carleton are not looking good on Gavitu right now.
No, they're not. It's Fanshawe. It's all Fanshawe here, and this should be the A zone unless you see Carleton take one last-ditch effort at it. And it looks like they're going to throw one more body at least to this hill, and it's Redden. He finds one, and I mean, it actually does shut this push down for the smallest bit of time here. And oh my God, Royalty from behind, he might be able to stop this push himself as well.
Aztec, he killed there on a Mega.
Wow.
Raiden trying to neutralize this A side and get bonked down. He does that. 34 seconds left. Looks like you're getting a split push out of Fanshawe too, so this is quite the gamble you're getting out of them. And then when they move into the space, Pops is able to find Brady, but just not able to find anything more than that. You look at the mini-map, you see how much of an island Pups is on, and that should draw some players of the Ravens back so that Fanshawe can make one last push today.
It does, and it works out really, really well there because now Fanshawe gets a 3-on-1 on the hill, and they all spawn up near it. This should be the A zone done here for Fanshawe. Lives are practically even as well. Get that extra minute on the clock now. You can try to hit over towards this B site, and you've got 3 players here at the moment for Carleton. But Fanshawe, I think the play right now is to make the push through the middle of the map, and how close they're spawning to Royalty.
13 lives to 15. Carleton, they have the advantage. Royalty now just looking to slay out of the base, not allow Field to get anything going. They're doing a great job until Radix going to find them. Actually cuts off a lot of time from the clock as well, but still some forward pressure out of Pups. 17 and 17, been having it great. Gavitu. Nobody has really had a bad one just yet. Pups now in behind. Finds a big kill there. Should open this up, but Fanshawe, they lose a lot of the frontline players. The 2-for-1 in there, and it should keep Ravens in the advantage for this site. 27 seconds left, 9 lives to 13. This is getting a little bit close now for Fanshawe, and Carleton looking to push it to him. Round number 5, it might be what we're getting.
It just might be, and honestly, Fanshawe's already done the job here. They've got the life lead in terms of just overall lives and in terms of just slaying, so they should very easily get this final defense as well. And it looks like they know it themselves. They're not pushing forward anymore. They don't want to give any lives to this Carleton team. And Carleton, you might win that round, but now you're going to have to get it done on offense here in this final round. And we have seen how bad their offenses have looked so far. They haven't even, they got 1 tick of progress through 2 different rounds so far on both sites. So it has not looked the finest. I think that's just a great heads-up play from Fanshawe.
Royalty does have a strafing run. And he's had the strafing run for a while, but you also have 1, 2, 3, 4 streaks on Fanshawe. So, yeah, that doesn't really help for Carleton's case. I think that Fanshawe are in such a comfortable spot that this should be their map to take away. I mean, Carleton, they just need to get everything right to take this round. And Mega, what an opening. He's going to find 1, second one over the shoulder, dropping down 2. That is perfect.
Absolutely great start off the rip here again. Completely stop that push from Carleton over towards the A site, but it's actually going to be one that pushes in over towards B. It's going to be Brady, but he gets dropped immediately as well, so a great break off here from Fanshawe.
Back over to A they go. Raiden wins the 1-on-1 with Radix, but his teammates, they fall. Time is stopped at 59 seconds, and not that bad. A life lead caught with the sun out. Pups, perfect timing once more. Clears the A site. Gives Fanshawe a chance to wrap around these players. The collapse is set. The pinch is there. Pops is going to find a second one on the inside, and here comes Mega around the other opposite end. 5 in a row for himself. More streaks for Fanshaw to work with. And that's just Carlton stuck again back in their base.
And you can see it looks like they want to try to hit something different here. They're going to hit towards the middle of the map, towards this top gun area. Royalty will find one, and he's just going to make the full push over towards B. He's got another one-on-one off screen. He does end up falling as well. So no pressure on B. Lets everybody else on Fanshaw say, hey, you know what? Let's just put our full focus back over towards this A site. Let's continue to shut them down. Only 20 seconds left here, and a, 7 life differential now for Carlton. This is not looking good.
It isn't. Royalty trying to stay alive, just not going to be able to happen. 16 seconds left. Fanshaw looking to push us all the way to a map 4 right now, and this might be their map to take. 9 seconds left. One last opportunity for Carlton to go, but Maga's going to line up too. Shut them down on the inside. It is going to be the last little bit of Raiden to try to hold on, but he just doesn't have any help on the inside. Here comes the collapse. Maga's going to take him out, and that is going to do it. Fanshaw Fuel, they're going to push us to a map 4.
They absolutely are. Fanshaw, they got it done. Let's be honest, the job was done in round number 4. They just needed to come out in round number 5, execute in the smallest way here for themselves, and they get the job done. They slow down any push from Carlton. Going over towards B, they had it ready. Any push towards A, they had numbers there ready to attack, ready to shut them down. And that was just, it was not a pretty looking Gavutu, honestly, from Carlton. They won 2 rounds, but I don't even think they deserved the second one they won.
No, it was very much Fanshaw's map to lose right there. Just like the Gavitu hardpoint as well, where Fanshaw had the opportunity to put it away. They had the streaks. They just couldn't close out. Now, they did a lot better of a job this time around on Gavitu control, but you know the one thing is that they didn't really use those streaks again. They were just letting their guns do the talking, and they got it done this time around. They didn't need the streaks. They didn't want to use them.
I feel like the streaks were probably just there kind of as like a extra resource if needed. Like say they got broken onto B later on in that round, they had those streaks ready to go. You could have dropped 3 glide bombs at once on the player that was inside. No way he's escaping that. So, you know, that's probably what the thought process is there. Kind of save them in their back pocket, leave them for a rainy day if they need them. And it turns out they just never needed them in that situation. Bokaj coming up next as well. That should be a crazy map between these two teams.
Exactly, folks. You don't want to miss it. After the break, we're headed to the cage. It's going to be a good one. Carlton possibly close this out, but Fanshaw looking to push a map 5. We'll see you in the flip side. Welcome back, welcome back. We got Carlton and Fanshawe Fuel going head-to-head down. Map number 4 is on the menu. We're headed to Bocage, and folks who are just tuning in, my name is Seymour. Alongside me, Cruzid, Jesse. This is going to be a big one. I mean, you look back at the original hardpoint we had between these two, and it was neck and neck.
Yeah, that one was a 4-point game and an extremely contest-heavy game, and that was on, what was it, a Gavutu hardpoint. So now I'm honestly terrified for our mental right now, Colin, for me and you going to Bocage between these two teams. It's been such an even battle all the way throughout this entire season, or sorry, all the way throughout this entire series, I should say, so far. And you got to think that with these two teams going towards a Bocage hardpoint, it is just going to be fast and heavy hitting over and over again, constantly hitting towards these hills. Constant contention should be a very, very good battle.
For sure. I mean, it's fast, it's furious, and it is rageful when it is Bocage. I mean, there's a reason why this game mode or this map mode combo constantly does go to the time clock a lot. It does go to very notably close back-to-back or neck-and-neck games. It's just because it's who can slay out, and even at that point, it's like who can slay out and turn time into the objective the best, because you need to not only be on your toes for killing, you need to make sure you're on the toes when you're inside that hard point. You get 4 down, you're ready for a 5th around the corner.
Yeah, exactly, because you get that 4 down, but 2 seconds later, everybody's coming off spot, and you got to deal with it. We said it's going to be fast and heavy hitting. We're about to see why here. If you haven't seen a Bocage hardpoint, well, you have not lived through Vanguard at this point of the season yet, because this map, it's been one that we see a lot throughout the season so far here, and it's something I expect to see a lot throughout the season as we go along. And you can already see a good start off the rip here for Carlton. They find a few kills, but much like normally on this first hill, it is very, very hard to gain a good amount of time.
Champions this year, they'll be forged in the chaos and fire that is the cage. Who are we going to get this time around? Off the rip, haven't seen too much time from either of the squads inside the hill. Fanshawe starting to collect some, as it is some stringing of kills together for the fuel, but Ravens are doing a good job at making sure that Fanshawe cannot collect this time, which is a big factor as well. You got 16 seconds left on hill number 2, and who's going to get the rotation over towards this tanks? And even still, I mean, with how close this hill number 1 is it really going to be that much of a matter for the rotation?
Well, that win for player 3 down low is really big, because now he can just keep trying to run through the bottom side of the map. That's Brady. But nope, he's going to get caught out by Radix at the backside. So as well as that was for him, all the spawns get blocked here, though. So he doesn't even spawn back up with his team. So a possible pinch now developing from Carlton. They can try to hit this one from the back.
New Mega setting things up for Fanshawe. Boink wins the fight on the front line. He's going to flip things out for the Ravens once more. 4 go down, and Fanshawe now in control. 35 seconds still to be gained here. These teams showing 1. Gavitu was so close that it is. Doesn't look like Carlton want to take another break at this one. Pomps is shutting them down before they can even think about it. He's down range. Brady's going to get some good shots, but nobody in a position to shut this down. 18 seconds of scrap time that the Fuel are looking to grab now.
Just be able to get a good amount of time here. Yeah, and Fanshawe, they absolutely will. They'll lock down the remaining bit of time here on this hill and look to head over towards the Grandma's Hill for our next hill. It should be Carlton's set up early here, but you got to keep your eyes on player 6. He might be able to just sneak through the back side here and win these spawns here for Fanshawe. And Mega, he's going to try to do his best. As soon as these players come off spawn now for Carlton, you got to expect they're going to spawn out. And they do, so they should notice that there's a player in behind them.
It is Mega for the break. Aztec shuts him down. Aztec finds 2, and Brady a 3rd. What a break, or what a hold from Carlton. Now that's going to be some good time transition for the squad. You see the spawn still come through for the Fuel. Mega's trying to get in, but again, it's just a sea of blue in the feed. Aztec's got 5 in a row. That's a glide bomb now in the pockets of the Ravens. And look, these kills, they are dropping the Fuel in the blender at the moment.
Yeah, they are. And this is the kind of like the scary spot that you can get put into sometimes, that you can see the Fuel are in right now, where if Carlton's holding that, you're spawning up on the right-hand side, and Carlton knows that, they can just continuously watch that spot and watch the few chokeholds that you can come through and just keep picking you off one by one by one. But Fanshawe, they do eventually break out of it. They get the lead back slightly into their favor. It's going to be around a 10-point lead as we look to head over towards this barn hill. A huge one-on-one off-screen. Player 4 is going to win it. That should lock down spawns here for Carlton.
Should. Barn. You can get a lot of time here again. And they go back-to-back for 40 seconds. That would be a big lead for the Ravens, especially on Bokaj. But look at this heads-up play through the wall. You can see Fanshaw setting 2 on the late rotation. He's going to watch, but Bridge is going to be there. Big kill out of Radix, taking down Royalty. Bridge comes thing. They clear out the hill as well. Look at where Carlton is spawning down into towards the tank, so they're going to be able to reinforce this hill once again. It's going to be tough on the inside. Mega, big one-on-one win. Cooks the nade, waiting for a teammate to trade on through. Aztec's going to be in. Forced to be out, flushed out by the nades that are the fuel. And now it's on the break. Ravens trying to take another swing at this with the last 18 seconds left, but it's only 18 seconds, and it's going to go their way as well. One last player to take out. They know it's there. They're going to take down Pups. They get the job done.
They do get the job done, but now Fanshaw, once again, they should have the strong spawns, for going over towards this river hill. And this is where you can already see player 7 is set up. But Carlton, they're trying to make the hit through the top side, through the grandma side of the map. And they're going to try to break this from the top side. Aztec going to jump over the top. He finds that player. Oh, and he can't tuck in the corner fast enough to get out of the line of sight from Radix.
Again, only a 10-point lead here. Big kills out of Royalty in the back. To lock things down for the Ravens now into this hill, but still on the front line. You got Bonk watching the cross. So nobody in the hill just yet. Time is being burned off the clock. Aztec over the shoulder. High ground control for the Ravens. And neutralizing this hill right now, too, on the inside of that. Aztec should do that, but he's just going to hop into this. He's going to stop that time. He's going to start collecting for the Ravens. And look at this control that you have right now from the Ravens. I don't even think the Fuel wanted to take a swing at this one.
Wow.
You look at the control at a Royalty. He's going to be cutting those crossfires off.
If you told me that at the end of the first set of rotations, we would have seen Carlton leading by almost 40, after we saw Fanshaw take a 50-second lead after the first 2 hills, I would have told you were absolutely crazy, Seymour, but it's exactly what we're going to see here, a 40-point lead heading into our second set of rotations. Carlton not really in a good chance to be able to get any time here on this P1 hill, but nobody on Fanshaw is on the hill either. They're all just watching around it, trying to make sure that Carlton can't get in, and you're seeing a ton of time going to this clock right now.
Yes, you are. To the hill. Carlton's going to be here looking to flip things out. Royalty spearheading the attack to flip these spawns, collecting the time at all this is going off, but deep spawn for Aztec in the back. Still kills ringing through. With the Ravens, it's another 4 down. Finally a split in the feed from Fanshaw. It's only good for 2. And if you're Ravens, you're okay with this. The only thing is you haven't flipped things out. You're in the lead. You're maintaining this lead. And now over to the tank kill. You remember how that went last time, Jesse? It was most Fanshaw, but it was about only 20 seconds that they got.
Yeah, Fanshaw, they absolutely dominated over on this hill the last time. I not dominated the way that they got a ton of time, but they didn't let Carlton get any time on this hill. They really shut it down. But Carlton, going into this one this time, it's looking like a very different scoreline. A 50-second lead right now, and you've got Aztec dropping the streaks in. Probably won't find anything with that glide bomb, but a ton of information. You know who these players are in the middle of the map, and you can start to see that's where the Carlton players are starting to hunt down now.
Wait for it to happen now. Wait for it to set and just spring on into action. That's what we're waiting for the Ravens to do. Brady from above is going to find Radix 2. Traded back from the way of the fuel. 5 spree for Mega. Break comes back. Fanshaw hold on tight right now. And look at how deep Carlton are spawning. Raiden's going to win a big 1v1 now. Inside Zigzag. Looking to make the overextension into the back set of a pinch. Royalty finds a player into the middle of the map. He's going to win that fight as well. Now setting up for the break. Aztec around the corner. Bonk's got his number. Just Ravens haven't been able to break this. Good time for the fuel.
This is probably the last hit you see coming in from Carlton, and actually they will win it out, but at what cost? You get the back 10 seconds. You continue to hold on to that 50-second lead. But now, as we look to head over back towards this Grandma's Hill, it should be Fanshaw here earlier on. And Mega, if he makes the right read here, he can absolutely push this in from behind, and he can pinch all these players inside the hill and shut this push down completely.
Gonna get down on the inside. Aztec, I don't know if he knows Mega's gonna be on the staircase. Here he comes around the corner. Better of Aztec. Second one right there. Shuts down Royalty in the doorstep. You do get the trade, but Fanshaw, they're okay with what they have right now. Spawning up in the back end. Carlton, they're gonna need to break from the front. Setting up for a pinch. Right through the front doors. Aztec on side. It's the better of 1 into it. Still trades. Royalty finds 2. That should be the opening for the Ravens to get into this hill. Pops in a 1v1 and he beats down Brady.
Redden found streaks as well through the back half of this hill, so that's going to be really, really big if we go or once we go back over towards our river hill because of how open it was. We saw them dominate on that hill the last time through in our last set of rotations. So with a streak this time, you got to imagine the hill should just be that much better. And Carleton being able to lock down this remaining scrap time, they actually hold on to their little bit of a lead that they've had. It gets diminished down to 30 seconds now, but it's still a 30-second lead on Bocage, which is quite a big hold.
Ooh.
And they've got the spawns locked down here for the Barn Hill.
Nice shots from Brady underneath the tank to find Mega. Dashing on the inside. Royalty, big 1v1 here against Pops, and he shuts him down. Round the back, it's Radix trying to get back into the mix, try to box out the Ravens. Hunting down this player on the outside. He gets the better, and Fanshawe are able to hop into this hill once more. 3 kills go their way. Still going to be a fight on the inside as you see the close spawns for the Ravens. Brady on 5-3 as well. More streaks the way of Carleton. Pops trying to lock this down. Finds 2 in a row. Snaps back for a third. Not going to be there. Fanshawe holding on for the contention on the inside. Trying to keep their toes into this game. It's 22 seconds that you just don't want to give up.
No, and this is the point of the game where you just can't give this time up if you're Fanshawe. But these back 15 seconds, unless player number 7, Pups, can break into this hill, and he's not going to be able to, those back seconds, they're going to go back to the way of Carleton here. That 50-second lead that was once so prevalent, it's going to be right back into their favor as we head back over to River. And they broke River last time through, and they didn't even need streaks to do it. This time they have streaks, and they might not even need to use them again.
Oh, Royalty inside the river. Backs up, allows Aztec for the break. Wonk trying to finesse this kill in the back. Big win onto Redden. Still split pinstripe kill feed, and Carleton are okay with that. They're coming out. Mega drops the streaks. Back and forth. I mean, this has been back one by one. Each team holding off on this, and yeah, the streak's still here for the Ravens.
The streaks don't even matter. I mean, Mega finds that kill, gets them off the hill for a limited amount of time, but the Carleton Ravens, they're right back inside of it now. Everybody comes off spawn, and now if you're Fanshawe, you got to break back in all over again.
Fanshawe fan, you look up top, you see how dangerous this is. You need to win Bocage. You go to a map 5. Royalty on the inside. What a win from the top ropes. Mega doesn't want to let him have it for free. Right into the third set of rotations, but a 50-point lead is going to be where we're sitting.
These first 2 hills has been Fanshawe's best 2 off the start of this game, and they're going to need them right here, right now. Exactly what you did through the first 2 sets of rotations, but you need to lock down a better amount of time on 3, 4, and 5 if it even goes that far into the game, because you need to stop Carleton and get them off the hill now, because any more time that goes into Carleton's way is just more and more time that you're falling behind here in this game. It's what, a 60-point lead here for the likes of Carleton. They were able to build that back up again, but you've got Fanshawe in the hill at the moment. They're starting to build this time back into their favor. The only issue is right now is you've still got spawns very much so in favor of Carleton at the moment. Well, never mind, they just flipped.
They just flipped indeed. Royalty has a lot to deal with. There's the break in the hill from Radix. Trying to keep the fuel alive right now. Carleton, they want to end this in the cage. Pops nice little corner. Holds off on 1, make it 2, 3 in a row for himself. Can he hit these streaks? It'd be so lucky. Yeah, Pops is going to find 4 in a row. So 1 more kill, you're going to get the glide bomb, but we are headed to the tank kill. And only 25 points for Carleton to close this map.
Wow. If you're Fanshawe here, you got blessed with a spawn. You need to make the most of it right now, but you're going to drop 2 players inside a barn. That's going to lead the opening now for Carleton to be able to get in. And now Carleton might just be able to put you in a spawn trap and keep shooting you off these small choke points and take the game here.
Another 3 down. You look out where the fuel are spawning. 13 seconds left. Radix from above. Trying to find his way in. What a shot from Brady. Heads up to read that retake now. Looking for these players off of the respawn. Where are they coming through? They're trying to run on through this barn. Another straight's going to come down from Brady. The break comes on in from the fuel. 2 seconds remaining for Carleton to win this series on out. The break comes through. Brady's going to drop in the back. The Banjo staying alive. Still a contention into the hill. The battle's going to be there. 2 players alive on the inside. Pops trying to finesse his life. Loses out of the battle. And Carleton, they're going to take the best of 5 in 4. They take Bocage. They take the series.
That's crazy. I mean, I honestly did not expect Carleton to come out here and be able to take that map after watching map number 1 and how crazy good Fanshawe looked on that Gavutu hardpoint. Even though they lost that map, I still feel like Carleton kind of was blessed to win that map 1. But on this Bocage, I mean, it was all Carleton. As soon as you hit after hills 1 and 2, even at the back end of hills 2, they just were doing such a great job of breaking. They weren't even necessarily winning every set of rotations, but once they got the breaks in, they were doing a really good job also, Colin, of fighting the hills from the front of the hills and holding from the front. And it's
They
not something
were.
that you see very often come through at all when you look at Bacage Hardpoint. But they did in the first set of rotations on that Grandma's Hill. They sat inside the house. They were able to shut down 3 different people from just everybody spotting up on the right-hand side. And then right after that, not only do they do that, but then at the end of the game, that hold that they just had on P2, that is not an easy hold to get into, to
It's
fight
not.
tanks from the front side and then start spawning Fanshawe out and killing them to the point where they're spawning out towards the bottom of river. Beautiful hold from them. It's a great job from Carleton and a great way to start your season off here with a 1-1 start.
But you said yourself they had him in a spawn trap, and they were looking to hold them there. Instead, they spawned him over towards Riverbed, and there's so much map to traverse just to get there. And, you know, oh gosh, it's not easy to walk through that middle of the map. I mean, there's going to be somebody there, and you're probably going to lose that gunfight a couple times before you get in there to shot back on in. And Carleton do a good job at boxing out. You look at the history of the series, you may have lost that Gavitu control, but your hard point, you clutched up. You did the right thing to win out on that, and what, maybe like a 4-point victory inside that map number 1. Search and destroy. It looked like it was Carleton's map from the start. They lose out of 3 rounds, but they win 5 in a row to shut that one down. And then you move over to that hard point, that Bokosh hard point, and they were just slaying out. They were making sure that they were holding Fanshawe against the ropes.
Yeah, they really, really were. And you know what? It's a little bit tough because if you're Fanshawe, you got to be thinking, hey, if we use those streaks in that first game and we really close that one out, we probably go to a game 5 here. You get to go up against Carleton on Berlin Search and Destroy. Obviously, we don't know how that one would have played out, but I mean, Fanshawe, I bet you they would have loved to have seen that map after that Bacage, though. You can't argue, though, that Carleton just looked like they just had slightly the better team today coming in terms of slaying. But if you're Fanshawe, you can absolutely look at this series. You can't take away the fact that you lost, but, you know, take the positives away from it. Look what you did right. Learn from your mistakes. Come back stronger next time. Because if you come up against this Carleton team again, I guarantee you it's going to be just as close of a fight as we just seen, and maybe Fanshawe might be able to take it.
Well, it was neck and neck throughout the whole thing. So you get a rematch. Who knows what we get the second time around? Maybe Fanshawe uses their streaks, Jesse. Maybe they use their streaks and win that map 1, because that was a 4-point game. Those streaks, I'm going to say those streaks would have won them the game if they used them, if they did. But they miss out on the opportunity that they did have presented to them, and this is what they get. Now, you got to be looking to the future. You got to chalk this one up. Yeah, you kept it close. Next time you see Carleton, you're just going to have to beat them out. However, Carleton now taking their series scores 1-1 now inside the Starleague, inside of the league, and now it's time to expand on that. What are you going to get out of this division? Well, I think Carleton winning their first one, you got the hard part done.
Yeah, but it's such a tough division, though. Like we were talking about it earlier. When you look at this Northeast division, you still got St. Clair to deal with at some point. You've got University of Windsor, who they have already taken on. Western Esports have looked extremely good to start this season off. Utica is always a team that can be in and around fighting for some wins, so it's not going to be a very easy season for themselves. But the fact that you give Fanshawe that second loss now, it's going to bump them down in terms of the division just that little bit more as well. It's going to be tough, but there should be around 3 teams now inside the division after the top 3 teams who are all still undefeated. You're going to have 3 teams sitting at 1-1, so it's definitely not out of the question yet for Carleton to be in that top 3 situation, but already losing a game with how tight these divisions are and how the fact that you only get 3 teams coming out of it, that's where you need to, as Carleton, you need to dig deep. You need to make sure you're winning most of these games out from this point on.
I mean, that's the scary part. Those play-ins, I mean, it leads to some good upsets, but when you're now playing through the season, you have to keep in mind that you have to play that good to just get into the top 3 to make sure that you have a chance to make it to playoffs, because that is not an easy thing to do for any team.
Realistically, last season when we were watching, you had maybe 1 team or 2 teams that had more than 3 losses make it to the conference play-ins, and that's just because the divisions were so tight that you had a couple teams that were like that. But if you get divisions like this division with St. Clair and Windsor, I guarantee you St. Clair, Windsor, and Western are all going to go here, or at least St. Clair and Windsor, because of how good those 2 teams are. You're at least going to see both of them pushing all the way through to the fact that I don't think St. Clair will lose a map looking at, or not a map, but lose a series looking at this division unless we see a very big upset coming in. Windsor is okay. They're not the greatest. They're not the worst coming into this season, but I absolutely could see Windsor going and being that team that ends up losing maybe to St. Clair, maybe losing to Western. but it's going to be so tough for somebody like Carleton to come through and make it out of the top 3 when you have such a highly stacked division in the top. You can't afford to lose any more games. It was great to see them come out and be able to take this victory over Fanshawe.
100%. If you're just tuning in, that was match 3 right now of the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. We take a look at what we have next on the schedule because we still have one match to go. It's Texas A&M San Antonio versus the University of Oregon, which is going to be an interesting matchup. I think Oregon's going to be a tough team for San Antonio to go up against. You saw them last year, and San Antonio didn't look the best inside the NACE Starleague. So looking to bounce back and get a little bit of revenge. It looks like that is what's going to be on the menu for the rest of the night. Before that, we're going to head to a break and get these players all ready to go. When we come back, we get this head-to-head between San Antonio and Oregon. We'll see you there. Folks, welcome back to this Call of Duty Varsity League. We got Texas A&M San Antonio, the University of Oregon. My name is Seymour. This is Jesse. We're here to bring you through the last match of the day. This is looking like a good one, Jesse. We got redemption on one end and consistency on the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our head-to-head here. I believe Oregon is actually going to be a new team to the Call of Duty Varsity League this season. But, I mean, they're no stranger to competitive Call of Duty, and they're no stranger to collegiate Call of Duty either. And when you look over at the side of Texas A&M San Antonio, this team, they were a team last year within the NACE Starleague last season, but in this Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League, it's going to be their first time stepping up to the plate here. And both teams last week, they do end up taking 3-0 losses each, but to two top teams, that's for sure.
Very, very tough matchups to be looking at. But let's take a look at the head-to-head right now. Let's introduce these squads because Texas A&M San Antonio, we saw them last year. You said it yourself, but they just did not look like a team that could, turn up and take the playoffs. And this year, I said it, they're looking for redemption. You're looking at Trickiest, Chronix, Isaiah, and Loudmain to be the team to bounce back for Texas A&M. And across the board, University of Oregon making waves into collegiate Call of Duty. Daddy Skillful, Zip, Tavit, and Amaze.
And yeah, this Oregon team, they were good last season inside of other leagues. They're very, very good this season so far on. But you know what? They start off with a loss. But they start off to a loss to probably the best team inside of this division. They lost to the Westcliff Warriors, the team who is a very highly scouted and highly rated team right now inside of collegiate Call of Duty. And then their other loss, of course, for this Texas A&M San Antonio team, it came to that New Mexico State roster, who has also just looked fantastic to start this season off. But one thing for sure, Colin, we're going to get our first, one of these two teams is going to get their first win of the season here today. And I mean, they're both quite hungry for it.
Oh, you know it. You know they are. So let's take a look at the maps we have to see exactly where that hunger is going to be drawn out. We got Gavitu Hardpoint, Berlin Search and Destroy, Gavitu Control. This goes the distance of map 4 and 5, Tuscan Hardpoint, and Bocage SND. So quite the best of 5 we have. We have seen all of these matches come into play, or these map modes combos come into play today across the 4 series now. But the one thing that we haven't seen is a Bocage S&D. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, I love it that we both say it at the exact same time. It's interesting to see the Bocage S&D sneaks on through, because with it being the game 5, you got to imagine that means that the home team picked that to be the final map here. So it's an interesting thought to see Bocage sneak through. That means that they are probably quite comfortable with that map. They know that they have some strategies. They know what they can do on it. But I mean, the rest of the series, we get the Gavutu 1 and 3 again. We saw how that worked out in the last series, where both maps played very similarly to each other. We had a 4-point hard point, and then a super tight map number 3 on the Control. So heading into this one, we got to look for it. Hopefully we get another nice close series here. But Oregon and Texas, one thing's for sure, both of them want to get a win.
Yes, they do. Gavitu Hardpoint, map number 1. We got our last map 1 of the day, and look at this breakup. It's interesting at a Texas A&M.
Yeah.
They're gonna send one person on the overextension while Oregon just battle it out on the inside and dominates Hill 1 so far. And that overextension hasn't really come out to play for anything.
I mean, maybe if Loudman made his way up into the sniper's nest and was able to pick a few players off, it would have worked out for them. But I don't understand that break off at all, to send a player in through the far side of the map. He's actually just going to get sniffed out here as well. And Oregon off to a 30-0 start. They flipped the spawns as well here for P2. This is looking like it could be a very good start. Chronix does shut down 1. He shuts down 2 as well. So Chronix making the big individual effort over here for San Antonio at the moment to be able to stop this push from the likes of Oregon and get the score way out of line really early.
They still got to fight. Daddy Skillful from a bomb corner there. Trickiest didn't seem either, so a little bit interesting. Finally, Texas A&M San Antonio gets some score on the board. Setting up for a break once more. Oregon above the go. Trickiest is going to lock them down. Look at that. Opens up with 3. Just like that, Oregon, they make their way in.
Yeah, nice quick break there for Oregon. Only allowing Texas A&M San Antonio to get, 10 points of time there before the break comes all the way through. And you can see what Oregon's trying to do. After they get that last wipe, now everybody pushing forward, they're going to try to flip these spawns out for the West Beach.
Doesn't work whatsoever. Big kill from Loudmain. keep themselves in control of the rotation. 20 seconds of time. Chronix looks like he wants to battle in once more. Kenny Skillful hops up to the top deck. Knows the player's on the inside, so Oregon looking to hunt him down. Amaze from the top ropes. Going to shut that down, and look at this battle as well in the rotation. Oregon, they're looking to play for this next hill. It's two players to overextend him, try to make it happen. Hunting down this one. Loud main only good to find that one. And Oregon, they break in from the front line this time.
And a beautiful break around the side here. It's going to leave just one player left alive up in the back. They end up falling as well, and I think it may have just been to a team nade. Oh, that is the worst case scenario for Texas A&M San Antonio, because now you don't have the spawns. Now you've got Oregon in your face, and Oregon's still sitting inside of this hill, just running the score up right now.
Running it up, looking for triple digits. Short case from artillery gun. Finds one. Oh, the snap from Amaze. What a shot from your SMG, and Tavin looking to battle him down as well on this range gunfight. Amaze not ready for the kill on the rotation. Zip's got his back, so the trade's going to come through. Oregon are going to be the first one set up for this next hill. You got 15 seconds. Daddy Skillful going to try to take another shot at that, but it's going to fall flat in his face. On the rotation battle, Zip, he's locking things down.
Texas A&M do a pretty good job, though, on that last hill. They break a rack in, and they actually get the back 30 seconds of the hill, so I mean, a good rebound here, but the hard part is the fact that you've had Oregon now just take the rest of the time from that. And they say, hey, you know what? Let's just set up at radar. We're going to go for a full 60 of our own.
5 in a row for Zip. Line bomb locked down. You know how detrimental that can be to a win on Gavitu. Now 60-point lead. 90-point lead. It seems like with the team. Can't do math. It's too late. Oregon up 112 to 37. Shriek on board for Zip. Loud mainly for the break around the front. Takes down Tavin. Nice snap to the second. Opening up the map for his team, but around the outside, Oregon, they find the crucial kills that they need to.
They do. One player, Loud main, he might be able to sneak through, but this could be... Okay, I was going to say, if he found that kill and a few of his players through the middle of the map died, it really would have been bad, because everybody on Texas A&M San Antonio would have spawned up on him on the old hill. But instead, now it's going to be a battle for new, going over towards the stock side of the map. You do have one player up on the top of the boat here in Tavin for the likes of Oregon. Isaiah, he sniffs him out. He gets the job done, and this should be Texas A&M San Antonio with the early spawns going over here towards the docks.
Skillful in the crossfire. You can open things up. Zip do the job. Tavin to follow up. 2 kills go down. Oregon now looking for the inside of this point. Chronix holding himself down into the corner. Tavin takes the wide swing around. Not expecting Chronix to be there. This San Antonio is still holding on as they find 3 kills in a row. Spawns for Oregon. Going to be coming up on the opposite end of the LST ship. And they've actually find a big kill on Isaiah. On the opening. Dismisses San Antonio from this hill. Still need to find some kills, and it's all ready to kill feed. Loudmaid now, the closest one out here, keeping San Antonio into this hill. You got 17 seconds left, and Oregon looks like they're giving it up.
It looks like they just want to kind of play for the new hill, and I don't hate this decision at all from Oregon. You're off to a big lead here. Don't really need that back 5 seconds of scrap time, and I think Texas A&M San Antonio, they realize what's going on here, and they actually don't even worry about getting the scrap time themselves. They send the reinforcements early. They break right into the hill. It's going to leave Zips by himself here for Oregon. He falls as well, so actually Texas A&M, even with the early rotation from Oregon, they win the rotational battle.
Double the points right now. Oregon half, Maze on the inside. Kadesh is going to be there. Team nade. Oh, Zip, you hate to see it. Tavin, let's see if he can come to the rescue. He does. Gets the job done nonetheless. The break comes through, and Isaiah up top. I mean, this is a good spot to have, but your team just got smoked on the inside. Now looking for the re-break here. San Antonio in the middle of the map. Chronix big one-on-one win. 3 down the opposite end. They find their way back in.
This is where San Antonio can really start to bring their way back into this game. If they hold on to the remainder of this time, it will be a 50-second lead only for Oregon heading in towards our second hill, towards that LST ship. And you can see they know exactly where that hill is, and they do not want to lose the rotational battle this time. And they are actually making a play for the right side of the map here. It's an interesting call. It's a little early to want to play for that right-hand side, but it's what they've chosen to do. They hold on to the start of this hill, and now they're in control of the spawn for the third hill as well.
They line up for Tavin. 3 down in a row. Blair does break into the hill. Tavin on 5. Can he find the strafing run? Not able to get the chance, so still working his way in. There is strafing run now and glide bomb in the hands of Tavin. 170 to 97. Chronix are on the outside. Look for the break. Way on in. Shots are there. Snaps the player out of the hill. In for himself. break comes back for Oregon, not allowing too much time to San Antonio, maintaining the lead that they have, and it's going to be a good lead, especially considering they do have the rotations on lock as well. It's going to be a big one-on-one for time. On the inside, still a couple players from San Antonio dedicating their life to this boat hill. But on the rotation, Zip, he's locking things down for his team.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge rotation here for Oregon. If Oregon can cut these players off as they try to move through the middle of the map, not only are they going to have a 67-point lead, but this lead should be very, very big if they can hold on to these south jumbo spawns.
Kill here in the back. Daddy Skillful always cut. Boy, that nade. Still snaps over the secondary corners. I don't know. He must have been one shot there.
Yeah, he had to have been so weak. He just gets completely chopped down. Look at this kill feed. Look how far away San Antonio is spawning from the West Beach right now.
36 seconds. You put them really close to putting away this map number 1. You still have streaks to work with that as well if you need to break this next hill. But look at that.
Oh
look
my
at those
God,
kills.
the flip!
They flipped them out, Jesse.
That is a perfect flip from Oregon at this stage of the hill. There's only 20 seconds left. You know what? They're like, hey, we can just win this game outright on the side and go. And all we need to do is make our way over the radar station. And you know what we saw in the last set of rotations? A huge, beautiful hold from Oregon on this radar station hill. They want to do it one more time here. And the reason you're seeing this big lead, Colin, they have just done such a good job of controlling rotation after rotation. And they're going to look to put it away once again here on radar station.
They got the line of scrimmage drawn. Here comes San Antonio. Last chance for a break. Loudman's going to get a big kill there. Isaiah to help him out. Three goes down for Oregon. Still spawning up in the back, but nobody's collecting time while this is happening. Amaze is on 5. Plenty of streaks to work with. Haven't seen them drop just yet. Zip. Shots down range. Not going to be there. Isaiah keeping Oregon out of this hill. You can't win it off this anymore, I don't think.
Nope. Can't win it off this hill anymore. So San Antonio doing just enough right now to stay alive, but they know they need to do more than just enough. They need to get inside this hill. They need to start collecting time for themselves, and it's exactly what they're doing. Isaiah is going so massive for the squad right now. Started off 13 and 22. Actually, I guess he would have started off, what, 8 and 22? Now on a 5 spree, going up to 13. Huge pop-off right now for Isaiah, showing up big here as the game matters.
I think Oregon, I mean, I can't believe they weren't in that hill because they had a good rotation there. So, missed opportunity for them to get closer to the lead, closer to putting away this map. Rotations are going to be here. Amaze on the inside of Docks. Finds a big kill in the back. Daddy Skillful for 2. Over the shoulder. The hill. Breaks. Maze, what a play there. Is going to get his team back into the hill, but looks like he wants even more than this. He wants to flip out this team. He wants to push them into the spawn trap. Daddy Skillful dropping this streak on board. Streak as well from San Antonio, so keeping both teams at bay at the moment. Isaiah's going to bring it down, but Daddy drops the hammer. He's going to get to it with the glide bomb. Still Trickiest holding on tight. 23 seconds into this hill. This is Oregon. Still a chance if they get a break now, but you got to be looking to hill 1 now. Texas A&M barely holding on.
Oregon, they still have that little bit of a winner's advantage at the moment where they can just kind of afford to not even send players over towards this hill, but Daddy's skillful. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the winner's advantage. He says, no, I want as much time as I could possibly get, but the rest of his teammates, they know what job needs to be done. The full rotation over towards P1, it is in, it is here. Amazed is going to set this nade down as well. He drops and he finds 1. This should be the hold. This should be the game for Oregon here.
6 seconds left. Another Shriek's going to be coming down. Strafing run finds Chronics. Not what you'd like to see, and that's going to be Oregon taking Gavin to hardpoint, opening up the series 1-0.
They really tried. They tried to come back in that game. In San Antonio, it was just the case of you fell too far behind too early on. Because I think if they played how they played in the back half of that map at the start, I think they would have been a much, much closer game. But they were down, what, double the amount of points at one point, down 75 to the 150 that you saw in the likes of Oregon. And Oregon, once they got that lead, it was just, hey, let's just kind of keep playing for the early rotation. Don't worry about the scrap time. And that's why they were able to put that game away at the very end of it. And they looked very, very good through that first set of rotations.
They looked fantastic through the first set of rotations. And Oregon is what you're expecting out of them. I was surprised at a San Antonio. The way they were able to bring that one back and actually fight back into that game, that's a different San Antonio that we saw last season. And I think that is a big change that we've seen. Yeah, they don't find the win, but they're looking better. So it's just the little things. It's the little baby steps.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really good map coming out of San Antonio as well. And you know what? If they can take that map and they can take what they learned from it, maybe the next time they go up against Oregon, maybe they make a couple earlier rotations, they win a couple of hills towards the back half of the game, and it could be a completely different game from that point on. But you know what? There isn't really much else to say about that. We need to look forward in the series. We need to go towards this Berlin S&D. And I mean, this is an interesting map to go to after being in a Gavutu hardpoint, because we have the opportunity of seeing snipers now. The ARs are still going to be just as prevalent here on this map in terms of the long-range engagements that you're going to see through middle of the map and that you're going to see through the B dock side of the map. So who's going to come out on top on this one? It's still kind of yet to be seen. We'll have to see what Texas A&M San Antonio's S&D game looks like right now, but it was just their S&D in the last split in 2021 in terms of the Call of Duty Varsity League. It was not the strongest.
No, it wasn't the strongest. They were actually not looking the best in most of their leagues, or most of their game modes inside the league. So it's going to have to be adjustments through all three: control, search and destroy, and hardpoint. And now search next up. Berlin's going to be interesting, like you said, because now you take what you got at a Gavitu from your assault rifle players. Maybe somebody flexes over to a sniper, and your ARs are going to have a big job for looking for the first bloods. A lot of teams for tonight, we've seen them go over to the docks. Majority, early on into the day. I mean, we saw a couple hits over towards the A offices, but most likely we are going to be seeing these teams set up towards the docks. And if that happens, you're going to need to see the assault rifle players of San Antonio, or, flip the script in Oregon. They're going to have to go big to break back into that hill, and they're going to be what's on my mind.
Yeah, and honestly, it did look like San Antonio was able to slay toe-to-toe with Oregon, especially towards the back half of that game. So if they are able to bring that same slaying prowess that we saw in map number 1 and they take it to the search and destroy, that's when the search and destroy can get really, really interesting. Once you start to see the teams that you don't expect to be winning some of these series come out and they start taking a lot more kills than you expect in search and destroy, that's when an S&D team can really kind of catch you off guard, win a lot of these rounds that take the map from right underneath your nose. But Oregon, I mean, we know this team. We know they are very, very strong when it comes to all three game modes. So it's going to be a tough test here for San Antonio. But the fact they're able to keep map 1 close, it leaves me with a lot of hope here for this map number 2.
It does for me as well. I want to see some snipers. We
me too.
We saw some snipes earlier in the day, but we haven't really seen a player pop off. And
yeah, we haven't seen like somebody take over a map yet.
Yeah.
That's what we're waiting for.
I want to see somebody take over the map. Come on, bring it out. I know. Oregon, I know you're a good team. San Antonio, I know you're a strong team as well, trying to build yourself back in. But come on, you didn't get a sniper all year last year. Bring it over. Take over the map. I know you are going to get that over towards B. You're going to have the opportunity. Try it out. Just try it out. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get me and Seymour absolutely foaming at the mouth if you start bringing up the snipers. We start seeing some battles going down, those long-range engagements. It's what we need in Call of Duty. The snipers are back. They can't be GA'd. You heard Chance say it on the main broadcast. Pro players are being soft. We're not GAing the sniper. It is absolutely needed in competitive Call of Duty. It makes for those big pop-off moments that everybody loves and enjoys so much.
Oh, it does. Even still, in at the collegiate level, you get that too. Pop-off moments from somebody who's been sniping their hearts out for the rest of it. So we're going to see on Berlin what we're going to get. And you don't get much counterplay to the snipers anymore. You have stuns, but smoke's not being here. It's going to be tough crossing into that B site unchecked. And you need to make sure that you have somebody pushing the line, somebody getting aggressive. Something that we did see earlier in the day on Berlin were the submachine gun players rushing it through mid, getting into the burning building as fast as possible so they could put in check a player that's deep into the dock. So I'm looking at whoever's on attack to make sure that they are also focusing on counterplay, because as much as I want to see snipers, I'm also rooting for the other team as well. I'm not biased out here. So you got to watch that counterplay to make sure that that sniper doesn't pop off.
Are you like BUYEST or the proper spelling? Because my favorite's when people say bias casters in chat and they spell it wrong. It is the funniest thing ever. But you know what? We're not here to talk about grammar. We're here to talk about Call of Duty. And you know what I want to see, Colin, from this map? I want to see some better post plan setups than what we saw in Berlin earlier on today.
You're right.
We didn't really see too many. There is a beautiful building inside the back of Berlin, and I'm gonna tell you what it's called right now. It is called the Warehouse Building. It has a nice view of the docks. You get a beautiful view of that B bomb site.
You do.
Please, somebody, for the love of God, set up in that B site, set up in that warehouse, and just rain down fire. It is such a good spot to watch the bomb. Yes, it's predictable, but it's predictable because it's so hard to stop anybody from getting you out of that spot. You need to send players on the full flank. That spot is so tough to get out of, and we didn't see one single person use it in our first series today.
I don't think so either. So plenty to be looking out for on both these squads, folks. Apologies for the break. We're still trying to get these players into the lobby and get things underway. So
it wouldn't be a Call of Duty stream if we didn't have a lobby crash.
You're
let's
right.
Be honest.
You're right. It's been a long day too over here for Call of Duty. I mean, starting off with ICC against Drury, 3-0 sweep as possible. I mean, they made it look like there's a reason why they won last year, and there is a reason. It's because they're nasty. And then we moved over to UNCW versus Midway University, 3-1 victory in that side. We just saw Fanshop versus Carleton, 3-1 in that side as well. Texas A&M, San Antonio, University of Oregon, we've yet to see a Game 5. I mean, these two teams could be our answer to getting all the way down to that Bocage search and destroy. But it's got to be San Antonio to step up to the plate. I mean, we know Oregon. We know they're a strong team. The question mark, the X factor is San Antonio. Have they made the improvements? So Berlin search and destroy, I'm looking to see them flex their new squad.
I like that a lot as well, Colin. Just like kind of calling out San Antonio, being like they need to be the ones making the over aggressive plays, making the big taking the big risk taking plays, if you will, as well. I mean, if I'm anybody here and I want to see a sniper come out of it, it's the Texas A&M side. Just get somebody on the boomstick, get somebody watching over this B side, shut down any pushes from Oregon going over there, because I mean, we haven't seen any in this week at all. So I think that smokes realistically have been GA'd at the collegiate level as well. So let's just hope that we don't see any smoke, or not that we hope to not see smokes, but let's hope that if there are no smokes, we see those snipers come out and they are hitting to full effect here, loading into the game now. And Oregon, they will be the first team here on our offense once again. And I mean, it looks like a B hit right off the bat here. Let's see if Isaiah's running a sniper or what he's running over on this site. Looks like so yeah, he's moving up the map too quickly, so it's going to be an MP40. And he gets dropped immediately. Beautiful watching from middle of the map.
No answer back either. Bomb's going to go down. Zip pushing the aggression now all the way into the building. All the way past the building. They have so much sightlines on this, and look at that. It's Scalefill locking down his own spawn. Zip's going to find Trickiest. Chronic's in a 1v4. Things falling apart for the Zips. Or things falling apart for Oregon. And it is going to be San Antonio to answer. Or no, sorry, Oregon to answer first. San Antonio kind of got dropped early there. I mean, you saw an early aggress through that dock side, but it just blew up in their face, and it's because of Zip.
Yep, Isaiah, he made that push all the way through. And you know what? Honestly, that push absolutely could have worked. You don't really expect anybody to be playing top third or on that second kind of level inside of the mailroom, but it absolutely was. Zip was there. He had the perfect line of sight right onto that docks, drops the player down, able to get that first one. He actually found another one later in the round as well. Shooting players in the back has been Zip's specialty so far here in this search and destroy, but a big B hit coming in from Texas A&M San Antonio. This bomb should go down here, and it absolutely will, but how are they going to play this post-plant setup? That's what I want to see, and it looks like they're going to set up back towards this back warehouse. Hopefully we get player number 7 pushing into that building.
Zip, peekaboo. Goodbye, Loud Main. Another first blood for himself, bursting through the window. Hello, Trickiest. See you next round. 2 quick kills out of Zip. Isaiah finally getting the trade, but the damage has been done. B-site, 23 seconds for the retake. Chronic's on the inside. Spots out on 1. Tavin not going to expect it. Amaze is going to take down that backline, so Isaiah's going to go down. Chronic's now in a 1v2. Time in his hands. Can he finesse this round win? Has made it on out. Spots out on the first one of that Scalefill. Being traded out in the backside. The pitch hit works, and there's just no time.
Wow, beautifully played there from Chronix. And yeah, Amaze, you got to get off that bomb, but it's going to blow up, and you are not going to be able to get that defuse. I love that play, though, from Chronix. What he does is as soon as he realizes that both players are in the backside of the map, he just pushes through the docks. He says, hey, you know what? I'm going to just chill down here. Perfect Call of Duty play out of him there. Doesn't need to over-contest anything, and he absolutely doesn't. And after taking the shots on the first guy, he read it perfectly that there was a guy pushing him from the backside, from the dock side of the map, takes the gunfight, but just doesn't matter whether he wins it or whether he loses it. He ends up losing it, but with 2 kills in the game so far for Texas A&M San Antonio, that's a round on the board.
Yes, it is. Another hit to be rip. 1 for 1. Each side. Zip was the one to open up both rounds. Onyx, a big clutch last time around to keep it through. Zip's making quite the ruckus. Amaze, are you gonna expect Onyx to be here again? And last time, Zip again. First blood onto Isaiah. Chronic's now forced to disengage, and they haven't spotted him just yet. Still trying to hunt them down. Gets eyes on Zip. He's going to communicate that to the team now. Going to hunt him down, but Zip again finds Trickiest. Where's the communication?
Zips would be the most annoying player to play against on this map. He's just busting through every single wall like he's the Kool-Aid man. Does not care. He says, oh yeah, I'm going to take a 2-piece to start off this round. Once again here, it's just his map and we're living in it at the moment. Another kill comes through, and it's going to leave Chronix all by himself here, 1 versus 3, and just in a terrible situation. Everybody knows where he is. This should be the round. Easy as that. Oregon taking a 2-1 series lead here.
Nobody can even get close to trying to defuse that bomb, so... yeah, Maze is going to close this one out. 4 in a row for himself as well in the search and destroy. And yeah, Zips, it's his map. We're just living in it at the moment.
He's really been dominant so far through these opening engagements. He's found opening blood in every single round so far. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right on that one as well. It's been 3 rounds, and it's been exactly that. If Chronix didn't win that, I mean, Zip probably was leading his team to the promised land again for that. Could very well be a 3-0 right now, but San Antonio, let's see if they can answer back again.
Oh, so this is interesting. Maze is on 4 in a row, and he should have a gunfight here down towards the bottom portion of the map very shortly with Loudman. See who chooses to be a little bit more over aggressive here, and Zip with another first blood. That he is insane.
Oh, he is insane in the
membrane.
killed
his teammate.
2 for 2, 3-0. Oregon go again, 3-1 in the series. We're into the game right now, not the series, in the map.
Yeah, that's my fault. I said series earlier. I know I threw you off. It was just like yesterday when we kept calling the Mountaineers the Mutineers. It just happens sometimes.
It just happens. It is what it is. But what a round out of that, and it was Zip now 8-2, 2 in that round. Maze does drop. So San Antonio, if you're looking at any silver lining, no streaks.
All right. I think if you're Texas A&M San Antonio right now, though, the main goal is to just not get blooded by Zip. He has found first blood in all 4 rounds. You've only been able to win out 1 of them here so far, and that was just because Chronix made a great play for your team. But now, Oregon, they're going to take this bomb towards a very different hit, and not something that it looks like anybody was really ready for here. And look at Zip. He's already into their space again. If he starts to shoot some of these players in the back, I could absolutely see this coming in first blood for their team once again.
Rosie's there. Through the window. Peekaboo. Oh! Oh, wow. Loudman. Jeez. What a kill. Bomb down. Zip is going to recover it. 2-2 now. That was disgusting. He definitely should have lost that one, but somehow able to walk away with it. 10-2 is Zip now playing for the streaks as he's on 4 in a row. 1 more would secure him the glide bomb, but picks up this bomb. He's making the full wrap around, and I don't think this player number 8 is going to be ready for this whatsoever. Spots out Isaiah. Now the hunch is on. There it is. Glide bomb's in hand. We're headed to B.
If you're Isaiah right now, man, you have just got to be so angry with the fact that Zip has killed you like every single round so far. Zip has just had his number throughout these rounds. The first couple was first bloods in the middle of the map. This time he waits a little bit longer, gets them in the middle of the round this time. And it's going to leave Loudman in a 1 versus 2. He does see 1 slide across, but this is just going to give them all the information on where to push down.
Tips, chill, bro. Chill. Give him some time to breathe. Oregon are going to take another one.
What?
4-1. That's gonna put him on the glide bomb and the strafing run.
What do you mean give him time to breathe? As soon as you let teams breathe in Call of Duty, Seymour, that's when you start to be came back on. And you know Zips is not going to do that. Has absolutely taken over this map right now. 12-2. Daddy Skillful has had 2 engagements while Zip is sitting here with 14 through this map so far. You can tell Zip, he is an aggressive submachine gun player, and he is putting this team on his back in the search and destroy right now, tearing it up. And you know what? This could get very interesting as we see a 4-man hit from San Antonio pushing in, and Zips, he knows he just needs to put his tail between his legs and get the heck out of Dodge right now.
Yes, he does. Loudman trying to hunt it down. A little bit of engagement. Zip again. 7 in a row for your sub. Trickiest now has to rotate around, try to find these players on the exit. There's a flank coming up from Amaze as well, so Trickiest about to get pinched out from both of these squads. Zip doesn't check it. He's going to go down, but the trade is there anyways. Bomb hasn't gone down yet. Isaiah, you got to know that they're pinching. You got to know the collapse is coming through. Opens up the window. Is going to find Tavin. And that actually is going to bring us to a 2v2. So Chronix on the inside, if he can stay alive while his bombs are rotating out, maybe draw these Oregon players away, could spell potential for around the way of San Antonio.
Chronix needs to get across here, though, without being spotted by player number 3. Amaze, he might be able to spot the rotation, and I'm not sure if they have, but the fact they haven't seen anything over towards B should let these players know with 30 seconds left, like, hey, we need to start making this rotation over. And as soon as that bomb goes down, now they know they start to make the rotation back. It's a 2 versus 2 retake. They got 40 seconds to make it work here, and Chronix is in a great spot to not only watch this bomb, but if his player dies, to be able to kind of peek and get away here.
20 seconds. Crossfire. Maze through the door. Here they come. Opens it up. Hello. Isaiah gets the win. Wow. What a shot of that. 1v2 now. And he gets away. 16 seconds left. Suddenly, this round looking very doable for San Antonio. As they flip the script on out. 10 seconds remaining to make something happen. And Daddy Skillful looks like he just wants to keep these 2 engagements. He's going to get out of here. He's like, no, I like it. 2-0. Going to keep it that way. See you next round.
Yeah, he does not want to take another engagement here. He spots Chronix at the very end, but not going to take the fight here. Doesn't need to risk anything. And you know what? Clearly, the recipe for success right now on offense for Texas A&M San Antonio, Seymour, it's kill zips, and we might just win the round here for ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
And it really does feel like that at the moment because Zips has just been a menace on the map. 13-3. Somebody needs to give me his Twitter so I can gas this man up online after this game. Because, his search and destroy play has been absolutely unreal. But, I mean, the fact that he's just bursting through walls and being able to drop these players has just been something else here so far. I'm guessing this man a little bit too much at the moment. But Oregon back on offense here again. It looks like the bomb's just going to sit inside mailroom at the moment. But Zips again through middle of the map finds first blood. You are disgusting, sir.
And Daddy Skillful spotted the wrap to A for Loudbane, so they know there's a player inside the office. Looks like Zips, well aware of this, is going to hunt him down. Another one slides in, another one around the corner. No, Zip almost shut them down by 4. But now left alone is going to be Chronix. 1v3, 41 seconds. Bomb goes down. Looks like the sniper saw him, but Daddy Skillful is going to shut him down.
How can you lose when you have Zip running around the map finding 3 pieces like that? Like, actually, though, like, how am I... What color commentary, Seymour, can I put on this right now when Zip is just doing this?
Zip runs down the middle of the map, and he fries.
That is the game plan. Very, very clearly from this Oregon team. 16-4. Are you kidding me right now, Zip? Off to such a good start here in this game. He's got, like, more engagements than the rest of his team does kills. Like,
he does.
Unreal stuff.
I think he has more engagements on his own.
I think he has more engagements than everybody has combined. Yeah, you are completely right on that one.
Oh, here we go. Hits A. Daddy Skillful on the inside. Ready for this one? Here they come. One by one. Tumbling on in. All players are here. Daddy Skillful might find his first death. There it is. Maze on the outside is going to get the trade. Bomb goes down. You know, this player out here. Man, not going to check the right way. Caught looking the wrong way. Is going to be numbers now. Still Oregon trickiest. Back inside the hill. Back inside the site. Amaze 3 into the round so far. Playing for the ace to shut down San Antonio. It's going to be big for the team for Oregon to go up 2 into the round. There it is. Ace for Amaze. Give him the defuse. Oregon up by 2.
I'm kind of disappointed in Daddy Skillful for dying in that final round there.
Yeah.
I mean, he held on to that 2-0 for so long throughout the game. But a 6-2 victory here for Oregon. It's going to put them up 2-0 here in the series. And, I mean, what more can you really say about that one, Seymour? A beautiful map here. 11 non-traded kills out of the 16 for Zips. That's more than every non-traded kill on the side of Texas A&M San Antonio through the rest of the game combined. And I think everything outside of that last round where Oregon won, every other round that Oregon won, it was simply because you had that first blood coming from Zips. And not even just the first blood most of the time. It was the first and then a run straight forward, head through the start of the map. Just keep pushing through, keep finding these players, keep shooting them in the backs. This man has been absolutely unreal throughout that map.
The time is a first blood, a second blood, a third blood. You were expecting the fourth blood, but finally he got traded out because of one shot. But, I mean, Zip, yeah, he was doing it all. It said he had 8 first bloods, but I don't think the stats are correct in the inside Cold War for those first bloods.
Well, no. So how it works in that stat sheet is it shows you how many first bloods you get for your team versus how many first deaths you have for your team. So it's not like overall. Okay. So he had the first blood for his team 8 times.
8 times, and there were only 8 rounds, guys. Only 8 rounds. So definitely leading the way for Oregon to be in this 2-0 spot. Now we're heading back to Gavitu for control. And you're right. I mean, there's not much we can say about that search and destroy. We're saying the ball's in San Antonio's park right now. You know what you're getting out of Oregon. It's what improvements are we getting out of San Antonio? So far, haven't seen too many.
Yeah, you need to hit the hot regain right now, though, if you're Oregon. Or, sorry, if you're Texas A&M San Antonio, that's for sure. You can't let Zips just run around the map like he was just doing to you on Berlin. It's going to be much harder for him to do it on Gavutu. But if you give that man open space, and I think he can even do it with an automaton, to be completely honest. And if he does it, then it's going to be quite scary for Texas A&M San Antonio. You just can't let him run rampant around the map again, because he just clearly took over that S&D. And if he does that in the control, that's when things get super out of line and you get put into spawn traps and into really rough spots. And that's when you're going to see, yeah, exactly. It just all piles up, it all snowballs, and then you've lost the map and you've lost the series 3-0. So I think it all starts there. Just shut down Zips. I think that's your main goal right now for San Antonio.
It's a domino effect, and it just starts with Zips, just a little bit of touch, and then boom, everything else falls over. It's just waiting to see when this player is going to pop off for Oregon and how much San Antonio can really tame him into this one. Like you say, I mean, streaks, we saw it in Fanshop in our last series on the same map. Like, streaks come into play, they're going to be huge, but they didn't use the streaks. They had the insurance into that one. Now, with Oregon, a team that's a lot more ruthless, is not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They're going to drop those streaks when they do happen. So, San Antonio, you got to be careful with your lives. You got to be careful in the way you approach these hills, and you can't allow those streaks to go over the way of Oregon. When you're looking at Gavutu, it's already hard enough to attack. You don't want to have to go up against glide bombs and strafing runs as well.
You know what's so funny, Seymour? From that last series, we were or not the last series, but from that last map, we were like, we want to see snipers. But then Zips did what he did, and we didn't even notice that we barely got snipers in that map. I think we saw, I think we saw it one time. So Zips, good job. You distracted us a little bit, but now I want to see something else out of these two teams. I want to see a gosh darn offensive win over to the dang B side of the map. I want to see an offensive win in general. We've seen both sites get capped at 1 point throughout today so far, but I want to see a dang offensive win in general.
ICC did it earlier.
I mean, ICC also limited their opponent to 35 seconds inside of the hill for the first map. So you know what? That doesn't count. We need to see a game like this, okay?
Wow, okay.
And that was on Tuscan.
I'm gonna go tell ICC that didn't count. They got to do it again. So. Zips,
oh no, you're right. It was on Gavutu. I'm completely wrong.
Zips around the outside is going to be shut down, but still on the inside of this LST ship. Kills going the way of Amazed. Got the crossfire for second. Through the middle of the map. This does look like San Antonio struggling to cross over the B side. They're keeping their eyes on A, but need to get rid of Tabit here. Loudman is going to find Skillful at that. Tricky's going to find two. There's a flurry of kills their way now. You take down Amaze, you're going to have the hold on this site. Amaze just last one here. He's going to be hard. He's a hard kill indeed. Still alive up top. Back into the hill. Second one bites the dust. Glide bomb around it. Trying to get the strafing run, but no. Isaiah finally gets the kill.
And here's the hard part, though. You're already down in lives now for San Antonio here, and Oregon, they're not going to throw anything away here. Caution to the wind. Zip's already having a weaker map than what he had there. I think he's got more deaths already than he had inside of that last map here. That's probably not an accurate statement. Yeah, he's 1-2 right now. He's 2 off of it. But you know what? He'll get there eventually. But nonetheless, Texas A&M San Antonio, they get on the hill. They start getting a little bit of time into their favor here on this A side. And actually, 2 ticks of progress will come through here now. Actually, no, they don't get the second tick. It looked like it just came through, but a beautiful 4-man wipe now. And now Oregon, all you got to do is keep them off the hill for 10 more seconds.
Yes, they do. Last chance for San Antonio to make something happen. 6 life disadvantage. Maze for the cross is going to shoot some players into the back. Chronics for the trade. The damage has been done. One last player on the inside for 3 seconds. Tricky is trying to hold his team inside of this game. Second tick is going to be locked down, so more progress towards A. If you stay alive, it's going to be big. What a kill from Trickius. Now, we're going to stay alive for the rest of his team to get back into things. The Kadesh is out. 2 go down. And the round is secured.
Beautiful stuff there out of Oregon. They get the break at the very end of that round there, and they just never look back. They hold off Texas A&M San Antonio. But honestly, the slay numbers were pretty close there in that round. So if San Antonio, what we saw earlier on today at least, was on this map when the two teams were very evenly matched, it came down to that final defense. So we need to be keeping our eye on those slaying numbers off the start here. I mean, you got 10 for Amaze, but only, 13 for the rest of the team combined. You look over on the other side. Actually, I guess they did have a pretty decent lead in slaying at the end of that one. It's sitting at 14 right now for Texas A&M San Antonio. So you're down by 11 kills. So not only do you need to win this defense, I feel like you need to catch up on kills here as well.
Chronix. I don't know how he died, but he did.
Oh, it's the explosive barrel on the right side of the map. If you throw a grenade off the start, it blows up and it doesn't count as a kill for you. But it counts as a death for your team, so all well for their team there.
Things you hate to see. So Chronix now trying to pull things back in the inside of the boat. He's going to have his number 3 down once more. 2 takes of progress towards A, Jesse. You might just get your wish.
Yeah, I mean, that is about as dominant of a start that you could get inside of Control. Now you got 2 minutes and 10 seconds here for Oregon to try to break their way into this B site on the West Beach side of the map. And you can see how Oregon wants to do it. They're going to try to make their play through this south jungle. And if they can get through it fast enough, that's when they'll put the spawns out. That's when they'll get Texas A&M San Antonio starting to spawn up at docks, but they got to find the kills first.
Yes, they do. Good for 2 so far. Minute 50. 4-life lead. Up for another pinch. Player number 6, Maze, just finding his time right now, waiting for the reinforcements to come through. Time they do. Zips is here, and not a player you want to go toe-to-toe with. Laumian's going to drop follow-up for Maze. Big trade on the trickiest. Just to keep Oregon a little bit thin on this attack, allow for the respawns to come on through, and now numbers to San Antonio in this edge. If they take down Zip, it'll be a job well done. But Tavin's going to find one. Zip, who can stay alive, no trickiest. Another one, Tavin. By the time he gets that second kill, Zip is gone, and that's going to be the respawns now, keeping the numbers to San Antonio. But here comes the push. Amaze, another one going to go their way. Trickiest staying, keeping their team in this, really. Oregon, a whole minute's been shaved off the clock.
Amaze needs to push through with his teammate there. He just leaves him to die to the rest of the San Antonio players. And he got them so one-shot that Amaze was there. He probably could have cleaned up those couple of kills and then flipped those spawns if they would have been in a great position. But now, like you said, a minute shaved off the clock. Still only a 7-life lead here. So to get 15 seconds, or to get 15 kills in 45 seconds is not going to be the easiest task. But the glide bomb, it will get invested. They break the spawns as well. So now you should start to see these players on Texas A&M San Antonio spawning up on the bottom portion of the map. And this is where Oregon can just start to piece them and pick them up off spawn over and over again. First tick of progress already completed.
7 lives left. Oregon sacking the hill. 40 seconds. Plenty of time for this team to get it done. Zip watching for the cross to come through. Watching for the respawns to come up. And he is knocking them down one by one. Oregon, they are going to make your wish come true, Jesse. And they're going to take themselves an offensive round.
Woo! We get to see an offensive round win there. Absolutely love to see it. Zip's not dropping the same numbers here in Respawn that we saw in S&D. Maybe he is just an S&D god, and we just never knew about it before coming into this one. But, I mean, I'm absolutely part of the Zip fan club. I don't know about you right now, Seymour.
I am a big fan of Oregon. You saw him on the CCL. I mean, we saw him there, and they look like a good team, so making it known that they're not just a good team in one league, making it known that they are a team to watch out for in others. And you got Tavin and Zip on 4 in a row. Get these streaks going.
Yeah, you can't give streaks here, otherwise you are toast if you're San Antonio. And there's Tavin down at 5. Zip needs to find one more as well for his streaks. Tavin actually going to find 6 in a row here, so that should be full streaks. Nope, not yet. He's going to have to get one more, apparently. The game does not want to give him streaks on 6. They said you need one more to earn it. See if he can find it here. He will. He gets the 6th streak, or the 7th spree, and he does finish off those streaks. I'm not sure if Zips was able to find it. I don't think he was, but I mean, at this point, you've got full streaks on one player. You've got a 5-man life lead already, and you've pinned San Antonio in the back. This is looking real scary real quick here, Seymour.
The game's trying to nerf Tavin. They don't want him to get those streaks, but he's going to forcefully take them. Now 8 in a row. 38 seconds left to make your move. Tavin now 9. Zip's going to drop the glide bomb right on the noggin of Loudbane.
He did find them too.
In 30 seconds left, they're going to hop onto the hill. They're going to stop that clock, but just to follow up, Oregon, they're not letting that happen. They're not letting them breathe one bit. Trickiest to the farthest one push up, and here comes the strafing run. Here comes the shooty pilot. 20 seconds remaining. They're calling up all the bells and whistles just to make this out of hand. The player does make it into the hill, but glide bomb's going to lock it down. Not just finding 2, but a teammate as well, just because why not?
And now Amaze drops his streaks. There's so many streaks right now that Texas A&M San Antonio have to deal with here. And Oregon, they just want to bury this team. Only a 7-life lead, though. Texas A&M San Antonio, they are inside the hill, but the break, it's coming back through for Oregon.
One last hit. One last break. Oregon, they're going to get their brooms out. They're going to sweep Texas A&M under the rug. A 3-0 sweep to close the night, and a one-way to announce themselves back into the Call of Duty Varsity League.
Yeah, we had a nice little 3-0 sandwich here on the broadcast today. Started off with the 3-0, finished off with a nice little dominating 3-0 here for Oregon. And you know what, honestly, I love the guys over at Texas A&M San Antonio. They were good guys. We had them through for a winter interview last year. I can't remember exactly who it was that we had through for that winter's interview, but he was a good guy. He had a great time, but this team, it needs some work. You guys, back to the drawing board one more time here. We might need to maybe get, I don't even want to say a roster change because it's kind of hard to get a roster change in terms of in terms of collegiate Call of Duty, but yeah, something needs to work. Maybe we change with the rules a little bit here, just something, because you guys just the map one was close at the end, but it never really felt like this series in general was just very, very close.
Oregon were just one step ahead the whole time through, and that's why they are on the brink of what, a top 25 team inside collegiate Call of Duty. Like, this is a team to watch out for. This is a scary squad in Oregon, and they're just making it known even more why.
Yeah. And Oregon, I mean, I really didn't see much wrong with their gameplay at all today. I mean, you got a 75-point lead in the hard point. You just held it throughout the rest of it, able to finish it off there. Search and destroy. Zip looked absolutely disgusting. Nobody could stop him. And then although I will say, with the way that Zip was playing on that map, you cannot do that against top teams and get away with it, I don't think. Because if you start trying to Kool-Aid man your way through every single wall on the map, I mean, eventually teams are going to catch on to it. They're just going to sit through and wait for you to try to do said push. So it might not always work out for you, but it worked out for them today. And then that Kavutu control, I honestly think that was a really, really good push. Both these teams looked fairly even in control, especially when San Antonio was on their defense. But Oregon, they had the streaks to be able to break in, and once they broke those spawns on the south jungle side of the map, that's when you saw them really be able to lock down that spawn trap and really close San Antonio out.
Was quite the series out of that, folks. If you're just tuning in, this is the last match of the day here for your Starleague week number 2 for the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity Series, and it's been quite the day, like you said. 3-0 sandwich, ICC, your champs.
It's a great first day.
Yeah,
of Call of Duty Varsity.
Champs return 3-0 Drury. You get a 3-1 out of University of North Carolina Wilmington over Midway. Banshaw, they showed up for one map, but Carleton, they get the better of them 3-1 as well. And you move over to this series, San Antonio. I was really looking at them, at pulling things back, and I was excited after map number 1 as well. But then Zip did what he did in map number 2, and it got out of hand, like you said. So 3-0 in the night for Oregon to close this one out, and it's just a great day, like you said, to open up the series.
I still think Fanshaw could have gotten it done against Carleton there.
Could have.
A couple little mistakes here and there. I'm really excited because I just seen who our interview is. We get Daddy Skillful in here very shortly. But yeah, I mean, I actually do think that that Fanshaw absolutely could have closed that game out. But we have our interview ready. Colin, why don't you bring him in?
Let's get him. Daddy Skillful, welcome to the desk. What a win as well to make this happen. Okay,
Hello?
you're frozen for a second, but you are here. Congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, you guys look great. I mean, from what Jesse said, new team into collegiate Call of Duty, and you guys are making waves.
Yeah, we had a rough couple first weeks. This past week has been really hard for us, but we've been able to pick it up and showing signs of life now.
Nice. And I mean,
Love that.
Yeah, Jesse, why don't you take it away? I know you got some questions to ask.
Well, first of all, Daddy Skillful, I will say, you must have felt nice on that map number 2. You didn't even really have to do anything. You just had Zip running around the map rampant. But just a question for you, though. So what has been kind of the difference for you guys when you guys go up against, obviously, teams like Texas A&M versus those top dogs? What is the next steps for your teams to be able to kind of take on those top school teams? Because obviously you guys struggled week number 1. I forget who was it against. You guys took a loss to Westcliff. Yeah, so like, what's that next step for you guys, you think, to take on those top schools?
I mean, realistically, each individual player has something they got to work on. I know for me, there's a lot of gunfights that I'm just losing. But as a team, we need to work on our communication. We need to work on trusting each other. Just the fundamentals. There's a lot of things that this group of guys has. As there's 2 guys, myself and Amaze, that is brand new to all of this. But we just need to work on the fundamentals. And once we get that down, we're going to be able to keep competing. But that's just been where a lot of great teams have been exploiting us.
Honestly, I'd love to hear it. You guys have made a fan out of me today. I was saying I need to find Zip's Twitter so I can go gas him up later on because he was absolutely disgusting during that search and destroy. Also, I got to just say, I also love the colorway. The green, the yellow, the white. You guys look fantastic out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
The logo's nice too. I dig it. I dig it. I
Yeah, Oregon
absolutely
is known
do.
for their
But
uniforms.
Yeah, no, honestly, they're quite spicy.
I'm curious though too for you guys. I mean, being a newer roster, is there anybody you want to go up against that you really think you can take down? Any names on your board that you want to check off?
I mean, the top dogs are people we have great relationships with in terms of like friendships. That I really, really want to prove myself to. Like Westcliff again, Beeston and Co. Stoners is just so good at the game. ASU, Fishity, Sprack, Effectini, like those guys are phenomenal. Um, Another great one is like GCU. GCU is phenomenal as well. There's a lot of people that we're playing in the CCL and in the NACE that is just really, really, really good. That keep just beating us, and it's because of those fundamentals that we're constantly working on. But those are probably the biggest people that I have on my list that I want to prove.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see you guys improve and go toe to toe with them because you never know what's gonna come down like a couple weeks down the road when you guys have those fundamentals, you have everything worked out. So I'm excited to see you guys work things through. But for the night, thank you for coming in for the interview and hashing things out. You guys look great, and I'm gonna leave you guys to go enjoy your victory.
Thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for casting. It was a great experience to watch, is what my friends were texting me.
Nice.
That's great. Love to hear it.
Love that. Well, go enjoy the night, man. We're not gonna hold you for too long. You guys earned a night off now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys.
Jesse, all matches done for the day, and yeah, what a personality out of Daddy Skillful.
Yeah, Daddy Skillful is a
He
fun
earned a
guy
fan
for
of
sure.
me too.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that one. Definitely earned a fan out of me. The way that he's talking up his competition, I like when a team and a player just doesn't overlook the competition. You kind of look up to them. These are the players that they've been here in the CCL for a very long time. So why not just look up to them and learn from them? And that seems like what Oregon wants to do. They know they need to do the work and they're ready to put the time in.
Yeah, and you know what, I really agree with you on that. He's really kind of calling out the big dogs that have kind of built collegiate Call of Duty to what it is today, and he's ready to take on those top teams. I love the confidence, but you know what, he's not wrong at all. There were a few fundamental things that absolutely they can work on. That if you play against some of those top teams, they will get exploited the later and later that you go. So it'll be great to see him once he comes through and once he gets to those spots where Oregon can really compete with those top dogs, because it's coming. They'll get those fundamentals down. They clearly all have individual skill. It's just about getting everybody on the same page and getting that done. And those top team victories, they will come for this team.
Well, Jesse, with the last match being done, let's take a look at our schedule for NACE, because they have plenty of leagues to go through. Not just Call of Duty. You got Rocket League Overwatch on Monday, League of Legends on Tuesday, Call of Duty on Wednesday, and coming up in 2 days from now, CSGO. You don't want to miss it, folks. Make sure you're following NACE on Twitter, following the streams, and keeping up with everything so that you don't miss out on any of the action. I'm excited for next week, but I'm excited for the other games as well. I know there's plenty of competition to be had around collegiate leagues outside of Call of Duty as well. So, folks, if you want to tune into the rest of it, it's going to be right here on those separate days. But for today, it's going to be over. Can't wait to see Call of Duty next week, folks. Make sure you tune in and, have a good night. We'll see you on Friday for some more NACE.